Yeah. Yeah. Listen. They got me cornered, I'm feeling trapped. Where can I go when I'm feeling like that? To the left or to the right, man? I need some luck like a dice game. 7-Eleven, but 24/7. There's plenty more coming and plenty with weapons. Got my head on the swivel wherever I'm stepping. Stay low and be civil for better protection. Cause there are consequences and repercussions. When you violating and be disruptive, they'll annihilate you and leave you nothing. Now I'm waist deep in these discussions. I'm waist deep, gotta get out. I'm waist deep, gotta get out. What I get myself in now? I'm waist deep, gotta get out. Man, I gotta keep moving. It's up to me, I gotta do it. Man, I gotta keep moving. It's up to me, I gotta do it. I thought I was making progress. Thought it was all part of the process. I was wrong, baby, that's nonsense. Now I'm waist deep in my conscience. I know I got some enemies, so I don't know who to trust. Gotta sort out the energy. Good and bad, no one's a must. Now I'm in with the wrong crowd. The days are getting long now. Don't know how much longer I'm holding out. The time is ticking, it's going down. I'm waist deep, gotta get out. I'm waist deep, gotta get out. What I get myself in now? I'm waist deep, gotta get out. Man, I gotta keep moving. It's up to me, I gotta do it. Man, I gotta keep moving. It's up to me, I gotta do it. To the back like pow, pow. Thought I wouldn't, but tie down. Heavy in the papers, I know they gon' fall. I'ma need months now. Getting to the back like pow.
And the beat goes on and on and on and on and on. On and on and on. And the beat goes on and on and on and on and on. Am made for millennium. I am made for millennium. G-O-G-O-G-O-A. Time we don't meet you. We the greatest of all, and time you'll believe you. Greatest don't evolve. Happen in that night. See my gritted jaws, wonder who gon' feed. pressed to beat us. Hundreds of teams, hard fresh to beat us. Thought I knew me and most of them was Jesus. I'm more than man, I'm a natural born genius. Where my medal is at, I don't pedal back. I'm too smart to meddle where the fellows keep the medal at. They pedal for the stacks. I'm making benefactors, landlords without the pot to call the kettle black. Hello, I know you feeling mellow. You thinking life is gonna be cinematic as these fellows, but that's just the rumble for the build up like a bellow. If they gon' hear you roar, time to let go.
Let's go.
No way. Wow.
Let's go. Trust you. Keep going, you baby. Go, let's go. Go, baby.
So dirty.
Dirty.
18, outer 18, I'm
You gotta play the kill one top.
Yeah, I'm hopping.
I think I'm gonna stretch it.
Inner trap.
Wait, you might have it.
Go,
bro, come on.
Oh my god, I'm so bad at search sometimes. I'm sorry, Dante, you're good.
Dante, right here, bro.
Oh my
Justice.
Everyone say thank you to Dada.
Bro, he just mega stretched that.
He actually did. Did he slide?
But I thought I just won that. Did he just slide stretch that? Or did we just not plant far enough?
Closes the game.
They are still firm control of this map. They allow all of these players to spawn up, and the rookie is able to pop another multi-kill in the feed.
Behind, hits a shot. 1 versus 1. Oh my God! The quick scope and Andy!
Exton gets one more. Oh my goodness, Exton!
Are you kidding?
Welcome back to the Call of Duty League, where there was some drama last night between Sib and Diffuse around 11 and the Carolina Royal Ravens. The punishment, we're told it might be a lack of practice, but if
Not
you're
again.
a gentleman fan, are you really worried? You got the dub, Allie, and you're going to get another one today, right?
Ezreal was hooping. Nah, I mean, come on. They're feeling good right now.
All right, we're going to be diving into all of the storylines, all of the drama in just a bit. But first, we want to do a fun little segment that we've done in the past. We call it Stock Up, Stock Down. And Nameless, you guys were talking about this. Where did the concept come from, and what kind of inspired this moment?
Yeah, watching some traditional sports shows, it's an awesome, segment, I think. And, players, their stock varies throughout the season, whether that is a player in the MVP race or a player that falls out of it, or a player who is just having a surge in performance. And in that case, I have the right player for stock up, I think, and that's Ezreal. He's been an absolute beast, and we saw on display, I brought up some of his stats. He was a top 10 player last split. You really dive deeper into his time in the hill, into his Slayer rating, into what he's able to do just in the clutch moments. And in the clutch moments yesterday in his first series with the Gentlemates, he goes on, a 7 streak here. He gets the first blood in the round 11 in the game 2. And then in game 3, he gets the OT score, also has the most kills on his team, right? So Ezreal, an unbelievable player, stock through the moon.
You were so pumped about this as soon as you heard that Ezreal was the guy going up to the next level. Allie, how did he perform on the opening day, and what are you excited about what he brings to that squad?
I think he just brings maybe a level of consistency, level of fire, but also like the kills he was getting was always the game-changing ones, and that's a narrative that we like to take about players like that. When you go back and watch his 6 pieces, you just saw it in that map 1. It was literally, they were almost tied. That was what gave them the breathing room to run away with the lead and then close out that map 1. And so you need a player like that.
Speaking of people who can pop off multi-kills, you had a player whose stock, I think, was surging at the major and then all of a sudden plummeted as they lost. But he's back to his winning ways, and Exnid has been crushing it. Tell me why his stock is up for the Falcons.
I just think Exnid, when you look at him as a player as a whole and how his entire season has gone, he has slowly but surely raised his stock. And that's why I picked him for this segment today, is just he has been so consistent in the respawns in their past couple of weeks of matches, and it's caused them to get better. They are one of the best respawn teams in the game. We saw it versus Miami. They're able to take both of them, and they keep those series extremely close within 50 points. And so for Exnid, big shout out to him. He has a 1.08 right now, and he's had to pick up the sniper as well for them. this team, and he's been hitting some crazy ones. Just the amount of time he had to improve and how much he has is just so impressive.
And the pressure that was on him. I mean, they were trialing players. You know, his name was getting dragged. And then also, if you were to identify one thing that has changed for their search and destroy, it is without a question the sniper. It was the #1 thing we talked about. And they are now a top 3 search team in the last 60 days, 9-6. That's due to excellent sniper. For sure. So shout out to him. Stocks up.
It was a joke in the green room. Why don't you just give it to the crack guy? See what he can do. Salim's a little slow. Yeah. Well, we saw what could happen. My player stock was through the roof from the start when he came on to the LA Thieves. Neum got an opportunity of a lifetime after 4 years of competing in challengers. Here in his 5th season, he has now raised a trophy in front of his crowd, in front of his mother. And of course, I feel like this is just the start of something, Allie. Yeah. They walk away with another dub yesterday over Vegas FaZe. Neum stock is through the roof. He is the rookie of the year. No one is going to surpass him by the end of the season in my eyes.
Oh, yeah, and it's difficult, especially in this position that he was put in up against some of the other rookies, too. Like, he had to do a lot of dirty work for this team, and sometimes that didn't always show in the statistics. So shout out to Neum and his win, and definitely getting the flowers he deserves.
Neum was able to pop off yesterday in a Game 5 search and destroy, but players who used to pop off and search and destroy are falling off. It's now time to talk about our stock down, and we don't want to single anyone out, Allie. So who did you pick? What are we talking about here?
So I decided to go with an entire team, and you guys will understand why, because it's going to be, this is all of us. It's not me yet.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Miami,
makes sense, but
the sun is setting. I know they're out there in Miami. You know, there's palm trees. It's beautiful. The vibes are high. Well, inside their camp, in their facility, the vibes are low. I mean, these guys, when they get to land, they just completely fall off. They have so much talent. We saw it yesterday. I mean, that's a match that they should win, and their ceiling is so high. But for Miami, just can't figure it out. The sun's been setting for quite a while now.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate, too, because they were riding such a high. I mean, I remember during Stage 3 qualifiers just talking about them setting pace at the start of that split, and that they were literally the team to beat. And now they show up on land. They aren't able to accomplish anything there. They come out their first match in this split, unable to close it out. So for Miami, it's kind of like, what's going on?
Yeah, give us something.
They're not the only team struggling, though. There's a squad that is going to be hosting champs, and they want to be the champions this year. Simp is the GOAT, but he is not putting up GOAT numbers as a squad. 12th, 9th, and 9th if you look at their break percentage, their hard points, and their map ones, which are really how you set the tide and the momentum in a series. Is that just because they don't choose the first hard point and they're struggling, or is this team falling off in respawn?
No, I think it's a respawn thing, but I don't even know if it's like an overload thing. I think it's a hard point thing, and this is something that has followed FaZe for the past couple of years, is they have these big ruts in hard point, and it's either they're the #1 breaking team or they're the #1 rotation team, and neither of them end up leading to wins. So FaZe Vegas got to figure something about hardpoint. Obviously, this is a tough angle to take because of the way Simp is playing right now and being in the MVP conversation, but that almost makes it worse because that means the other 3 in the supporting cast are not doing what they need to do, and it's a failure as a team.
And who are you calling out tonight?
For stock down, I'm going to go with, this might surprise a lot of people. I'm going to go with the Lisan Al-Gaib. I'm going to go with Mercules. I mean, you look at Mercules, the major 3 was not exactly great for him. And when we talk about stock down, he's not falling down the entire totem pole, but he has been supplanted by Scrap as the best AR in the game.
How far forward can you go on a totem pole than 48?
Like 50 players
so still an excellent player, phenomenal. The stock is down, though, if we're talking Mercules, to become the MVP of the regular season. One might need a championship here at Major 4, but also is going to need to have a good performance, especially in the grand final, assuming they make it there again. So, yeah, stock down for Mercules. To get that MVP, he's got to perform.
Reminder, how do you get to 48? Well, there were 60 players in the Pro-Am, so he was better than a few of them. Shout out to Mercules. We've seen his peak, but he also showed you the floor recently. Today, I have a feeling you're going to see a lot of success as we show you the schedule, Allie. It's looking good for the Gentlemaids fans, or is it? You draw Riyadh. A win here, you're playing in the winner's bracket in Paris. A loss, are you worried?
Oh, definitely. I mean, not worried. I think Riyadh Falcons look incredible right now, so I think we're just going to open up with a banger and maybe have a lackluster rest of the day.
It's a good series.
Takes on Miami and Boston. Breach versus Cloud9. We're going to have a Game 5, Round 11 bang out to close out your CDL Major 4 qualifier weekend.
Bro, he just mega stretched that.
Like that.
No!
No way.
COD Champs tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams lock in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to phasevegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Brought to you by America's Navy and the special operators who work in the shadows.
We are headed to Paris for Major 4 in just 4 weeks. Excited to see the sold-out arena. Before we get to that, though, we've got a qualifier match, and this is between a 7th seed as the Falcons now take on the Gentlemaids, who were once as high as number 2 on our leaderboard. Allie, let's start here with the Riyadh Falcons. We saw them pick up a W yesterday. How is this team looking? They beat Miami. They're 7th place overall, though.
So they had to beat Miami in a 2-3-5, which is weird because of how good their respawn has been looking, but I guess that's a positive because if Miami was able to push pace, they're able to win game 2 and game 5. S&D was a problem, and not only that, you got incredible participation out of Pred. We've been waiting for him to put up crazy numbers like he was able to yesterday, at 1.3 in the respawns, and then he gave you 10 in the map number 2 for the S&D, so we're definitely seeing maybe the rise of Pred in the SMG conversation.
7-2 in May as we close out the month, Nameless.
Yeah, this is an elite team that have, they've been stained from their LAN results. Well, on the, the last LAN they performed, and the opponent that they have right now, they blitzed them 3-0, beat the hell out of them, and they ultimately lost to 2 very good teams, right? You lose the game 5 to Optic Texas, and for the Riyadh Falcons, this is the best version of them we've ever seen. Yep. They're solid at respawn. They have lockdown maps you don't want to play them on, and they're now one of the better S&D teams we have in the last 60 days. They're top 3 in Search and Destroy, and XNID's been playing well. So Riyadh, dangerous opponent.
I knew you were going to get a Pred buff when you first brought him onto the Falcons, but XNID is showing some swagger. On the other side, we've seen some question marks about your Gentlemates, Rosalie. They get a 3-0, but apparently no practice next week.
That would definitely suck. I mean, it is difficult. We're all happy about what we got to see from Esdrill versus Carolina, but also, even though Carolina's stock is up, it's not as high in the conversation of where Riyadh is probably looking to be at right now. So this is a test for Gentlemates for sure to see where they are, but I mean, regardless, the big story, Esdrill gave you a 1.2 in the respawns yesterday. You really just need to focus right now on your S&D. That's probably my biggest flag for this team, is that they still need to expand that map pool, and it was around 11, which didn't feel great according to the scrims that they might be missing this week, but also their post plants were just an obvious problem. It was just every single time they got the bomb down, they were just getting caught out of position, trying to check too many angles. Paris Gentlemates, get the bomb down, hold an angle, watch each other's back. It's not that hard.
If they were overloading, I'm looking at the highlights, it looked pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, the overload was close. All the maps were close, Chris, and that's like the concern here, right? So this is the prove it match to me. Like, is this roster going to work out long term? We're going into the Paris Major, and this would be a huge win for them. And I just think Allie's point was great. Like, in terms of their hard point, they need another one. Like Gridlock, Hasi, or Scar. Like, one of them has to be good for them. hopefully Hasi's in this series.
I think you guys are great, and we're going to get to your predictions in just a moment to see just how wise you are. Before that, though, Allie, give me a little insight, because I let you look at numbers. I ignore the statistics and go with my soul. My soul has been way off this season. Who's got the best of 5 advantage here as we take a look at your Scuff Gaming maps and modes?
I was trying to wonder where we're getting at. All right, so we're looking across this. We're going to have Den Hardpoint and Socket Hardpoint. I don't hate this for either sides. I think that Star Overload is a big one for me because your Odd Falcons have shown a lot of success on it. And then the Gridlock S&D, I mean, we saw that go to round 11 for Gentlemates. Should we get to that game 5, hopefully see some cleanup.
All right, so the Hardpoints, I think, are phenomenal for the Gentlemates. They love both of them. But when we talk about the S&Ds, the Sake from Riyadh, extremely prepared. Like, that was sick yesterday, what we saw. And on the flip side of that, Gentlemates Gridlock, I know they won. It required a stretch. Their offense was horrendous. Like, horrendous. So I think this really comes down to the overload. And when we talk about overload, I prefer Riyadh there. So, yeah, for me, this is a Riyadh angle.
It's time to lock it in officially. You just heard from Nameless. And in fact, it looks like we have a few more moments to discuss as Dan Ghosty and Sibber going to talk off camera about this series. I looked down low, though, and Riyadh is locked in. If you're looking for a leader on the team, who is it right now? And do you need just one?
Yeah, it's Kismet, I think, in-game stuff. I think in terms of mentality, it can be Pred at times. When we go to listen-ins, I mean, he's vocal. I mean, Kismet's forming the plays, but the energy is coming from Pred. So it's a tandem in those two.
And do you need Celium to drop Celium numbers to beat the Gentlemates?
I think so. I mean, I think a lot of top teams still consider Gentlemates a top team whenever we talk to them. So I think you need participation out of Celium regardless. But my biggest focus, I think, is still going to be on Pred. I want to see if he can continue, and this is going to be a split that he takes over. And maybe even focusing on Kismet and those search and destroys, because he also gave you 13 to close out that map number 2. So it wasn't a clean S&D from both of these teams, but Riyadh does have the edge.
They tell me that the pick'ems are ready, which means Gentlemates should be good to go. So, Ant, go ahead and lock in your Falcons. How many games?
Yeah, I got Falcons taking this one in a game 5.
Rosalie, you go ahead and lock in your Gentlemates. How many games?
I know. Give me my Gentlemates, and I will give them in 4. I'll give them in 4.
You pick Gentlemates against Riyadh on land?
Am I picking Gentlemates?
Yes, you did.
Did I? We didn't have that, man.
There.
We didn't have that on Alpha, did we? I would have picked Gentlemates.
Falcons all the way here after seeing the land following Nameless. Let's see what the fans chose. They're going mates as we're heading into Paris for Major 4. This would be a huge way to start your qualifier. On the mic for this one, we got Shift and Study.
Greetings, friends. Greetings. Good to see you this weekend. Yeah, split board there, and I'm not surprised to see it. I think there's a little juice coming off of the Estro pickup off of what they saw yesterday, but I'll kind of side a little bit with what we saw from Riyadh at the Major. I know that they get kind of bounced out and, you know, they look a little bit maybe lesser for wear, but that was versus, their 2 losses, rather, I should say, were versus both the teams in the grand finals, and both series were actually tremendously close. I know it was a 3-0 versus Thieves, but I felt like any map was winnable. I think the stock for Riyadh's pretty high right now.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt, man. And I think a big shout out to Exit, like the Des touched on it, man. He has been like that X factor for this team, not only in respawns, but now in search and destroy. Ever since he was deciding to be that guy with the sniper in hand, he's been changing that narrative of being Mr. First Blooded to now getting a lot of First Bloods on the game. And that's been the turning point for Falcons. You've always been great at respawn. You finally got that consistency right back in your belt, but the search and destroy has always been the question. Now that's an answer, and Falcons are looking fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely agree with you. And on the flip side here, you know, you take a look at maybe a performer that we haven't necessarily talked a lot about, but Pred has been super consistent as part of that NPC buff that we kind of have really largely been narratively talking about across the league. 1.25 throughout the month of May so far in the hardpoint. But here we go. We got the Paris Gentlemates, Riyadh Falcons. Should be a tight one. Let's get it on with Den hardpoint and the opening break off. Paris already putting the pressure down, but it's Pred to get 2, and that will switch things up nicely for the Falcons.
Yeah, from what I saw out of Paris so far this weekend, especially in that match versus Carolina, is that they are heavily relying on their sling. They outslayed Carolina by 35 kills, and even though every single map was tight, that seems to be their win condition currently. So you got to match that slaying presence on the opposite side if you are the Falcons. Already off to a good start. It is going to be Pred. You get 12 seconds, and it's still 25 remaining at the P1, so you're going to start to think about that new HP, and it's Sid working on the route.
Yeah, you're going to have to, mostly thanks to that route from Sid.
Oh,
Neptune looks
man.
floppy, cannot lock things down onto Kismet. Both players bouncing off one another, but Estrel's there to finalize the kill. Kismet picks things up, and the Falcons will stabilize that push around towards the back of the P2 spawn. So really good stuff here for Falcons, holding the lead, maintaining the side that they want as we open up P2. Ghosty, the rest of Paris making their way around the back. Spawns are currently in a bit of a mixy block. Riyadh trying to work their way back into the hard point with no trophies, though. Nades and stuns are landing, and Paris, they're going to have the numbers to push Selim out of the hard point.
They have the numbers, they block the back spawns, but it's Pred with the frag, and now the Gunny slowing down their aggression. It's still the Falcons trying to hold down to every single second, and it's Exit popping a double. You still know that the Genomates have those back spawns, so continue to play in the tight setup because Falcons got everything lined up.
Yeah, Estrel able to at least get one before dropping. Selim follows up with the double, but Sib's nade will land, makes things again approachable here in the last 25 for the Gentlemates. Repinching back over towards Couches. Kismet the last one standing, able to find one good damage onto the second. Is there a follow-up from Exnid again? Trying to watch the backstairs. Instead just dives into the hard point with Selim, and they will combine for what is essentially a 2v3. Pred gets the final word, and the Falcons will have a pretty commanding lead and a good look at P3 on this early rotation.
Oh, yeah, that's such a beautiful hold there from the Falcons, man. You were willing to give up those back falls for Paris because on their first attempt, everyone hits the route. They find the opening kill, but then that's just tight setup. The crossfire set up through the front side allow Falcons to walk away with basically all of that time and win the rotation over towards New. But Paris are already here over towards Cabo trying to contest it. Pred finds the opening.
Yeah, and you also get a little bit of a shutdown behind the plays. Kismet blocks out the flank. Now with an AR in hand, he finds one more over the heady, but Sib has been good with nades so far. Connects on what I believe is his third so far in 3 hills. Selim, a trophy system, feels pretty necessary after all of that starts to come out, but still an opportunity here for Paris to try to find a way to break. Selim only able to get one before dropping. Kismet backside dojo heady. Really well done to keep the hard point neutral, and it will be the Falcons with numbers as they try to reapproach for this back 18 seconds. But the kills continue to go back and forth, and it looks like for the most part, Falcons are just trying to finesse, keep the Paris Gentlemates out of the hard point, and focus on the rotation to 4.
Yeah, they have been dominating the good side of the map so far this entire game. Paris are uncomfortable as hell so far in these first 3 HPs. And now you're going to find yourself in an uncomfortable position again, now going over towards 4. Because kills are going the Falcons' way. The only presence you have is going to be towards the middle of the map, so now you have to slow up and wait for your teammates to apply pressure through roofs.
Well, keep your eye on Kismet. He is going to be waiting for the hit to develop and then find a way to try to pinch. Exit Kismet finding the first couple of the kills. They just need to find Neptune, and they're hunting, they're searching, and a prime time for us to go in to elicit it with the Riyadh Falcons.
Nothing left, kids.
An enemy
Go in front, yeah?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Nothing left, guys. One more on top, one more. I'm made Nip, one shot front, one shot ammo.
2 weeks.
One shot ammo. I need help. Out of Dante, guys. Out of Dante, boys. Ironing. Go get that. Helping you, Road. There's 3-0, guys. Go bottom blue, ammo. Yeah, hit ammo. Yeah, one. Remember, go on, you can play that guy slow, MC. Where are you? Get I got him. Nice, I have me cut. Nothing me cut. Me cut. Kill that for time. I have all left. Listen, I have all the left, guys. I have all the left, you heard? I have left. They can't get me cut. I have left too. Top broken Dante. I'm holding couches.
It's 1v2.
I think he's here one short. Top broken Dante. Dante's in top broken. Maintain these points, guys. Maintain these points.
He's up there.
In the corner. Shut up. Nice, same time.
I'm trying.
One more broken.
I'm broken down. The last.
I'll see him. I left. I have couches. No one from two.
I broken.
I'm gonna wrap.
I'll tell you, Jay, for a team who's 12-6 on Dead, Paris has not had an opportunity to get anything set up. We head back over to P2, and a little bit fortunate that Sim still spawns in the back, but largely speaking, Riyadh has dominated the rotation game so far.
Oh yeah, you haven't won a single rotation if you are the Genomates. You're looking to now stop the bleeding because you are in the position that you just were at the last P2 with those back spawns. But again, Falcons with the numbers and the crossfires shut you down. They just, again, seem to be uncomfortable here, Al. The most time that they have had so far on this hard point is when they finally got a break at the P1 for the final 30 seconds. But so far, it's been all of Falcons, and it's continuing that way.
And look at the pressure on the route being hit. It's another moment where, again, like a couple of weeks ago, maybe about a month or so, we saw the Heretics holding this P2 successfully from the front. It allows them to just hit routes like this to shut down the timing of Paris getting out and having a chance to get the 3. So it's a, I won't say unorthodox hold, but it's one that is providing a tremendous amount of efficiency, not just finding time on P2, but more importantly, controlling space around what is often a 50-50 hard point here on P3. Commanding lead for the Falcons, and they're in the time early.
And now they're forcing all of the Gentlemen to try to break through Dojo. Thankfully, you have some pressure through the middle of the map, but Sib quickly gets taken care of. Now all you have to do is trade out the rest of these players on the front side of Kabul, and now Selim is at least going to turn it into a one-on-one. Gentlemen have the spawns, but they desperately need the time. You need a wave of kills to go your way.
And look at the route being hit timing-wise from Exton. He's going to move the spawns for the Gentlemates right as this break attempt starts to come through from Riyadh. So it's just down to, can Paris stay alive, keep this hard point contested, and it's an immediate another 2 dead. What an absolute display from the Falcons. 20 and 10 from Cell, but honestly, you could point to any of these 4 and give some highlight shout-outs to, because everyone's playing so damn well.
Yeah, this is like taking food from a baby right here. If you're the Falcons, man, you're in firm control of every single rotation. You are executing perfectly on some of these break opportunities by finding that opening kill. And now another opportunity here to win the rotation again over towards the P4. Exit reads the pressure. Nate is going to be good enough for the second kill. And all he's doing is stalling time for the team is now system.
And that's, I mean, again, you get 2.5. You know exactly what you need to do if you're one of the remaining defenders of the Falcons to clean things up, but they don't actually find the kills that they need. So now it's just down to Exton, the last one who spawned in. Good damage coming through, but cannot win the battle versus the new guy onto Paris. 4 in a row for Estriel, trying to heat things up here. That's a key break for Paris. 30 seconds till the fight.
Yeah, it might be the best moment here for Paris Gentlemen to get a good chunk of time here. They also find the 2 initial kills, make it 3. So that first push is already shut down. This is going to be all of this time going their way. So Falcons probably just going to cut their losses, start to set up a round new. But this is the opening for the Paris Gentlemen to start the comeback because SU is on 5 in a row.
Well, it's going to end this second set of hills right around the 130 to 178 mark, as the Falcons will already have the setup that they prefer moving over towards P1. It's going to force a long route out of Neptune, who has had a bit of a slow start in this one. 15 and 21, but you find a couple of the kills around the back of P1. It could lead to an opportunity to overwhelm and break this setup, but it's not going to happen. Falcons good for the first 15, but the kills from the front start to manifest something here for the Gentlemen as they're finding good wins around the map.
Yeah, but it's still Selim on the time, and Selim winning gunfights he realistically should not be. And now that forces Neptune to play a little bit more aggressive than he wanted to. Still, Falcons trying to contest on the backside from Couches. Ghosty hitting some great shots with only 38 HP in the Dream, just trying to value his life. And he does it to perfection. Gentlemates clean up house, and this is where you start to be the aggressors to flip them out.
You need to get these wins, though. 20 seconds still left on P1. The spawns for the Falcons are behind this play. So a natural pinch starting to develop. Ghosty able to find one, but they don't anticipate Pred playing all the way around the back. And he's going to storm this play from the backside of Garage. Look at the other 2 members that spawn up. Kismet and Exit also going to spawn. Your Neptune will get a read. Huge win from Nap. And now it's just down to, do you get the read onto Kismet, who's the last one surviving for the Falcons behind the play. Ghosty, good damage. Trying to get a little bit of help, and Estra will provide it. Paris will win this rotation to 2. And they're starting to get a read on where this next break attempt's coming from the front.
And so far, trading out effectively to at least minimize the pressure from the front side. It's going to be Estriel trying to hold it down, but Selim finds another kill. Now Falcons have the numbers, but they don't have the angles. Everyone whipping out NPCs. Paris are only going to be down by 40.
Oh, but 3 straight kills come through for the Falcons, leaving Estriel as the last one standing. He will get a couple of players to spawn nearby, so he thinks he's got an opportunity to jump on in by himself. What a play from Estriel. Gets 3, shuts down the trophy. That's 20 seconds of scrap time that's going to go to Paris, most likely, as the Falcons are spawning all the way over towards Dragon. Ghosty already challenging this rotation. It's a late wake up, but it's a stiff one here as Paris are putting themselves right back into the game.
Yeah, and this is where Estriel starts to pop takeover. The closer for yesterday's series versus Carolina. He is different in the clutch. But now he seems to be overwhelmed. Has to start to value his life over towards Cabo. You used to have a teammate trying to assist you on that side of the map. So he's just going to turn around, find a free kill onto Exit, and start the trading process.
But Estriel, now the last one left on 5 in a row, is stuck. Nowhere to go. So Riyadh will be able to gain a little bit more separation. 30-point game. 40 seconds left on this hard point. Good read from Kismet on where this next approach is coming from for Paris. Pred trying to step up, but great shots from Sib. Turns that into 2. Now this next defensive line for the Falcons is largely just on the hard point. Not a lot of cover to be found. And Sips on 4 in a row. Pred tries to finalize the kill, but he gets shut down. And Paris will control the rotation to New and still have 20 seconds to fight for at all.
Perfect sequence right there. The Slayer's coming out, beaming 4 headshots in a row there for Sim. Flips the maps on his head, and now Paris are only going to be down by 20. Still a battle for the rotation. The 2v2 at that, but it's Celium finding one. Estriel's going to get isolated and spawns flip. Falcons win condition is right here.
Yeah, that was an absolutely perfect decision from Riyadh. Cutting their losses on the scrap time and finding great routing to make their way over towards New, but the same can start to be said here for Paris. Both teams fighting desperately for spawns. Exit comes in and likely saves a life right there for a moment. Celium's still alive and kicking. The trophy system going to give him credit for the kill, but the front hit is still allowing Paris to jump in for time. 2:33 to 2:05. Paris is in, but it's from the front. Riyadh spawning close.
And now you're trying to set up this pitch if you are Ghosty, trying to just draw the attention on this side, but it's Celium finding that first kill. And all you want to do is stall time for Exit to set up on this pitch. It's a 2v2, but Exit is going to almost break them down. The spawns are still here for Falcons. They can still win it.
You still have Ghosty playing for the middle map. Sib falls off the map, though. Oh, no. Ghosty trying to join over towards the connector from the front. Able to find the opener. 244 is where it stops as the contest comes through. Exton able to find 2. Trying to make a play by himself. He's in for the contest. He's got teammates spawning nearby, and you can no longer win here. So the call is made. The Falcons will give up the scrap time. Try to rotate, but it's read perfectly, and Paris are going to find the overwhelming kills to get him on the time.
But it's this route out of Pred. Are you going to read it? Estriel, Mr. Clutch, wins that one-on-one. Now you have all of the map in your pocket. 20 seconds needed for Paris to complete this comeback, and Exit is trying to do a game-winning route.
Trying to get up over the top to see if he can find the player inside the hard point. That will kill the clock. 2:39 to 2:44. Advantage still to Riyadh. Kills coming through. Exit to find 2. Last one known over towards the mid. Caught, and Neptune will drop. Last couple of seconds. That's it for Paris. Needs to get through Exton, and they're not able to. A huge double from Exton to close out map number 1 for the Falcons.
There's no way this guy continues to play at this high of a level. Exit every single time. You think he can't get any better than what he currently is. He continues to go above and beyond. The shout out to the squad for winning a majority of the rotations throughout the game. But every time you needed a clutch kill to go down or someone to hit a route, it was the young gun making the big time plays. Exit drops 37, almost 38 kills. Secure this game for his team. He continues to shine, man.
Unbelievable. I mean, it's just one of those routes that has to happen, right? I mean, before this replay starts to come through, Paris are winning gunfights on every front. Both over towards top window, same can be said over through couches. There's just nowhere for Riyadh to get set up. So you have to find success on a long route through rooftops. And Exton's able to put together a masterful final life to stop the dramatic comeback effort for Paris. I mean, like we talked about, that first rotation and a half, they didn't win a single set really anywhere. The only hard point you could really give them credit for winning a rotation by the fact that they owned the spawns was the second P2, but Riyadh were giving them the business from the front side of the hill. So a really solid start for the Falcons. Get them right over the hurdle of that Paris comeback at the end of things, I think, especially knowing that Estriel was heating up the way that he was.
Oh yeah, that guy, especially in the later half of the game, like he just has a different kind of G in him that gunfights are a little bit easier. He's not missing any shots, and he's probably melting people with that MPC as well. But it's just too late to eventually strike if you are the Gentlemates, man. For a team who basically lost 7 rotations in a row to only lose that map 10, that's very typical because if you don't have that bad start, this map 1 is yours. But Falcons answer the call with a perfect break off. Kismet, Celium, Exton being the X factor, all showing their impactful kills when they needed to. And we know, so far on the Falcons on the season, they are a heavy momentum team. So you give them a grueling map number 1 like that, going into a search and destroy that they played yesterday versus the Heretics and beat the hell out of them on. Oh yeah, Falcons are feeling so damn good to potentially 3-0 Paris again.
That would be massive. And again, it's just one of those things that you look at kind of where the standings are for playoffs. Riyadh, I'm sure, is still feeling quite comfortable in knowing that they've got a bit of a gap between them and the team that's in 9th. But at the same front, being able to continually beat what I think still people are classifying as, well, let's just give them a little bit of forgiveness here and say, well, at worst, top 6 team in Paris is big, because that's a team that you expect to see down the road, whether it be in Paris itself against that home crowd, or in particular as you start to look towards something like champs. So it's a huge tester series like the Des was talking about prior to this game getting kicked off. Granted, I know for Paris, like, you're still trying to work things out with a new player into the mix, but for Riyadh, it's trying to continue on the success stories that we saw at the beginning of Major 3. It didn't quite end in the same effect, but coming off of 2 hardpoint losses to Miami yesterday, getting this one is key.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt, man. If you go back and watch those Miami hard points, the one on Colossus, I saw spawns happening all over the place, and you just let Trakes break you down on the hot seat P4 so many different times. So those OPs could have definitely went their way, but I think without a doubt, Falcons right now are a top 4 team in the game. You talk about what they did at the event, pushing Optic all the way to a game 5. Some rounds go different. They'll be sitting at top 3, but then you also play against Thieves off of a fresh win when you're coming off a very devastating loss. Those are 2 tough teams who were obviously in the grand finals, but Falcons in their form in Respawn, and then now adding that mix with their Search and Destroy, which we're about to see. Like, there's no doubt in my mind that team can compete with the best of them.
100%. And I think for both teams, you're looking at the Search as being the thing that really needs to get tuned up as we look towards the major itself. But for Riyadh, you're absolutely right. They come out and they look insane on the Sake, but also the round 11 against Miami had everyone talking and buzzing.
Yeah, well, let's see it.
No! Wait.
Yeah,
10. I'm flanking him.
No way.
Wow. Let's go. Trust you. Keep going. Go, baby.
So dirty.
Well, I mean, yeah, you see it, just the reaction across the community had everyone looking at this Riyadh team, and I still feel like they're being slept on in a certain way. Maybe, you think that maybe it's just a flash in the pan from X did, but I would say so far, he has been as consistent as you would like from stage to stage, looking at the last stage to this one.
Oh, yeah, he's been a difference maker in Search and Destroy, man. He's not getting first blooded. He's finding a lot of first bloods, allowing the Bulldog to be the playmaker that he is, and Pred to be the island player that he is, to just set up those late round plays. But the last time you saw Sake was literally less than 24 hours ago, because yesterday was such a long day at COD. But Falcons were able to just beat the hell out of the Heretics 6 rounds in a row, doing it every way possible. And hopefully Paris have a little bit of practice here, because Falcons yesterday looked untouchable.
Yeah, and I want to say, just to point one thing out as we jump into this opening offense, one thing in particular that was really a standout for me was Riyadh were finding early 4v3s defensively and still allowing Miami to play the numbers on retake. That has been kind of a big focus of let's not overstretch, overextend, and make mistakes. So we'll see if that will come true as we, at least for round 1, look at the opening attack. Kismet's going to get some great information off of that stun check. He's hunting, and I think Exton may have seen that. Yeah, it's an escape back over towards barrels. Estrel, I believe, is also known in this position, and that will lead to, well, I'll say maybe a chance of isolation, but instead the Falcons will once again just take their numbers and reset.
Yeah, no need to rush anything. You're trying to gather some more information before you make the play call, but now you can isolate onto Estriel. Great show to do bottom pit to gather that info, and now it's Sib left in a 1v4. Finds the first 35 seconds, but Bomb is getting plenty.
Yeah, this is going to be a really tough retake. I like this route from Kismet as well, just to play a more clutch up position if he's needed. Also shuts down a long route around the back. Doesn't need it though. The kill comes out quickly from the front. That's just another one of those moments that, again, we talked about from yesterday. First blood battle, insanely efficient for Riyadh, and they kick us off in the same effect here.
Yeah, and you got to think, like, Paris are definitely watching Sake Search to the Shore for the first time in CDL last night in that game 5. What did Falcons do right off the rip on their offense? No hesitation, got that bomb down at B. But this time they switch it up. They understand, all right, some people are going to start to learn this. SMG, playmaking, do bottom pit. We can't allow that to happen. So you show face over towards that A-side street and just basically forfeit that space. Paris think that they have it, but then they just get caught trying to overextend. So Falcons doing their homework and prepared for the counter.
Yep. Okay. See how things unfold. Sid with the scope out, looking for someone to cross over through the backside stairs. No one in the
Kismet already.
Meanwhile, I was saying Kismet all the way behind the offense, and Sid will get the read, but this is a panic moment. Kismet's going to walk away with 2 with the ghosty assassination and capture that comes out. So once more, Paris just not able to get things going in the first 30 seconds.
Yeah, no one watching Rock Street. Kismet hits that with no hesi, just takes your teammate from behind, has all the info, and then also finds an extra kill. So that with 45 seconds, we got to retract to clear out of our spawn. And Falcons aren't willing to give up anything for free, but Pet potentially is going to get isolated. Hopefully this smoke allows him to get out.
Yep. Like a ghost. Sib, a couple of pistol shots will tag. Bomb collected. Not able to get the quick scope off, and that will put things into the world of urgency needed. Yeesh. Pred gonna cut off the rotation back through barrels, selling him. Meanwhile, up top, just at the window, yeah, dude, I'm telling you, Riyadh are just all over this map, bro.
Yeah, like, Kiss is laughing. I'd be laughing too if I hit a lane and no one is throwing the shoulder. I'm behind enemy lines in the first 10 seconds, and the first guy I see is giving me his backside. I take him and also find an extra kill. Yeah, Falcons definitely more prepared so far here on Sake S&D. The new map added into the S&D map pool. You got to expect players like Kismet to put in the time. And he's already finding openings like that.
Yeah, it's insane. So the mental warfare is starting to tilt very quickly to Riyadh. Paris gonna do something a little bit more simple of the playbook here. Just stack the backside of rocks through B and then rotate across if you need the defense to move. And it looks like they will. No first bloods tallied. We're 4v4 with a minute 10 on the clock.
And Paris show face early on just in case they were trying to get aggressive up through rocks, but you killed the noise, caused some doubt, and now you're going to retake this position. Civ, hopefully you're going to choose the right angle or the right time to chow, and thankfully you got some assistance 4v2 immediately.
Nice shots though from Cell. Exit able to connect onto Astro, but it doesn't come in time to save a life, and then he's just completely crossed up and mixed and mangled. So yeah, that's just a more simple approach right there from Paris. You're elected to take over one side of the map, and then you know for a fact as you stretch back across, you have to clear every single corner. So take your patience and run away with a nice first blood. Good opening battle leads to a round win.
Yeah, they gathered that information very early on, pushed them back, and thankfully players like Sib are not going to allow that opening to be open again. You hold strong on your setup. Everything was being watched. You prepare for the engagements over towards Rocktide to secure your first round. But this is where his Genomates have to figure it out, man. Yesterday on their gridlock, their attacks were abysmal. So far for one here.
And same idea. You don't love the idea of kind of stretching the map and playing on individual islands? Let's just group up and play together. And the approach is purely onto A. Defensive stun comes over the top and reveals that this play is likely underway. Nade to follow and X-Nade right there to cover. Good first blood comes through. Pred just trying to watch for any crosses over towards Truck, and honestly for Paris, this is not an option anymore.
Yeah, and X is still gathering the information. Knocked down to 5 HP. Pushing them back from this A site. The time is starting to get away from the Genomates, but not going to waste any more. Going to get this bomb down over towards B, and this is what Falcons did yesterday. Allow you to bomb plant, retake as a team.
Yeah, and it's just, look at this. I mean, if you're Paris, it's just, you have no options. You don't know if the hit on the retake is going to come from the front. You don't know if it's coming around the back because you got pushed out of A. And now everyone's just stuck with no guns out. And that's just another byproduct of what Sake looks like. And that's why I love the way that Riyadh played it yesterday. Kind of, you know, if you were to consider this to be a 3-lane map, which it is, but the lanes are just so wide.
Yeah.
Give up one lane, keep your focus at worst at a 2-2 split through the other two, and then know for a fact where your problem issue is, where your vulnerability is, and then to compensate for that by either pushing through like they do in that last round or tracking back together. It's just a brilliant heads-up play from Riyadh.
Yeah, I think there's so many different angles. Like even on a tactical 3-lane map, a lot of jump-up spots, like the elevator shaft, that just allows SMGs to get lost. This is without a doubt an SMG's playmaking playground. And we've seen it on display so far for the Falcons.
So 3-1 going into round number 5. And it will be Riyadh on the attack. Just simple shoulders for now. A little triple stack down over towards Kegs for the Falcons, keeping their focus towards the bottom side at B. Paris taking maybe a bit of a cue out of Riyadh's playbook here. They're going to leave A wide open, instead focus their numbers through mid and over towards rocks.
Yeah, they just want to control bottom pit.
Oh, what a
rotation over towards both sides, but already selling him, teaching us things. But Sib with the shots finds the first blood. So now Pred quickly trying to make up for it, gets one and gets out while X-Nade finds a site. Some numbers back in favor of Falcons, and it's still in favor of Falcons.
And that's just information gathering turned into a good effect. Stellium gets the read on 2 players at pit, and of course, where exactly he got killed from. Problem is, Ghosty, he almost able to stop the bomb, but now there's a mystery of where is X-Nade. He's got a scope out. You got to be careful here if you're Ghosty. Exit changing the angle. He's tagged up heavily, and Ghosty will find him just before the regen can come through. Huge 1v2 clutch for Ghosty, getting Paris back to within 1.
Yeah, perfect timing there out of Ghosty on that rewrap. Pops activates the mute field. Dead silent, working on that repinch, but early on, he gets the information, spots Exnit, and thinks that that's the bomb carrier. But once you eliminate the bomb carrier and then Exnit last guy with the sniper, you back him down from window. He can't go to low door over on the warehouse side. He has to go through mid alley, and he just doesn't have an angle on that bomb. So still weak, tries to commit, and goes with a great shot over the top. Secures another defense there for Paris.
That's big, especially considering that he was just a fraction late from stopping the plant, which could have given him a natural win condition, but a little bit more hard fought. Work comes together. Exit once again connecting. That's over the middle of the map through B. Sib is now looking to try to counter. He did get a little bit of info onto Celium throwing shoulders through rocks, but if he doesn't have a chance to connect, someone else is gonna have to make the play to get this back to level.
Oh yeah, you know MC ain't peeking that again. You missed your shot, and we got the first blood. No need to give you a chance. Another 4v3 advantage for Falcons. And Paris wasting a lot of time just trying to gather some kind of information, but Falcons aren't giving up anything. So with 45 seconds left, it's looking like they're going to have to commit over towards A.
It's a tough call, especially with Kismet just throwing shoulders top P2 window. We've also got Pred making sure nobody pushes through that double staircase. And they're still trusting that Sib can find someone on rotation, but like you called here, Jay, but Riyadh is just so happy to sit where they are now.
And now the rotation over towards this B site. Falcons already have a read on it. There's going to be pressure from so many different angles. Here comes Pred on the hop up for the first kill. 3v2.
Opening shot lands for Exnit, leaving it to Ghosty right behind for the trade. That'll work out. Has the bomb to play off of. 30 seconds needs to kill off. Here comes Kismet for the first, and yeah, Ghosty just can't quite put himself into a position to bounce off the wall and isolate that 1v1, and Riyadh will go back up too.
It's so tough. Like when you make a roster change to figure out your search and destroy, this is the game mode that always takes a hit. And you can just tell that Paris is still uncomfortable, especially on their attacking rounds. Probably haven't put a lot of practice into Sake search and destroy, but Exnit is finding first bloods 9 seconds into these rounds.
Yeah.
So that just forces you to slow down because you get the first blood, you gather the information that Sib is sniping on one angle, and there is no way they're going to be able to get this bomb planted without any info. Falcons are just right now 2 steps ahead in their S&D game, especially on the defensive side.
Well, we need something soon if you're Paris. Defense could have spread the map just a touch, play very safely around the middle of the map, just looking through the window is Neptune. And Estrel's just making sure nobody pushes up the steps. So this is all contact defense right now for Paris, which I would honestly say puts a lot of pressure on the timing of these peaks, because you just don't want to give away too much of an angle to Exnit, and now you're going to play aggression through Sib and Neptune on the backside of the map.
Yeah, but no one's watching the pinch too, so this could potentially be the opening they were looking for, and I think Exnit gathers the info. Now Celium trying to assist them, but they get the first blood and is effective on the trade. 2v2.
I don't know if that's enough, but Sib able to just pick up an NPC and make good use of it, but Celium responds onto Ghosty, so we get a 1v1. 35 on the clock. Cell has to try to pick up the bomb, and in that moment, it's a top window, little peek and poke from Sib to find the kill and get Paris back to within 1 again.
Yeah, I'm happy Paris got very active on that defense, because that was one of those offenses that were set up for the beginning in this game to allow Falcons all that space. Because every single round, they've been playing the slow and steady wins the race. Give a mid map, no problem. But the fact that you've consistently done that and that hasn't worked out for you, now you try something different. So Falcons take the aggressive approach, but thankfully the counter aggression through the backside flank catches them off guard. Pretty sure Sib is able to locate 3, a massive one-on-one gunfight versus Celium. Now you go into the swing round.
Can they get it back to back? Look at this quick aggression coming through the middle of the map here for Riyadh. Pressure established by Celium up top. Oh, and Sib connects, but it's a hit marker through the wall. So the Falcons' aggression does get forward through barrels, but it gets pushed back. We'll stay 4v4. Defense still stacked over towards the A side, and look at the play from Exnit. Try to take away space. How has he manifested this? He's going to get one for free. Pistol out for the kill. That's the bomb carrier. Can Exnit get away, though, is the question. NPC in hand. Not going to get through Neptune, but the follow-up is still here for Riyadh. We'll go 3v3.
Yeah, Kismet has all the info now. There's pressure over towards rocks. We can potentially isolate these gunfights on the left. Need to try to keep Celium alive, and he jumps out the window at the perfect time. So now Ghosty left in a 1v3, already going to be spotted, and the Falcons are chasing him down.
Yeah, that's just that second layer for Paris continues to be a bit of a problem some moment. They just can't fully reset that 3v3. So now Ghosty has to play up against not just 3 Falcons, but also the clock. And Kismet, I believe, has seen everything he needs to. Down to 15. Here's the double stack over towards the back balcony. No problem there. Falcons looking good still here on the Sake search.
Yeah, and that's shout out to Exton again, man. Even with a sniper pistol, the guy is willing to push your spawn through a flank. He gets phenomenal timing for that first blood. Gathers the info that the bomb is going to be down and stalls out enough time to keep the Paris players on that side of the map and set up his teammates there for the trade. This sucks if you are Sib to get that kind of hit mark onto Celium, but it was through 2 different walls. And now that puts Falcons at game point, and Paris have still yet to win an attack.
Yeah, it's not ideal, my friends. Not ideal. Okay, 5-3. Paris, kind of a do or die moment. Stuns landing though through that smoke. It's gonna signal some aggression here from the Gentlemates. Stuck down low with the barrels is Kismet. He will drop. Pred trying for the trade but can't find the kill through the smoke. So first 2 kills good for Paris. It looks to be a quick defense. Very well may order us another round.
Yeah, no need to do anything extra if you want a Gentlemates. Job already done. Put yourself in a 4v2 advantage. Here comes Estriel, Sib across the map with the snipe. A very clean defensive round there from the Gentlemates. They were sick and tired of the Falcons there. It's like, all right, you're going to camp your spawn. You're going to potentially push those low pit. No, we're going to be the aggressors. Smoke grenade through the bomb site and just fly. Works out for the Gentlemates to force round 10.
Yeah, that's a key one right there. If we end up getting to 11, could potentially play some mind games. But first things first, you've got to find a way to get yourself going here on the attack. So what do you call? I think the big issue for me of watching Paris is just, again, once they get into those low number situations, that next mid-round call just has not given them a chance. So can they find something here? Just over the top, able to find first blood. But Estriel, I love this. Commit for the plant. Don't allow Riyadh to finesse you. Nades are still coming through. Estriel tag, but he's able to keep his life 4v3.
Yeah, but Estriel is going to get isolated. Pred already takes a lot of space up through the street. Now it's Neptune and Ghosty left to try to clutch on. All left up to Ghosty.
Not ideal. NPC just shotguns it away. Ghosty has to check in. Right there waiting is Celium. I'll tell you, man, this Riyadh team is looking filthy on Sake. They've got legitimately, on both sides of the bomb, everything going for them. Yes, you can make a playbook call that just relies on Exton holding an aggressive angle. He's been hitting, so trust that. You also have some really good preset nade strats that are putting pressure onto, let's just use the middle of the map again as an example, that allows you to get aggressive on other fronts if you get information to connect off stuns. But I think most impressively is on their defensive side, their ability to say, hey, we're just going to just control 2 of the 3 lanes, leave the 3rd open, and then we'll either decide to play aggressive through one of those 2 lanes or back up and respond with a 4-man retake. It's been really clean from Riyadh.
Yeah, it helps when you're getting the first blood in the first 10 seconds, man. Exton is able to find 4 with the snipe. All different angles, some on offense, some on defense, but Paris is looking like a new team in S&D. This is why, like, when they made the roster change, it was gonna take a hurt, especially in S&D, because Envoy was like Mr. Objective for this team, and now it's like 2 search and destroys back-to-back where you're barely winning attacking rounds. So that's something you're gonna have to put in more work in to get yourself ready for your own major. But again, you find yourself down 2-0 versus the Falcons.
I mean, to be fair, Riyadh only won 1 attacking round of their own. He just also had the first blood, so it's the way that kind of goes. 6-4 the tally. Scar Overload coming up next. As Ant had mentioned, he likes the idea of the Falcons on this map, and it's very easy to say why. 8-4 on the map mode combination. Riyadh looking to put together another 3-0 of Paris. We'll find out if they can manifest it when we come back on the backside of the break.
Black Ops 7 returns to the Esports World Cup this summer. Scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Brought to you by America's Navy and the special operators who work in the shadows.
At COD Champs, it's more than Call of Duty. It's you whipping an F1 go-kart at the Grand Prix Plaza, testing your aim and movement at Summerlin Paintball. It's you driving supercars at Speed Vegas, surviving the best escape rooms at Escapology, experiencing the immersive art in the Arte Museum. It's you taking a picture in front of the Bellagio Water Show and seeing Vegas from the largest observation wheel in the US. It's you and the squad making memories for life. A weekend in Vegas that you'll never forget.
You're better, bro. You're so much fucking better. You're good. 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 You're
Oh my god, you hit that as Jeej. Oh my! No way he chased.
One enemy left. Handle it.
That is him? I don't know. I didn't see it. You're the best. I told you to leave.
To get all the trades, and Simp by himself might have enough. Grim?
Simp! The master at work! A two-man stack now on A.
He is completely locked in. This is it. This is your tournament.
Thieves, the last chance now in the fight. Forward they go, and it's Simp, Cell, Draza, the whole squad! FaZe! They've done it! Destiny manifest!
Welcome back. Yeah, we've got a lot of COD still to play this year, friends. We're hype up. We've got what seems to be a full house to come in Paris. Of course, Vegas for Champs. Last time we were there, well, let's be honest, we weren't there for long. That championship Sunday was a little quick one, but we've got a lot of COD still to come with EWC, of course, still around the corner. This series, though, Jay, we were expecting kind of a banger. And to be fair, the scores of the first two maps have been tight, but Riyadh really hasn't lost control of either of the two maps that we've had to this point.
Yeah, they're taking advantage of a new team, man. Like, it looks like there's a lot of armors being cracked on the side of Paris, a lot of openings that they don't realistically want to have, especially going into their major. But this is what happens when you have a roster change. You lose a majority of your rotations in map 1, you only lose by 10. You get over to the Search and Destroy, which even though you won one yesterday in round 11, you can't find any success on a map that you have yet to play, but on the attacking side. So the teamwork is still not fully there. And if you are the Genomates, you find yourself down 0-2, going into a map that you did find success on yesterday with Scar, but it's just like you're playing against the Falcons, who are the #1 slaying team in this mode. It's going to be tough if you can't keep up in that aspect.
Yeah, man, it's one of those situations that, again, we've seen this all the time, no matter how talented the initial roster was versus what you're trying to create, but end of the year changes either spark, well, let's use the easy example, a Mercules moment that just takes you from literally not winning a map to world championship status.
Yeah.
Or you look at like a Carolina from last year, where they add in a player who's supposed to upgrade you from a top 4 team to a top at least 2 team, and it ends up doing the opposite. A little early to tell about what's going to happen here with Paris. I think you look at just the overall standings and you say you do need a little bit of a spark to get over not even really just the top 3 teams above you in the standings, but even some of the squads that are around you. I mean, we're looking at some consistency from Toronto with good back-to-back major finishes. Riyadh in their last majors looking like they're a major force. And even though Miami may be fumbling a little bit, they could pop off and have a great weekend any day of the week, it feels like.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. Any of the teams currently sitting in the top 8 can have a day. But I think if you are the Gentlemates, you're already chilling. You're sitting at 290, 4th slot, and you know you're basically guaranteed champs. All you want to do now is put yourself in that final form. So every single one of these matches is just a learning process. The best practices you can find when you make a late roster change, like you said, that's what you're quickly trying to find, because you're obviously going to end the season with this team, but you want it to be the best version of Paris by the time you get to not only your event, but when we get to champs and also EWC. That's when you truly want them to be a full cohesive unit, and it's going to take time, man. Hopefully you're able to show something here versus Riyadh, because you don't want to get 3-0.
No, you do not. Here's a look back at some of the overload success that Riyadh has been able to put together, and I'm telling you, they again continue to show that their growth is not just supplemented in one mode or another. They were flawless until they played Thieves, and that map was a 1-point score, as you see it right there. So it's been really solid. I mean, Scar has been the one place that I feel like throughout Major 3 qualifiers, they really worked on quite a bit, and it came to play at the Major, having taken down not only this Paris team, but also Optic on that map mode combo. So things are definitely trending for the Falcons. See if Paris can find a way to spark some opportunistic times to get this thing to at least to map 4.
Man, it all starts with the slaying, but you're already allowing players to stay alive in positions that will cause you issues. Actually was able to work his way through Delhi, find 1 kill to stop the EMP carrier, and has already turned into the lead blocker, but Astro takes care of him. Since you don't have any mid-map control, Falcons are holding him.
Yep, so far so good. Little battle back, Kismet in some trouble, tries a mount over towards green, not gonna work out. Fred holding at mid. I'm sure he feels a little antsy with an M15 in this position. Yeah, he will back away, has Exnid there for support. And there may be enough of a window here for Exnid to slide out, find a kill and grab, but not the case. Sib Ghosty responded. Paris have the numbers to start pushing back up.
Yeah, Falcons are just gonna stabilize, slow the game down, and try to stop this first push from coming in, because Paris have already relocated the EMP over towards plane. They find 3 kills in sync. Last line of defense is going to be Kismet. Does anyone get back to the box in time? No, you don't, so Paris get their first score.
I mean, Stellium was close. Astro scores that just before touching down, but the kill comes just a fraction too late, so Paris will strike first. Sib having a great opener, 7-2, in a position of bother here for Riyadh until Cell's able to put him down. Double hit over towards mid will also find another, so 3 dead. Ghosty will be the 4th one to drop. EMP collected. Opportunity for Riyadh to push forward, but Sib's able to find 2 with the nade, and that should slow things down, although Stellium is still moving with some aggression here, seeing if he can just beat the defense to position, but not the case.
Yeah, he's just gonna pick the EMP on that side of the map, allow you some free space off for the respawn to shut down this push from coming in, and that's what allows Kismet and Pred now to strike for 2 early kills. Now the Gentlemates slowing down their aggression over towards plane side, but Ghosty gets caught, and now Neptune has got his hands full because he has to clutch on up.
Well,
nice kill.
Neptune, that's a huge one. Follow up, that's even bigger. 4 in a row now for Neptune. Still holding on towards the Riyadh side of the map. Kismet trying to work his way out of spawn. Again, Neptune just continues. Okay, and fry. 6 in a row for Travis. Sib right behind him should present an opportunity to score a second time, but nade damage is coming through. Ghosty is held for a moment. And hold on a second. Pred, Kismet, Exnid, all moving forward. Ghosty can't get away. It will look to be a guaranteed second score behind Neptune's play. All of a sudden has Riyadh still hanging around in a 1-point game.
Yeah, not if you Kismet, you're just trying to run away with your damn life. Somebody spawn up, someone protect me, because Paris are surrounding all of this area. Fantastic frag to get the trade onto Ezreal, but there's still so much pressure around you. Falcons realistically are managing this very well, because this is a bad side for Scar. You're only down 1 and there's still 2 minutes left.
And you're starting to get some exit potential here from your spawn with room to work on. Pinch opportunity for Neptune shut down. Play over towards P2 works out for Pred. So once more, Riyadh can hold this part of the map. A couple of kills will lead to the reinforcements starting to really get some control over top red, but Sib, that first blood will have Riyadh grabbing the EMP and trying to find another route.
Yeah, I love the way that they're controlling this game, man. They know that they are on the bad side. Only being down 1 is the perfect scenario going into the second half, but Paris are not willing to give it up for free. That's going to be 3 deads right through mid Delhi, so Kismet with the AR needs to find an opening because Paris is surrounding him.
Kismet's able to get one, damage onto a second. EMP's making their way over towards B, though, so Celium's gonna have to step up, and he's able to find the EMP carrier first. Neptune able to find the trade. Can he get back in time to grab the EMP? No. So just trying to fake out the defense right there was Paris, and it doesn't quite work out. And here we go, 60 seconds on the clock. Kismet, some space to work with, but Neptune shuts down the play top green. Has to be over towards the side at red. And a couple of kills will come through. Estrel's in trouble in the corner. Knows he has to value his life. He's got Sib watching over him, and that elimination right there will allow at least enough time for the defense to come back into play. Estrel for 2. Not done yet. He's got one more in front of him, but Pred finds the kill. And this offense is still potentially cooking with Exit coming out of top green. There's a chance to just run this thing forward. Neptune is focused on the wrong part of Convoy, and that's enough for a counter score to come through. We're tied at 1.
And now the reset over towards Motel, and Falcons are still pushing you back in towards your spawn on the backside of green if you want a Gentle Maze, but thankfully you got a McLeod. Wins a one-on-one. Now already presses over towards Motel side. 20 seconds left. Paris might have an opportunity to get one score in.
Big win there. Problem is, you lose your player behind the play, so all of a sudden Neptune, your forward blocker, has to consider going back for the EMP, but he's already committed. He's on 5 in a row, 20 and 10, but can any of his teammates even get to the EMP in time? In fact, Kismet's gonna be the first one there. He backs up, but it's Neptune to finish things off for the first half on a huge streak.
Yeah, Neptune ends that round on 6 in a row. So he could potentially pick up a Hellstone very early into this next round. And this is where, you know, Neptune is in his happy place. When he gets to that flow state where he's just knowing all of his timings, hitting all the wall bounces, is insane with the movement. Yeah, that's that MVP Neptune that we saw at stage 1. But without a doubt, if you are Falcons going into this half, with all the pressure that was in your spawn, so many different goal line stops, tied at 1, you are happy as hell.
100%. And really, I think for me, it just comes down to maybe one missed opportunity where Neptune goes on that initial spree on the top side at A, and you just can't quite get Ghosty through because he's low on health, thanks to all the great nades from Riyadh off spawn. So tied at 1. Break off will allow Riyadh to actually grab the EMP pretty freely, thanks to this double stack over through red.
Is there a streak in here? Yeah,
it sure sounds like it. Yeah, that's why. Fred's, I believe, the one calling it in. Yeah, sure is. And he's gonna find one of each team. Doesn't really do too much in terms of attacking potential. So 30 seconds off the clock and we'll reset with Exit threatening a flank.
And that's already 2 deck going in favor of the Falcons. And if you are Exit, perfect timing again to get behind Ghosty. Only 2 HP. That's going to be a quick cleanup kill. And now you got Kismet in the spawn. You got Exit in the spawn. And here comes Pred getting that score in. Falcons are causing mayhem.
And on only 3, but with the score, Pred is actually 1 kill, maybe a kill and assist away from another Hellstorm. So he can just get lost back here and just rip apart this Paris setup, but he gets found out, dealt with quickly. Over to Kismet, trying to do the same thing. He's on 2 in a row.
Oh my God.
Still down over towards plain side, so the Falcons off spawn will be responsible for that, while Exnid is able to combine, and the SMGs are ripping things apart. Pred now, the forward blocker. Defense for Paris, largely doing it from behind the fence line, but Pred's able to find one. It just leaves it to the 1v1. Celium, yes, he can get through. It's a second score quickly in this second half, and Riyadh's up 2.
Yeah, it's just too much pressure, man. If you are the gentlemen, we need to start finding some kills, because when we allow SMGs to get lost, that has been our issue. 2 quick scores here from the Falcons, and already on the reset is going to be Pred. That's 2 kills going their way. Estriel responds with 2, but now you got to worry about Exit playing for spawners.
Yep, just moving the spawns around. That is maybe more important and maybe more influential than finding kills in any effect, because you just get free control.
Look at this.
Towards the EMP side of the map. Exnid will be shut down though. Over towards the battle for the EMP. Kismet is going to be joined by Celium for a small moment, but all of a sudden you've got a little bit of a full wrap coming through. Ghosty's got so much space backside 18, but Exit finds the kill quickly. Celium to the middle of the map, not able to find Neptune. Follow-up will lead to an even exchange. Sib would love to get a little bit closer towards the point. Wait, that kill may allow him to, but has he overcooked that a touch? Estrel finds the counter kill, but he doesn't have the EMP, so he can't get there. Oh, it's one of those moments that you just see Sib, and he's, you know how he is. He gets bloodthirsty, and maybe if you wait for Estrel, there's a chance to score, but instead it's Riyadh who hold the 2-held edge.
Yeah, I think if Estriel just picked up the EMP and went for that score, that could have potentially been score number 2, but he's trying to continue to be the lead blocker. Comes back to bite you, and Falcons reset the game. Now 2 minutes and 15 seconds to work with. Gentlemates open up with the double kill, but we still don't know where the last 2 players are.
Kismet just making sure this EMP stays on the ground. Wins the first battle versus Sim. Jumping off the high ground is Ghosty. Follow from Cell is good. Exton right there to assist. And it's just so many assists being tallied right now for the Riyadh Falcons. Minute 50 on the clock. Sense of urgency now in play as Paris have to find a way to get this EMP and score. Sim will get past the device, but no one can get past Pred. So mid-map control for Riyadh. Long flank on the way from and Pred is winning everything. Ghosty finally gets the shutdown, but Paris have lost all of their offensive pressure.
Yeah, you already have Kismet influencing the spawns a certain way, but he's playing a little bit too deep. Allows Neptune to pop a double to slow down his teammates. But this is ideal, because all you're doing is drawing the attention from the rest of Paris Gentleman's on this side of the map and not giving them a close spawn to instantly just grab that EMP and go through Motel. You still don't know where Kismet is, and he's still potentially going to break you down, but Ghosty with a great read gives Paris the kill advantage.
But the problem is, there it is. Again, you're just passing the baton. There's always someone behind you.
This is so annoying.
This time it's Exnid. Just continually finding individual kill after individual kill. Astro, the last hope. Potentially keep this EMP in hand. Kismet will shut that down quickly. Returning back over to mid, where now the Paris Gentlemen are finding some success to get some map control back, but are they? Holy cow. I mean, it's just as soon as you start to think that Paris has something going for him, Riyadh picks it up, cleans it up, and now we're down to 40 seconds.
Yup, and you can already see if you are the Falcons to start to work on some of these routes. Let's guarantee our kills. Ghosty's able to find 2. Sim finds a 3rd, so you could potentially run this EMP, but we're still trying to locate where the last guy is. It's going to be Pred. All he needs is 1 kill to slow down the play. In final 25 seconds, Paris gotta go.
Gotta find a way to score. Sib trying to show a bit of a fake out, maybe not, as he was leaning A, but now he's got help spawning close. There's the kill to come through. Does not quite get the EMP through. Can you get it there if you're Ghosty? No, it's Kismet to save the defensive play and put this map out of question. It's been 2 times these 2 teams have met in the last month, and it's going to be a 6-0 total map count in favor of the Riyadh Falcons. I'm telling you, they're way better than their finish at Major 3 might suggest.
Yeah, Falcons said it don't matter what roster you put together, you have no chance versus us. You answer the call in map number 1, beat them in the fundamental aspect. You play a map that you've only seen 1 time so far in the CDL, you run it back. And you get an easy win there on Sake Search and Destroy. But for a team that always finds a lot of success in Overload, the #1 slaying team going into the bad side to start off the game and ending that bad side tied at 1. You know, Falcons just waiting, foaming out the mouth for those SMGs to be whipped out over towards that opposite side and just get lost behind enemy lines. They're just way too much to handle when they are in sync, and Falcons continue to show why, without a doubt, they're top 4.
Absolutely, my friend. I mean, I'm telling you, dude, this Falcons team, I thought their series versus Optic at the Major was probably the most impressive series that someone besides Thieves put together against them. And then you go down, and wouldn't you know it, you run into a Thieves team a little bit earlier onto that lower bracket than you would have liked to. And yes, it's a 3-0, but honestly, all 3 maps are close. On the other side, and this is kind of the point as I look over to it, kind of talking about Paris, and yes, I know it's a new roster. Don't want to like get it too far ahead of ourselves, Jay, but when you look at just the spectrum of them looking at playoffs, Paris only have a winning record versus 2 teams right now in the top 8. One of them is Thieves, but the last time they played each other were Major 2 qualifiers, and Miami, who's barely even in the top 8. They have a losing record, or they're tied in series versus Toronto against the other top teams. That's a problem.
Yeah, but thankfully they won a major, so they got a little bit of a lead in those CDL points. Let's toss it back over to the Nets to see what their thoughts is on this new Paris lineup, and obviously Falcons in their form.
Yo, you guys are locked today. Excellent cast, gentlemen, but an excellent performance from the team you called. I followed along. The Falcons got the job done, and you didn't feel good about this matchup, Rosalie.
I mean,
who did you feel worse about at the end of the series?
I mean, it's not really who I feel worse about. It's just the same problems that, you know, we've already named. It's the fact that they're starting these hard points really slow. They battle themselves back into it. I've said it that in the last 5 hills of every hard point, you see the Major 1 gentleman's, and then they just don't close it out. And then you get into the S&D, same thing. Their attack is just literally awful. So for Riyadh Falcons, they look incredible right now. Their overload is still as nasty as it has been. Their S&D looks incredible on that Sake. And the fact that they didn't get caught off guard when Paris Gentlemen's fought their way back in that map #1 is fantastic if you're a Riyadh fan.
It was 4 minutes of control for the Gentlemen, and then the Falcons came storming back in this game 3. But talk to me about the team as a whole. Study keeps saying this is without a doubt a top 4 team.
Yeah.
When did you start thinking the Falcons belong in the top 4?
Well, I've been thinking Falcons have been elite, that it's been in there for a long time. You know this. I've been picking them for a while. It's just when they got to land, things would fall off. And, you know, you look at this team in Respawn, they've been unbelievable throughout the entire season. It's just been a case of, hey, can they figure out their search and destroy? And in the last 60 days, they have. They're one of the best search teams that we have, right? So well, now you can afford to lose a map. You can afford to lose that first hard point if you need to, and you can win a search and destroy, and you have more win conditions. And in this particular matchup, this is why they beat the hell out of the Gentlemates no matter who their fourth is. 3-0 on land, 3-0 here, because they're the better search team. They're a quality overload team, if not the best overload team in the game, and they have some hard points that are locked down for them, right? So there's just no win condition for a team like the Gentlemates when they go up against the Riyadh Falcons. So yeah, Falcons in a great spot. I would echo that with Jay. I'd put them right at that fourth spot, tied 4A, 4B with Toronto. But yes, they're in that discussion.
With this win, they should pass G2, I believe, in our standings for a top 6 spot.
Good for them.
And we have to welcome in our monster winner spotlight. It is Exton, a guy that I thought would be a superstar as soon as I saw you in Saudi Arabia. I thought that would just be, though, in the Saudi leagues. Exton, you are here in the CDL. You are taking over in Search and Destroy with the sniper, and you're popping off in all the respawns. How does it feel to be at the best the Falcons have been all season?
Like I feel good, like I feel great, we work hard every day, and like we show everyone like who we are, and
yeah. Exton, you know, in the player camps and after games, you've been talking a little smack. You've been putting the league on notice and the rest of the pros. Do you have a chip on your shoulder just based on how people have talked about you throughout the course of your career?
Like in the start of the season, they talk like about me, like he's nervous, he's everything. Like Falcon, get me like the roster what I want. Like they get me MC, Bulldog, AG. Like now I can show them like who I am. You know, like
yeah.
This is the game. Like 4v4, not like 1v4. You know, like we play together. Like and everyone now like do his job. And like yeah, now everyone like show who I am, you know?
Yeah, I mean, you're playing with the team and you're putting down numbers, man. Congrats.
For sure. And off the back of that, you've become the main sniper for this team, which is just adds on to the accolades and kind of your story. Talk to me about what it feels like when you do hit those snipes in those big matches and those big moments now. Like, is it just a huge confidence boost? What has that been like for you taking on that role?
Like I said, like to my team, like when Major 2 start, like Qualifier, like I want to snipe.
Yeah.
And they say like, no, like we didn't see you like snipe, and I told them like trust me, like I was like play sniper before. Then like my coach Metcalf, like Cindy, like he told Clayster, and Clayster agree with them, and they give me the role like sniper. And they use my sniper, like and they feel good. Like when my teammate trusts me when I use the sniper, like I will do everything to them, you know.
Yeah, I imagine that feeling is like nothing else in the world when you hit some of those shots.
Exton, can I ask you one final question? What is your favorite game type? Do you like hardpoint, overload, or search and destroy right now?
I will say now overload. I think overload.
Awesome. Well, you're looking good in it. Congrats on a clean 3-0 tonight.
Thank you.
That is Exton, and that is the Falcons with our first win of the day. Where does that put the Falcons in our overall season standings? Well, they opened up the week on the border. They were tied 7th, 8th there with the Heretics. Now they will jump over G2 to the left side of our screen, just underneath Koi. And I have a feeling they are not done with the climb, Allie. Soon it'll be Koi, then it could be Gentlemen.
It could be. They're already winning that head-to-head now, and the way Toronto Koi looked yesterday, definitely some opportunity.
When we come back, 10 more points will be dished out. We got 2 more games to go. Heretics looking for a win after a rough day number 1, but it's Optic in their way. Yikes. He's showing the tweet.
It's like I'm waking up again on this map right now. I'm not even trying. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
I feel that. COD Champs tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams lock in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to phasevegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Brought to you by America's Navy and the special operators who work in the shadows.
Let's find out who's built for the big save.
Heretics ready to dive in. Thanks, Tim. 4 in Snoopy. Come on, wants them all. But Hydra with the switch impossible. He's making top room. So damn happy. It's Sykes. Down a bruiser. Dominance on the grandest stage.
¡Vamos, Oscar! ¡Vamos!
No, it's all down to Sim. It's a 1v4, and it's soon to be. Hold on. A minute. He's managed to make a meal of it. 20 seconds on the clock. Forward we go.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Lucky. Oh my god. It's oh my god.
Sim.
Oh, he doesn't know he's in the van.
Can he do it?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
It's from the Sim, man.
I cannot believe the phenom.
Oh my god. Nasty
Oh my god. That is top 10 maybe of all time.
Round.
It's like both sides. Watch out, he might be ironing you.
I think he's looking for you.
He is. Low boat.
Nice! Oh my god. Good map, Ken. Holy god. He just took us home. Took us home.
Oh my god.
Bro, I
That's
can...
No way.
Oh man. Oh my god, I should have.
Joe, bro, yet she should have
thought he won that. I actually thought.
Backwards. 2 in the mix, and Nero's gonna get.
Go!
Go! Send it! Go!
Holy
I mean, those.
Oh, hold on. They're actually making plays.
Wait, there's only one guy.
He took them.
Wait, they got it.
Get it, bro.
What the f?
What are they doing?
What the f is Carolina doing?
Bro.
According to the mathematicians in Vegas, this match is done before it even started. 3-0 is the series record between Optic Texas and Miami Heretics. Now, when it comes to hard points, Heretics lead 3 maps to 2, but they're winless in Search and Destroy and Overloads on the season. Overall, though, Allie, it's 1.03 KD to 0.97. Not a huge parity between these two teams. Why has it always been Optic on top?
Because Optic's just been handing everybody else except for when they're left in that grand final. I mean, they're just the best team in the game. I mean, that really is. These are probably the top 2 teams that set pace right now in this game. And for Miami, it's been a snowball and a downward trend. So for them, it's kind of like just wondering where they put their foot off the gas.
They look good in the respawns yesterday, but Miami could not close out their Search and Destroys. Let's take a look at our rosters here and break down our squads, starting with the team that also has not been able to finish their meal, but only at Champs Grand Finals. Sorry, at major Grand Finals, I should say. They've got the rings when it comes to champs, and they are champions in their own right, and they have more than double the pro points of their opponent in this match.
Yeah, this team's absurd. I mean, you just said it there on the graphics. Like, even if they're losing hard points, they're going to win their Search and Destroys and their Overloads. I would say recently, Overload last 60 days, 8-7, so some room to improve there and get even better. But yeah, for Optic, it's a regular season online match. They have been unbelievable in these moments. It's all about just adding more maps to the pool, and we're going to get double Haciendas in this series if we go the distance, which we saw, I think, last time in the map pool for them. So that could be huge for Optic.
10-1 in May. I thought 8-2 for the Falcons was ridiculous. Optic is the hottest team in the game right now.
And they already kind of beat Miami up recently in the last, 3 or 4 matches Miami has had. Texas is one of them, so they already are handing that L. But after that, I mean, Miami's lost to Mates, they've lost to Riyadh, and they were top 2 in S&D, but right now they don't really have a map pool in S&D other than Raid, which they will get in this series, which is good. Problem is, Optic Texas also love Raid S&D.
Now, on a macro level, I think Optic are the clear favorites, but at the start of the day,
yesterday, you said in our Stocks Down segment that Mercules has been a little off his game. What do you want to see today from the second-year stud?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the MVP race, I think he's probably fallen out of the top 2 there. But I want to see his overload get back to where it was to start the season. I think at the last split and in the last major, not a great major from him in that game mode. And I talked about their record, 8-7 there. That's where they can improve and really become dominant at all 3.
Keep your eyes on Mercules today as he takes on these Heretics. It's a 4-man squad representing Spain and, of course, the city of Miami. You've got Rancor, a star AR. He was once in Ant's top 10, one of the top 6 performers, I believe. Super has always been a rock star in Search and Destroy, and Metals has had pop-off games just 2 weeks ago. Maybe 4 weeks ago officially, Trakes was at the top of our Rookie of the Year list. Where has this team fallen off? How do you get back on track?
Well, they've just fallen off on the sense of they haven't accomplished anything on land so far, which is just weird in general. And now they're coming off that Game 5 loss against Riyadh Falcons. On top of that, like I said, they lost to Mates. They're on a 3L spree in Search and Destroy. So it's, like I said, foot is off the gas right now for this team. I feel like I haven't talked about a super snipe in a while, and that kind of feels weird. And also for Miami, the positive note is it was a Game 5 versus Falcons, who we just saw. Their respawn looks incredible right now. Miami Heretics was able to take maps 1 and 4 in that series, so their hard point looks like it might be on point. It's just the problem is you're going up against the best team in the game. So good luck.
They're both incredible online, and that's where we are playing this best of 5 tonight. Let's take a look at your maps and modes as it's a double dose of hard point of Scar and Hacienda. Hacienda will also be in for a Game 5 if we get that far. Is that a boon to the Heretics, knowing that they were comfortable last season?
That's their capital, bro. Like, they should be good there. Unfortunately for them, though, I think Optic also like Hasi. But yeah, this is just like one of those series. Ali pointed out, like, Raid is the best search for Miami. Optic like as well. They're comfortable squaring. And then the Scar hardpoint, you know, Miami would like to continue to get those in series because their hardpoint map pool, not great. Gridlock, they just don't like. You see them vetoing it again. And then Sake, they're 1-7 on, which looks like was available here, but Optic don't even pick it. They're just comfortable saying, hey, we'll play Scar.
I think the most glaring thing about Miami right now is their overload is horrible. They've only won 3 in the last 10, and so for them, they can basically sign off that exposure because not only are you not good at the game mode, that's going to be Optic Texas, one of their favorite maps in their game modes, and they're the #1 overload team in the game right now. It's 3 odds. So it's hard. This is a hard.
Will you give me 3 points if I pick the Heretics and they upset Optic today?
Yes.
Why did you just say yes to that?
Because look how far behind I am. I haven't even broken 100 yet.
Oh,
3 points for a Heretics win.
Right,
I'll give you 1.5.
No, I would give you 3.
I'm going Heretics. I'm going Heretics. There's only one way to catch up.
How far? If I pick Heretics, do I get 3 points?
You get 1.5.
You get 1.5?
1.5? The 0.5 does
negative
nothing
points
for me.
if you don't pick
0.5
Optic.
literally does not give me. I'm going Optic.
Optic.
Same. Optic.
They're going with math and science. I believe it's Spain. Let's go. Heretics, Optic, best of 5. It's kicking off on Scar with these 2 beautiful casters.
Thank you so much. Well, let's find out how this one falls down. It does seem that everybody is favoring Optic Texas for this one, Chance, and for very good reason. They are pretty much the #1 team for most people in this game at the moment.
And they have been the entire year, so absolutely no reason to doubt them. On the flip side, for Miami Heretics, been a strong team all year, certainly online as well, but you know, some recent struggles. I think especially so for S&D, a team that typically has thrived in that game mode. Well, got beat down just a little bit yesterday, so I know they're going to be hungry, thirsty to try to get back in the mix. And of course, maybe, you know, if you're an optimist, Bryce, which I know you absolutely are, no better team to bring your A game against than Optic. You know they're going to play a good game. If you can take them down, you can quite literally win tournaments. They are the ultimate benchmark team we have in the league.
They certainly are. Well, I mean, here's the thing. You want optimism about this game. Yes, Optic are widely considered the very best team. Only a grand final has evaded them all year. The turnarounds always happen, and games can go both ways. I did say before, I think Heretics can usually play most teams pretty well. Whether or not that will happen again here remains to be seen as everybody piles into the P1.
I'm ahead. First kill as well. Mercules strikes in well. Optic strike in fell fashion. Super last man standing, and might be something I say a decent amount, but Optic at least clean house, and you see the AR is just backing everybody down. Optic currently doing this from the more difficult side.
Just A little bit of soaking, just trying to get this one as well, but already shots out towards the back, and he's taking him prisoner. Looking for a second one there. Super, the hip fire, easy peasy. Shotsy for 2. And P2 is also up to grabs here. This is not a great start for the Heretics.
And what a toxic way to I mean, just to extend it as long as possible. Rancor just does not get to play the game for 15 seconds and just now spawns in over towards P5. So, yep, that would be hostage number 1. And on P1, Optic, good success. 20-point lead. They won the rotation.
A bit of a fight, though, coming through here. And, well, you can say that, but Miami Heretics back onto the point. And this is certainly a good start for Optic, but a good start does not mean a good ending. They will have to continue to fight against Heretics, who are currently in control. Shotsy up and down he falls. The Heretics holding so far.
Gonna get a hold as well. I mean, you don't have any trophies on P2, at least not at the start of the game, so Optic unable to use their nades and tacs to eliminate these players. Maybe the guns, though, gonna get the job done. Shotsy, well, frontline man has Hook to work with. The damage is good, but the kills are not. In the meantime, how about that for Metals? That is a 6 spree, exactly when his team needs them. I feel like Metals always the guy to be stepping up to the plate.
Stay alive here for as long as he can do. Just keep milking it as well, but not a bad rotation coming in. Shotsy, though, finding 2, opens it up. Rancor will find the one he needs to at least keep this a little bit competitive. Unfortunately, he's massively outnumbered. No one for Rancor. Metals calling this one straight in as well. They're going to try and get this P2 to P3 bounce.
I mean, we're going for the snowball effect. Who gonna die in time? Eventually, there you go. And Heretics, well, good execution off the back of it. You get towards the plane heady. Rancor, though, really concerned about blocking those P5 spawns, so they don't exactly have pressure. Super now left more or less alone on the time, but hey, if you're winning the gunfights, nothing else matters.
Eventually, a little bit of life there for Optic Texas, trying to get back into this point, but you've got to congratulate Miami Heretics. They've turned this around from the P1 completely. They should be in a good position to pretty much grab the rest of this time. But Optic, it will be a case of P4, but I say that as they manage to get 3 into the feed. Drakes will get 1, not going to get the second, and Optic will steal that time away from them, and now it's all about the rotation.
And if you're, worried about the rotation, you're happy if you're Optic. You might be down by 20, but you've already dealt with the Hellstorm, and you dealt with a good Hellstorm on P3 as well. So a difficult task set before them. Handling business. Drake's the frontline man taken down, and the remaining Heretics players just far and away disconnected from each other out of the picture. So far, this is great soakage on P4.
Trying to break through eventually. The Heretics got bodies in. They go for it. Shots is going to go down as well. That's 2 more into the feed. Hugh staying alive. Last one here for Optic in a good position. Just going to try and make some kills. They'll allow his teammates to reinforce and flood through. He finds the first. He's out the window. He's now out towards the back. Hugh running around with Shotsy, and this caused chaos. And they've allowed them to get back in.
And that's almost a confusing moment. The man just saw every section of the real estate back blue. In spite of that chaos, well, somehow Optic deliver at least a nearly tied up game. And if you're thinking about the rotation, well, Trakes had the idea in the back of his head. Hook, though, well, introduced a bullet to it. So Optic down by 10, but another rotation 1.
Mercury's, though, just cutting off this, and see Miami Heretics already looking again, but for Optic in a great position. The Heretics, they can't even see the point yet. They're just trying to find their way through what is a roaming Mercules. There's the first domino. There's the second. There's the third. And Heretics will break in.
Yeah, shout out to the main AR of Miami Heretics, Trakes, getting it done. 2 kills there from the plane heady to open this bad boy up, but Hook, of course, wants to take it right back from you, so it's a good break. All for 5 seconds. The green wall, well, right back inside the time. Hook, every gun for the job. I think if we've learned anything from Hook so far this map, he is just extremely difficult to kill and extremely difficult to track. And I think Optic right now, managing the chaos, their comms, got to be on point.
Well, this is where we get to see how does this go after this. If you cast your minds back, P1 was all about Optic. P2 and P3 was more about Miami Heretics. But now there's a little bit of a lead here for Optic Texas. So, Chance, you called it. Let's find out how they are feeling with a listen in.
Yo, what's up?
Arjun.
Arjun, one shot, chop.
Dead. One shot.
You think we make a problem?
Yeah,
Make a quick right. I saw him go right. I saw one go right.
I'll help you on the right.
I have left, boys.
I heart stun him.
Super tricks are here. Super's
yeah, help on that.
I got one shot super.
Nothing else left. I agree.
One shot super on there.
Do the weak pick.
Yo, we flip. They're gonna spawn blue.
Yeah, white wall. On time. Chowder said that.
What's up?
No. They all flipped though.
What's up with me?
One mod is one wood.
One more low wood, right core. A search side.
I'm dead. One guy was white wall.
Yeah, he's blue somewhere. Super.
What steps?
Yeah, I spawned back right.
White wall tricks weak.
Try to get to them.
Yeah.
I'm leaving this old. I'm just going now.
Low hill, 2 low hill.
Me too, I'm here.
2 low hill. One's close left.
Close
left dead.
He hopped up top.
Top blue.
Battle's low. One shot low. Last two other side. Close up, one shot.
I got naded. There's 2 low.
Are we chowing this or no?
Yeah. Buffered. Top record. Top wood.
Close up. Chowing and close right. Chowing. There. Yo, flying through.
Yeah, he's our top wood. I started going back to time. Go back to time.
Yeah, 2 on time. He's our close left time. We're on shop. He's gonna pinch or go left.
Low gen on top.
And behind me. The kid on Gen is so weak. He's behind the Gen. One guy's top blue.
Stun Gen. He's still Gen. I stunned him. He no flag. I naded Gen. He went close left.
We're topping up on the other side. Yo, there's close
left weak and close left weak. Another one time.
Super, one shot. Nice.
There's gonna be one more there.
Let's go there. Just put it.
Okay.
Wood box, wood box.
He's all
Well, back and forth they go. Very serious, but very flowy there from Optic Texas. But it really has been a P2 for Heretics both times so far. P3, though, looking a little bit stronger here for Optic.
Yeah, of course, no Hellstorm this time for Metals, so Optic win the first 2 gunfights, get everybody in the right position. Do have to deal with the pinch. Metals up top. Well, Mercury's going to get ready to meet him, so, well, everything is now stable. 2-2 split. It is the battle for the plane head. He trakes there first, and Mercury's rips his head off.
Both teams now trying to get those reinforcements through to get to that heady first, essentially, but it will be Shotzi who wins that foot race. And now, if you've ever played this map, this is a horrible position to be in. Heretics can't push too aggressively. They want to keep the spawns here as well, but it is a lot of time to give up. And Optic said, hey, what if you get nothing and spawn out?
Yeah, you have to win the first gunfight on that engagement. Once you lose the first, well, it's a cascading effort. Now that you're just trying to hunt down Rancor, this is exactly the tip, pair that you want to go and hunt him down as well. So, Shotzi secures you the spawns. Optic 10-second lead, but again, at least on the rotation front, Optic have just been on point this map.
And it's the fundamentals that everybody kind of burns into their brains here, but the problem is all the gunfights that they need are slowly slipping towards Optic Texas. Still a 20-point game though. Hugh looking for him as well. Can't quite catch Super. Trying to look for him at the same time. Eventually will do. Hugh looking for 2. No, there's going to be a third here. Doesn't matter. Out the window, round the houses. Not going to get Trakes before he can do any more damage.
Look at this foot race as well. Everybody spawning out. Nice parallels rolling through. Trakes up top. Giving you the extra work. By the looks of it, Heretics have the extra kills, extra bodies, and Super locks down those spawns in the back. Still, though, Optic, you just see the pressure that they are bringing. This is relentless. Constantly through the front door, constantly flooding through the steps. Heretics, it's a good hill overall, considering they had to break. And all of these sort of breaking efforts, it's just to keep it close. It is still just a 10-point game between these 2 teams. But Optic, again, it has been the theme. They have won the rotation again.
And for Optic, all they're going to do is hold fast for a little bit here, and this might put this game out of contention. They now have the lead. They're looking towards 200 points. Miami Heretics slowly, surely clawing their way up this map with kills. Hugh now waiting for Rancor as well. He's going to see him. Going to be calling that out to the teammate. They're holding the back spawn. Trade still going down, but it's going to be Heretics that break in the door first.
They got the time, but they don't have the positioning. Optic's reinforcements are going to be very, very quick, and even some weird parallels rolling through. So Optic do eventually secure the time. A little bit more of a tight setup now around P5, but with a 20-point lead, I mean, this is right now the mountain that Heretics have to climb. An uphill battle. It's been the theme the entire scar.
A little bit of scrap time there for him at the same time, and that will be a wipe here. 9 seconds of scrap time available. They will be hitting this back spawn as well, so Trake's probably not long for this. Well, finds the first, not going to be the second. Too many guns against him here, but now it's horizontal for Heretics. They're going to try and keep them away from this half of the map if they can, but they're not winning the gunfights.
Unsuccessful. Trake's gets taken down as well, overwhelmed. So now Heretics going to be fighting through the white wall. They don't have any power positions covered, and Shotzi already going to be in back blue. I mean, the man can take another hostage if he wants.
So he's staying alive, and well, it will be Shotzi who catches him, but not a hostage this time around. But Shotzi finds two. Medals gunned with the pistol. And this is still a very close game, but for Optic, you are sitting a little bit better position-wise going into this one. If they soak up any time at all, it's going to force Miami Heretics to react. But right now, all good for Optic. They've just got to be careful here. They can't win it, so it will be a P2 race.
Well, this is great Soakers as well. On P1, and they get 3 kills, and Trakes is now forced to go on the pinch. That is so much time you are giving away on P1, and the routes to get to the new time are not easy to get through. Green wall is going to be strong, but the green wall also wiped off of the board. Now it is the singular hill where Heretics have had the most success. Well, they need it here on P2 to try to win the game.
Optic would have to really throw this one away to lose it on this hill. It is possible here for Heretics, but you know they're going to be flying bodies in. You know they're going to be trying to get at least a bit of a contest play going over the top as well. It's Shotzi, of course it is, trying to hit the flank, and he's broken them open this time. Miami Heretics, 2 great P2s, but the last one that they need is not good enough. And that is a break from Optic Texas, and that should be game. They have put this one to bed.
And a nice call and calculation there by Shotzi as well. P2 has been the issue. He found his way through. Little hop, skip, and a jump top red just to, well, kill the next guy in line, isolate the guy on time, put his head on a swivel, and overwhelm them with the chaos. I mean, Heretics ultimately fought extremely well in that Scar, considering they had to play the break game. That, of course, is a game that is very difficult to play. So ultimately, clean and confident win there from Optic. Nice little 50-point bump there on the Scar.
It is an interesting one. The question is going to be, what if the rotations were a little bit better for Heretics at some point of that game? I mean, bit of fight all the way through. You take that scrap time, you bring the difference, you get into it down over and over again. I mean, talk about super 38 and 32, but 5,371 damage chance.
Yeah, and sort of like inverted scoreboards almost as well, where you have on the side of Optic Texas, the guys with the most time had the least kills because their Slayer's doing an efficient job. Heretics on the flip side, the guy with the most time had the least kills, and Metals had to fight a war that entire game. He was especially that standout player on the first P2 that got them 40 seconds, got him in the lead, opened up the door for these guys to have success on P3 as well. But I just think the, remaining cast a bit out of the play from time to time.
And this is what I said before we come into this game, Chance. Miami Heretics, they can give a good game to anyone. There are opportunities in abundance. Makes you question. I mean, this team obviously not having a great run of recent for the standards that they kind of set for themselves. Winning up against the #1 team to bring it as close as you can with a potential, at least, to try and do maybe a bit of an upset on that hard point. It does bode slightly well for them, but Optic Texas are just a mountain too big to scale.
Yeah, that is the optimism in you there, Bryce. Always looking at the brighter side of life. We can appreciate that, but I think Heretics just know a map loss is a map loss. Doesn't matter by an inch, a mile, 1.50. Well, now you're down 0-1 against Optic. And going into a search and destroy, I mean, typically for Heretics, they'd be happy for it, but Shotzi's making plays like this, breaking you down, AR, SMG, doesn't matter. I think they're going to be in for a very difficult time.
Yeah, well, you want to talk about difficult times. Moving forward into this one, Heretics have not had a great reign against Optic in the next 2 game modes. The hard point, it has been not too bad for them. But the next 2 haven't been fantastic, and for Optic, it is a case again of they are looking to go further. They haven't had that championship either yet, so they are still very, very hungry, Chance, and anybody who comes against them is going to feel that.
Yes, absolutely. And again, bringing their A game on this first Scar. I mean, very fundamentally sound Optic was. Good plays through and through. When you needed them to flip the spawns on the P3, working together as a unit. Just a very well orchestrated effort, which you'd expect on a map that's been in rotation all year, just as Raid has been. Maybe the fun portion of the series are the maps 4 and 5 should we get there. If I'm thinking Raid S&D, I know Optic have really enjoyed playing this map this year, and very interesting to sort of see the style Heretics are going to play as well. I think lately the sort of system they've had in Search and Destroy, SMGs have very much just been on their own. Even in these like crucial round 11 types moment, Heretics are not really putting the emphasis on the teamwork. I think Raid is a map where you need the teamwork to be on point. So it'll be fun to see the approach Miami are going to take.
Well, it will be. I mean, it's always the case here when we talk about teams. It's always improvements over time. That's what you're expecting in these. We are heading towards the end of the season, so you should be playing with a lot less mistakes than you were at the start. But for some of these teams, it's still a journey and a battle to get that one done here. Maybe they have just got the adjustments they need to as well. But while we're talking about Heretics, look on the other side. So far, against Miami this season, these two have been absolute terrors.
Dominant as well. I mean, Miami Heretics Search and Destroy throughout this year has been very solid, very strong in that sort of like top 4 territory. From Hercules to throw up a 1.8. Absolutely nutty stuff rolling through. So Optic absolutely playing with a ton of confidence. And again, on the flip side for Heretics, gotten beat down on some of these more recent S&D maps, but they're playing the fringes, they're playing the sakes, getting the new repetitions on the new maps. Raid maybe should be old faithful for the team. Maybe unfortunately for the Heretics, well, the quad stacked around bomb site. Optic straight over towards B.
Oh, and it's a gentle stroll through the pool area. And that's a lot of space already being taken. Bomb will go down here, and Heretics might not expect there to be everybody through, but Minerals finds Shotzi first, and well, they've got straight into it. This has not worked out at all. The playbook has been ripped apart at 2 versus 4 now. Mercury's coming back to help out his team. They don't know he's here. There's one. There's not going to be 2. It's a 1 versus 3. Dashi, he clutches up a 4, but a swing and a miss. And it will be Heretics with first blood.
And great teamwork as well. I think Optic, as you pointed out, 0 time wasted, taking a ton of space, moving towards basketball, second guy in line, hopping up towards money window. Who does get sort of isolated and left alone on bomb. I think Optic may be hoping that Heretics just not going to be quick to the draw. Every single player on Miami there for the retake at the right time. The teamwork you are looking for if you're a Heretics fan.
Gotta give them credit. I mean, they didn't hesitate on that retake at all. They just went in. Here comes a push from them this time. Miami Heretics looking over towards A. It's only Mercules who will be first in this fight, and a little bit of information gained, but mid-control for Optic Texas. Three versus 3. Compressed here, Heretics, no bomb. Worried about the smoke as well.
Just waiting for the information. Shotzi getting creepy with it. Hook unknown. 50 seconds to play with Heretics in absolutely no rush. You just don't want to get caught in super. He's playing a dangerous game.
Slithery, sneaky. Shotzi. Shotzi! Oh, he's looking for the third, but he's got reinforcements. Shotzi has absolutely blown Miami Heretics out of the water here with a single play. Now Medals will have to have his own magic. Looking for it, nothing there. For the right player, already going to be enough, and that is unbelievable.
Unlucky there. And Medals also no ninja on that class, so that approach was very loud. Easy work for Hook. Yeah, knew exactly where to look. So I think Medals very happy to be the frontline man, but you can't even criticize the teamwork as well. Super is here for the trades. Problem is, Shotzi and Hook again working together. You see Shotzi makes his move, and Hook ringing out the shots top ring. So Shotzi only needs to connect with 2 bullets there. Sneaky plays, crediting it up, instincts on point, and the teamwork for Optic even better.
You can never predict him. Actually, I was going to call that one out. They've both gone above him. Is this a call now for a wrap here? He's already got a little bit of information that the players have already pushed into A. Optic a little bit slow, maybe expecting more pressure chance.
Well, ready for it. I mean, this is a diabolical crossfire being set up, and they're actually trying to retake ring. Doing it through the front is not an easy thing. Shotzzy already tagged up. A difficult thing to force this issue, but you see the pressure. And in the meantime, Trakes has had to have called out, I'm shooting players on this side of the map, and instead Trakes gets abandoned. Free first blood there from Shotzzy. His teammates nowhere to be found.
As he breaks through, Mercury's we're calling this one out as well. He's just in 2. Trying to get back into it. Protection around ring. Bomb will go down. Still got the advantage here. Optic Texas trying to get out of this one. And Mercury, 21 health. Dash is now in a little bit of trouble as well. Trying to get out. Somehow, Miami Heretics have not found the kills on this side of the map here. Dashi back into alive. But Rencor kills Metal. Dashi kills Rencor. And another one falls. And sometimes the luck is not on your side. And that is very much a case of it.
Not ideal at all. I mean, I suppose Trakes in that situation, I mean, listen, I don't know what the comms are, don't speak Spanish, but that is just a player that cannot die in that situation. And of course, from Trakes' point of view, he's called out, hey, there's like 2 of them back driveway, 1 guy's in art, like he's trying to back down and go top ring, but Optic just too quick with it. And on the flip side, well, teamwork's been just a splash of an issue for the Heretics. Well, team kill never feels good.
The bad luck just kept on compiling. Here's an aggressive push, though. They're through A to mid, so they've taken mid control. A little bit of pressure going on to Rencor as well. He's going to lose it against Shotzzy. Metal gets back to 3 versus 3. And now Dashi also backs off.
Well, Heretics have Kitchen. There's just no bomb site in Kitchen. Mercules in the corner plays it perfectly. Ready to meet him.
Learn from Shotzzy. Finds his first. That's probably good enough to slow down this push for a bit. Dashi now going to try and get into a position. Here comes a fight. Dashi almost had him as well. This last player is trying to get away. It's Trakes. Nobody feeling secure. Shotzzy went for a little bit of a investigate. Trakes managed to get out of there. Now Dashi's looking for it. Looking for it. Super gets the better of him there, though, Chance, and Shotzzy in a 1 versus 2.
Unreal child, but if you can shoot like Dashi, why not? And now they have the intel on Shotzzy working together. Everybody's got the cross, and Shotzzy tattered and tagged up along the way. Everywhere he goes, he is met with metal. And they're looking good on this. Chow, Shotzzy, though, can't get him out.
Dive, dodge, Shotzzy. There's one. He's on a 5 streak. He's looking for that second player. There he is. He's in the open. Shotzzy gets taken down by Super. Dreams denied. Round to Heretics.
Yeah, whatever comm shots he's getting from his teammates, probably the supreme gas. I mean, both Super and Trakes there shoot him multiple times, have him trapped, and he is just impossible to contain. Super, though, clean shots rolling through, left to 5 HP, but take Shotzzy down, and I think Super's going to be 1 HP again. Yeah, 34 there left, so a lot of damage absorbed in that round by Super. Good enough to get the job done.
I mean, the way he almost made that is ridiculous.
Yes, it is.
They talk about the movement from Shotzzy. There was the example of it. Just not an easy kill, even a 2 versus 1. And here he goes again. Aggressive. And slick with it. So this bomb is going down fast here. They're going for laundry control. Already a backup here from Optic Texas. Faster from Heretics are getting into it. An isolated Dashi potentially. A lot of rounds here as well. Mercury's going to try and hold this one for as long as possible. Waiting for reinforcement of the teammates. That's a huge kill made by Mercules. More pressure coming through from the Heretics. They're trying to get it. Mercules for the second, not the third though. 2 versus 2, 1 versus 2. Rancor last alone and left out to dry.
Oh, he's just going to get shot right in the side. Hook there to hound him. And Optic, even in the 3v4, able to deliver. I think we saw, what, a lot of dance moves from Hook on the first map, Scar, of just how many times has he left 1 HP. Well, maybe, you know, Mercules is learning some of these cruddy corners from Shotzzy. Now he's learning how to stay alive from Hook. Just impossible to kill, apparently. And again, great dance moves down low. Nice teammate support. The team chows there after the fact. I don't know how Mercules does it, but he does it once again.
It is unbelievable just how they keep managing to make themselves almost have 200 health in every single gunfight. But speaking of which, Hugh will need this again. He is alone. Heretics running forward as well as Trakes manages to find him. Advantage here to Heretics, Chance.
Yeah, great stun checks. Mercules, though, very quick to get near the bomb, so no plan just yet. All of Optic, by the way, swarming in here together. The stuns continue to be a dagger, but either way, it's a 2v2, and, well, the guy up top doesn't have his teammate Super. While all the actions at B, he's taking the world pour through the middle of the map. Out of the picture, out of the play.
Big kill as well there by Super. Brings it back to a 1v1, but that one is Shotzi. I think he saw him as well. Does Shotzi swing out and chow this? He goes for a bit of a shoulder. Goes out of it as well, but he catches him before he can do any more. This time, Super picked exactly what would happen.
Yeah, if you're not there for the initial team fight, got to be able to clutch, and Super's S&D on point for that exact reason. Great shots to rip the first guy, and, I mean, honestly, great timing just to make sure you catch Shotzi going in towards Tiki. So you see Shotzi maybe a little bit confused, confuddled, confounded by the situation, but downloading the data, trying to bring that into the next round.
Well, the adjustments will continue, but Optic Texas have been pretty aggressive most of the time here. We're taking it, but it will be Heretics for a huge hit onto A. A slower roll here from Optic Texas. Maybe some mid-control. Hugh first in.
Yeah, with the bomb as well. Keep that in the back of your mind. Stuns continue to be on point for Heretics, so they got the information.
They've not even checked this corner, and Hugh can only find one, but it will be a trade all across the board. But Mercules gets it in the end. And everything just went into a gunfight in half a second.
Yep, and again, this is like a teamwork sequence as well. Everybody on Optic sort of in the funnel position, ready for the trades. Everybody swarms as soon as those first bullets start to ring out. And I think Rancor just having a very difficult time playing against Optic right now. Still sitting on a donut, I believe, and just looking the wrong direction. Everybody in Optic, again, it's a long-term map we've had. Been in the rotation all year, been in the rotation multiple years as well. They're on form as Rancor, again, looking to find his first.
Bit of information coming out. Nade over. Actually trying to stay alive with Shotzi here. Heretics not putting the pressure on quite yet, but they have got a 3-stack over here. They're also checking the flank, which is always a good idea against Optic Texas. Super just getting a bit of bad timing, losing out against Mercules. Super sneaky. We'll find the second as well there, Chance, and looking for the third. He's going to fly out the window, just goes for it. Another kill going in here. Mercules with the pistol won't get it. Metals brings that one home. 2 versus 2. 2 versus 1. Oh, Shotzi just cannot get out of there in time, Chance.
And credit to Metals as well for that one. Nice little 2-piece. I think Heretics have maybe had 2 rounds now where the smoke's on point enough to cause the confusion to wins the gunfight at close range. And Metals not just good for 2, good for the final one as well. And great communication for the Heretics players as well. Jumping back and forth, double chowing everything together. Optic absolutely had the setup on the minimap to make the play, but Metals just catches them.
4-4. Optic again, potentially looking for some control over towards middle. Actually watches over here, but this is aggressive. Miami Heretics have put bodies deep here. They're trying to squeeze this one out. Rancor needs to reinforce. Get into the fight, Rancor. Advantage Heretics. Breaks through the door. Goes down to a 2 versus 2. Maybe a little bit too aggressive here. Oh, it's a 1 versus 2 for Rancor. 0 and 8. This is your chance to shine. And you haven't. Shotzi finds him easily enough. 5-4 Optic Texas chance.
Yeah, I mean, this is discomfort on the side of Heretics, or at least for the AR players. I mean, they had the 3v2. They had everybody grouped up together, but just different philosophies, I think, amongst these players. Trakes hits the absolute go button, sliding out the driveway to try to catch these players, but he slides into a pre-aim. Neither one of his teammates really there for the trades. Super ends up getting isolated on a gunfight over towards Zig. A situation where everybody's just near each other, but they can't quite figure out what they want to do together. So Optic, well, round away from being up 2-0 in the series.
Huge push from Heretics. They've decided mid or nothing. Renkor's already found one potentially, but it is a 3 versus 3. Renkor finds one more. Advantage here to Heretics. And he knows where Shotzi is. He's already caught out. Now a 1 versus 3, and they catch him. That little bit of information allowed Renkor to make that move, and, well, it gave him the round chance.
That's gorgeous. Classic Miami style as well. 4-man hit through the middle of the map. Forced the issue there with the teamwork. And get enough trigger discipline for Renkor that Shotzi walks back into a situation, thinks he's undetected, thinks he has the timing, but Renkor had him dialed in the entire way. He struggled in this game, but pros always say once you get the first one in Search and Destroy, it helps so much, and Renkor needed that because here we go into the round 11.
Everybody hold on. Aggressive for Optic. Looking for a bit of a control. The rest of them holding back here. Supi has the sniper out. Almost catches them. Shotzi out towards middle here. The one thing that Miami Heretics do not have is map control yet.
Well, leaning towards B though, so Super plenty of time to work on this island. Meanwhile, his teammates near the B bomb site. Drakes makes it, but he's tagged up a one shot, and this is your bomb guy. Has to stay alive. This is going to torch so much time.
Come Shotzi. We know he's going to go for a little bit of a chat at some point. Looking for the first one. Hugh gets medals though. Shotzi still holding stairs here. Miami Heretics have nowhere to go, and there's 3 of them all lined up. Still back off. Time burning. Bullets thrown, and Heretics a little bit scared. They're going to go for the rotate. Hugh is going to call this one as well. Information gained. Optic will now swing into action. 22 seconds left. This will all end very, very quickly. Heretics still in spawn. They've got nowhere to go, Chance.
And they're going towards B, and Mercury's here just getting the intel. Well, there's the shoulder, there's the drop, there's the miss snipe. Now you're forced to plant, but the swarm is in, and Optic slam you in the round 11. S&D wins championships, and hey, they got it done there in the map too, as clutch as you need them to be.
Well, we've been talking about the heat dome over Europe because Miami Heretics have no ice. This has just not been their time. That was a very slow burn from them, and if anything, they kept giving up more and more ground chance. Around 11 that just did not pay out at all.
Yes, and if you're doing the tally, that would be 8 first bloods there for the Optic camp. Of course, it does go all the way to around 11, so typical for Super. 1v2 clutch he was able to get. Metals had a bailout moment, picking up a 2-piece in round where Optic were swarming everywhere on the map, but in spite of the heroic efforts, ultimately just a clean game coming through for Optic. Everybody out there doing their job.
A very close S&D, and if anything, it was a little bit weird. I mean, you felt like a lot of times Optic had the opportunities to make it happen. I mean, Renkor was 0-9 until round 10, so it's a very difficult one to kind of pull up the highlights for both teams, but Optic do get it done, and probably the best opportunities for Miami Heretics to get a round away from them. It's an interesting series for them so far, Chance. I think there are positives to take away, but certainly a lot of VOD review as well.
Yeah, I mean, Heretics still need to figure out their philosophical differences, in the play style. Meanwhile, Optic, when they need to be suffocating, they absolutely are. It was a nice swarm of round 11.
It certainly is. Well, let's find out what the Overload has for us. We're going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this.
Black Ops 7 returns to the Esports World Cup this summer. Scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Brought to you by America's Navy and the special operators who work in the shadows.
guild took the hard point.
Oh, those roll for bears. Oh.
Got the hard point. Hard point contested.
Oh my.
Oh my God!
Goodness. Oh no.
Hello? Are we good? Hello? Show me the play again.
Watch it again.
We play that. It's in red. It's in red. It's red everywhere. It's red everywhere. Oh my God.
Running. We're just running at him.
Oh.
Oh. Grab the fucking thing. Let's go and get a score. I'll get the kills. Just run it through that hole. Grab the fucking thing. Make it sure you score. I'll get the kills. Make sure you score. Oh. Oh.
Who's the band that sings "Wake Me Up, Wake Me Up"? I can't wake up.
And Skies will just wait for about 8 seconds on the clock. Go burst, check it with the pistol. You'll watch Okus in a freaking turbine.
You said, bro, all you can do is try to stick this defuse, but hit him with some kind of movement. Let's bait that he tries to go for the sniper shot, but just too fast. Lisa Sky still finding a headshot.
They just put Okus on tumble dry.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Optic Texas versus Miami Heretics of the Call of Duty League. So far, all good for Optic. Close games, but close does not matter here. The score still good for them, Chance.
Yeah, showing off the fundamentals, showing off the clutch ability as well, but turning our attention over towards Overload. Players to watch are the players looking for a little bit of redemption. Mercules, to everyone's surprise, I think, struggling this month. Not the finest major he has had, so looking to bounce back into game mode. And of course, Trakes, very similar sort of camp stats, very similar down the line for these two players.
Yeah, not the great in KD, but certainly scores some goals anyway on Overload, and that is what counts. Right now, though, we're talking about pretty much the number one team in most people's eyes against the Heretics that have really struggled recently to get anything going in the way that the fans would want to. But there is always potential, Chance. I know you're going to hate me for saying it. This game does not end until it ends. Optic are the heavy favorites. Heretics, it's not a great result for them in recent memory either. But maybe, just maybe.
I would never hate you for saying that, Bryce. I think you're doing a great job, man.
Thank you very much, Chance. That's wonderful to hear. But let's see if maybe Miami Heretics can make me sound like a genius, or whether or not this will be an Optic 3-0.
Well, I know Heretics looking to bounce back after their exposure overload yesterday. Probably just need to set a bit more pace. Trakes does so, and he gets a double kill over towards their spawn. Rancor, though, still posted, looking for a little bit more information. Shotzi, last man up on his team, doesn't waste any time. First opportunity to grab the advice. Well, he's all over it. Heretics, though, quick response.
Everybody just fighting. A little bit of a... It's probably the slowest we'll see this overload as it goes through. Everybody trying to get the kills first, and we'll be opting that come away with it a little bit better. So we're going to try and get a couple of kills to stay into it, but not going to be good enough. Shotzi already out here all the way through. Can he find anything? There's going to be two players lined up, and technically Rancor will give him an opportunity.
And there you go. Easy peasy. Get the nade, get the timing. Shotzi forces the team kill. Absolutely splendid. Delightful work there for Optic.
They're looking for the relay as well here. Hugh will find another one. Dashy, just going to keep it with that. Oh, looks for the kill. Does find it at the same time, and that's going to be a second as well. Shotzi's able to just walk through. Super can do nothing to stop him, and that's 2-0 in a minute 20.
Yeah, look at where Hook already is. I mean, they're swinging the map. Optic now pressuring. They're going for the double chain sequence. You clear one guy out of your spawn. You take care of Hook. You think you're safe. Nope, Mercules, next man in line. You take care of him. Well, now it's Shotzi's turn with the Creddy corner. So Optic, all the pressure in the world, still device control, and really just in control of the situation. Shotzi doing it from the top rope.
Miami Heretics are just firmly in their own back line, trying to work out where this one is going. Dashy in control here, but has lost the blockers. Huke will go killing. There's a second, and Huke, well, good enough. And now the switch comes through. Optic are playing this one like a symphony. Doing almost nothing wrong, but Mercury's a little bit squeezing too tight there on the controller. Hits a melee, and maybe an opportunity now for Miami Heretics.
Opportunity for redemption. Frontline man's going to be Trakes, already cut down. Need the trade on Hook in the kill feed. Undelivered. Now the device trying to wrap over through the middle of the map, and they're cutting all the way across. But in the meantime, they're getting pinched and just running into a firing squad. So the actual action is, it's getting weird. Super off the map. Now we got to swing it back the other direction.
2 minutes 15. Potential here. They have a blocker as well. Medals managed to find one. He's trying to get around this one with a pistol. It's wonderful by Medals. Regen. Another pistol. Slide in. Almost got to the point, but not quite here. But he has delayed enough for some reinforcements to hit. Renkor over the top. Player on the head. He's not going to be able to get it. That's Mercury's one last chance. And down they go. Miami Heretics get it within sniffing distance at that point, but it's not good enough.
And it was a near Metals miracle, but no luck there. And now as the device actually resets back towards low, well, the team that's in position, playing aggressive, it is Optic in control once again. Heretics very consistently on the back foot. Optic having an absolute field day. With all the space they're allowed to get, this is a playground for Shotzi. Give him the quad feed and give him the goal too.
Almost got one more there with a pistol, but every single kill. And for Optic Texas, they're just going to keep on pushing this one forward. Looking for some more kills in towards the middle of the map here. Still aggressive. Huke and Shotzi just running around, having a great time.
And I'm watching Rancor spawn up in L trigger as well. I mean, hard clearing out your spawn. So it has just been free reign for Optic to get, like, wherever they want. Middle of the map, they got it. Device control, they got it. Credit corners on different sections of the map. I mean, they're just afforded to play any style of game they want. Heretics now in a sequence, getting all of the kills, but I'm losing belief in their ability to actually make moves properly with this device.
Well, this will be a bit of a headbutt push. They haven't really got anything here. It might be better for a switch, but Trakes finds one. We shall see who sits in the way that they would have to get through. Potential switch coming in at the same time. Shotzi needs to find this kill, but with that kill going down, Miami Heretics will go for it again. Huke, I don't know how you managed to make that one happen. Still gets it. Trakes eventually gets him as well, though. And, well, that's a bunch more kills. A Sigma will fly over the top, and 2 is not good enough. Optic Texas are going to have this free play chance.
Yeah, a huge pinch for those 2 kills. Problem is, play already done. Now Optic just want to hold this and make sure you don't lose it in the final seconds. And they keep the device in hand and the guy stays alive. Now you get the information. 3 down in the feed. You know Super is over towards window room and everybody's dead off spawn. This is a cap. That is 3 seconds left in the half. Shotzi calls in the Hellstorm and drives the dagger through their hearts. That is a painful way to lose that round.
It's not fair, Shotzi. It's not fair. Everywhere they went, just devastation. And obviously they had to make the kills that kept that carrier alive. And Shotzi said, hey, I'm going to Hellstorm this with literally a second before free play came through. It worked out, and Optic Texas have put this in for 4-0. And I said maybe there's hope, but truthfully, Shotzi said, shut up, Bryce. Watch this.
Yeah, an important consideration, just the idea that, like, on the Scar, Heretics absolutely brought a good fight to the table. Like, they had to fight the uphill battle. They never really had any of their rotations won, but they still kept it close. This, to me, feels like an exposure overload where they're almost laying down and dying. Well, good opening break there for Trakes, soaring through the middle of the map to actually begin to apply that pressure, but traded out instantly. And, well, for the Heretics, down to 2v3, there's just nowhere for them to go.
What a surprise. Shotzi's already on the other side of the map. 3 going to go down as well. Shotzi straight into the back spawn here. This would be a bit of a headbutt, but have they found Shotzi? No, he's all the way around the back. Shotzi not going to get that first kill either, though, but Dashi opens up the key. Are they going to switch this? There are so many players here from Miami Heretics, but they're still making kills.
And Trakes, the frontline man, wants the pressure. He full sends into absolute death. Now everybody else a little bit more posted, but now you're just getting overwhelmed. It's actually a team kills that go through. Rancor is also in the top window. That device, though, is over there scoring points, which is how you win.
Actually calling in a Hellstorm, but mostly it'll just slow the enemy team down. This is an exhibition of excellence here from Optic. They are just fighting all of the gunfights over and over again. It is magical, it is mystical, it might even be spiritual for them. Let's find out how they're feeling in the comms. Optic Texas, listen in.
Another guy's
goes back right. Goes right, boys.
One's going left right now. Left account. Actually, no, you back server. Back server right now.
Someone camp right, because I'm working,
Yeah, I'm just holding close here.
One guy's up our long.
I'm lucky giving ball, but I'm just holding close.
I set him on the ball. There's two. One pinch.
No, really weak. Meadows, weak on ball. Weak on ball, Meadows.
Absolute on ball. Pushed our side. He was 1 HP.
Meadows on the ball as well.
Other guy's behind you already.
He's in our goal. On our goal.
You guys mid lane on me?
Super. Watch out.
1 HP, they're Warren.
Watch out under our buck.
Alright, Traces are Warren.
They're above.
I think we can stop this, bro. Is there attacks?
Another one on me. Under ring.
Go back ring. There's left there. Hold it. Yo, low ring. Or low goal.
Oh,
he's going back to you guys.
Yeah, he's full health.
Okay, they know we're spawning console. We gotta try to get these guys.
On our goal still. There's someone within.
It's like they're working on it again.
Could be under, but.
What about under ring?
Under ring, dead.
This guy probably on the right.
I'm just taking space. I'm taking space.
Yeah. 6-1.
We can just hold again. They're probably gonna spawn like left here.
Yeah, reset the mid if it resets.
Link on.
I'm just holding that P5.
I let it reset then. I have on server then.
What's on the right? You can let it reset if you want. Nothing on the right. He naded me on the right.
Watch out, there one. Literally a bullet.
One's our low ring. He's gonna kill me. P5. He was out. He's still there. Da. I went there mid alley. I pushed up there mid alley.
Alright. Go right, Rancor. Shut on.
Okay, I'm up there mid alley.
Well, calm and collected, realistically, from Optic, because they feel very comfortable. They did lose one chance, but one is not 6.
No, not at all. Keeping track of all players as well. I think Heretics now in a situation they're throwing everything they can at the wall just to see what sticks, trying to make moves, trying to get up towards the middle of the map. But, I mean, if you're down 5 and there's only a minute and a half, you don't have time to play corners. It's not possible, but you do have to indeed just pick up the device as quickly as you possibly can and run it straight home. You'd have to bowl them over. I don't think Optic are going to play with that style at all. This is just a minute and a half left of pain and suffering for Heretics, who are going to get 3-0.
Yeah, this is just TDM. And Shotzi's going to go wild. Orsa's going to just continue to push the tempo all the way through. Dash is now into the spawn at the same time. Mercules finding one. And, well, it's not a bad position for Heretics, but unless they've got some sort of new technology that allows them to move at warp speed to get this in 6 times, I'm not sure it's going to happen. Shotzi says, hey, have you seen this jump before? It's wonderful. There's a 2-piece. Let's keep on moving and grooving, baby.
Time to practice the routes, time to practice the long-range NPC shots. Now what direction you want to go? Well, towards the kills. Came through mid-cut, you got bad timing. Don't worry, Shotzi's awareness absolutely on point. No fear in his heart for Spree to end it on. And, well, Metal's coming out of spawn already taking gunfights. They Optic have just had way more pressure on this map, not even close, and as Mercury steals it away, Rancor, wrong side of the map, Optic always stealing it away.
Well, I think what you can see in this one is for Heretics, at least this will go down as a game they have participated in. From the Texas, excellence all the way through on the overload. That is what makes them such a dangerous team, as SMGs just cry havoc whenever they need to. They're winning every gunfight. It's all highlights for Optic Texas. The Heretics, I wouldn't even watch that VOD review.
It would be a little bit demoralizing there, Bryce. They knew that that game was over. I mean, maybe during the first half as well. Honest to God, the Hellstorm called by Shotzi the first half to go for that last second capture to go up 4-0. Just a little bit evil. Not too much fun, not too much jubilation and joy on the flip side as well. Optic came out today, took care of business, won the maps they selected. Unfortunately, maybe for them, no repetitions on Hacienda, but that is a small L, overall a big victory.
Oh, all well that ends well. And you did say Heretics, they can fight anybody close in the first 2 maps. At least you have that for them. But certainly a little bit more to do. Optic Texas still looking good, still looking like the team everybody needs to take on to deny them that championship at Major 4. Will they finally get it, Chance?
Possibly. You know, Mercules, you saw his stats for the overload, but in this game, absolutely on point. Had a hat trick as well, maybe 5 kills as carrier, positive KD, so the exposure certainly looking good. Maybe long-term interesting that Optic banned the gridlock. Maybe something you think they maybe want the repetitions on, so always got to keep the new maps in the back of your mind, but ultimately, it doesn't matter. You got the 3-0 dub. You got the CDL points. Still the #1 team in the game.
They certainly are. Well, let's throw it back to our desk to make what they can of that game.
Slammed, absolutely. 3-0 in that final game of exposure. Not even close. Shotzi and Hook takeover performance in that final overload. But I feel like you kind of won this series when you sealed the deal on the first hard point. You broke Miami where they had their best chance. Let's walk through it because the favorites win it with the expected win tonight, Ann.
Yeah, and you know, also in this map layout, like squaring with them on their best search and destroy in raid and winning in the round 11, where
this is
honestly,
pretty good.
I don't even think Miami deserved to make it to the round 11. But yeah, this plays ridiculous. Gets the 4-piece and the score, grabs the goal. Like, Shotzi's just so confident in overload when he gets in your base. And then the goal to call in a streak in the OT situation where if the player dies with the ball, the round is over. Like, you're just so confident. Like, I don't even need this streak if it gets dicey because I know that it won't, and we're going to put up another point.
They go on to score more after this one. Allie, total control on exposure. Do you square up against Optic on this map, or are they scary on all overloads?
They're scary on Den and exposure overload specifically, and that's why I touched on it going into the series. It's like, I know Miami has a little bit of comfortability here, but their overload has just looked so bad. But I will say, like, going back to map 1 and 2, I mean, I'm glad that it was at least close for the side of Miami Heretics. Raid was their best S&D. They were at least able to push it to around 11, even if it was messy. That map #1, they were at least able to keep it within 10 points. So I think at the end of this, I can at least take away that Miami Heretics still has the passion and the foot on the gas to keep it close between top teams and maps like that.
And of course, we've got to visit your scuff play of the game after this one, a 6-1 final score. Incredible work from the guys on the front line. Mercules had a microscope on him today. He performed. Everyone finding their place on the map and finding success. Frustrations in the Miami camp starting to set in.
Yeah, I mean, Miami, they just got to start winning some of these series, man. I mean, this is a tough spot, right? You got to get 3 wins, likely to make it into winner's bracket. You're 0-2. Miami, got to get some dubs.
Allie, it's time for our scuff play of the game, though. Let's take a look at some of the big highlights from this one. What was the biggest play? Well, the world champ.
I mean, my God, what are you supposed to do when he's doing stuff like this? I mean, he was a one-man team in this situation, taking out all 3 of these guys, and then he pulls out the Hellstorm. I mean, this was just electric to watch it.
Yeah, Shots is a monster. And they're like, right prior to this, Hook had found 2 kills as well inside of their base. Yeah, when this guy gets going, he's literally a freight train, and you're just like, okay, can somebody finally kill him? And again, I already touched on it. Just the confidence to even call this streak in ridiculous. If Optic are winning their overloads this dominant once again, yes, they're going to be in another grand final.
He literally called that, I think it was like 0.2 seconds before we were about to go into OT and end that first half. That was insane.
Hoop goes 30-19, but Shotzi with 1 less kills drops even more damage thanks to that Hellstorm. Ridiculous work by the front line of Optic, and they complete this series quite quickly. We still have 1 more match to go on the day. Allie, final thoughts on this one before we get into the interview. What do you see from Optic?
I mean, just composure. The best team being the best team. I mean, maybe you can go back to that S&D because it was so close. I mean, thank God they needed something to study. They were just giving everybody belt.
Joining us now live in the Monster Winter Spotlight, it's the young stud. Mercules in his 2nd year continues to impress. How was today's matchup against Miami? Because looking at the numbers coming in, you guys have crushed this matchup. What do you guys have over the Heretics camp?
I think just, our pacing is a big issue for them. Just the way they like to play, smart, kind of slower. So I think our pacing just matches up very well to them.
Mercules, looks like you guys put a lot of work into your overload once again during this break. Recently the overload has fallen off a bit. You guys are like 8 and 7 in it in the last couple of months. So what do you think it's going to take for you guys to get back to early overload form? Because it looks like you had it here in this one.
Yeah, we've just been focusing on playing more as a team in that game mode, and it paid off there.
Mace, give me something to watch for Optic Texas during this split. Like, what do you guys have like your main focus on heading into Major 4, being in the spot that you are, kind of just not keeping it close with anybody?
Our focus is honestly getting reps on the new maps, Hasi and Sake SND. We don't have a lot of Sake reps yet, so we're gonna do that this week. So,
Hercules, can I ask you to give me the top 4 teams in the game? Because I feel like at 4 it gets a little dicey. So if you were to, obviously you guys, give me the next 3.
I'd say probably Thieves, FaZe, Toronto.
Okay.
Oh, still Toronto in that
Still in the mix. We like it. Final question for you, Mercules. What makes you smile?
Winning.
There we go.
Aura.
There's another one. Congrats on another win. We'll let you celebrate with the team.
Thank you.
So simple.
It's the best answer you could have had to that.
That was good.
Winning.
Just winning.
Yep.
Who's going to smile at the end of this one? Well, they've had few this season, but one of them's going to be ear to ear. It's Cloud9 taking on Boston Breach with TJ, my favorite Haley.
Champs tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams lock in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to FazeVegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Look like the pros to play like the pros. The CDL team skins are available now. Scan the QR code or check out the in-game store now. Scuff, official controller of the CDL.
Let's find out who's built for the big save. Heretics ready to dive in. Fights 2. 4 and Snoopy. Come on, once the ball. But Hydra with the switch impossible. He's making top groove. So damn happy. Insights. Down a bruiser. Dominance on the grandest stage.
That's true. Why are you, bro? Why are you going? Why are you going?
Dude, you're gonna get in trouble, bro.
Why are you
You're gonna
like
get
it?
fined. All right.
What the f is that?
Hello, and actually, about looking in the thing. You're an idiot, bro.
He's not in here. Join the game.
That's the problem. You gave them all the time in the world, and now Ultra have set themselves up perfectly for the barbershop hardpoint. The apartments, the alleyways, all the nooks and crannies are now full of Canadians.
And you have a BZ at 9 and 22, and this is only a 20-point game. You're looking at big plays in the final moments, but Envoy takes down 2.
Envoy the front line.
Nice, I have A. Guarantee that kill.
Oh my god!
Let's go. They got one tick on B.
You suck, dude!
Let's get it, bro. We gotta win this out.
Oh my gosh. Subplay?
Here come the thieves. They cannot allow this to slip now. And there is snaking going on. Octane and Envoy have broken through. Can find one. Finds the second 1v1. And it's placed up. Looking for the last. And they put it out. 10 seconds. 10 points. The comeback of the CDL year. Can they do it? The thieves are moving. But they are moving into the kill feed. And Legion have just made the greatest comeback in Hardpoint you will ever see.
Nameless. I dare you. Go ahead. You won't make it out. I'm gonna go with the Riyadh Falcons. Oh, you're not making it out. He's not making it out the stadium.
Yeah, I've never liked him. I never really liked him. Man to man, like that aside, I've never liked him as a guy. just kidding. I have no idea who he is. He's got a good beard.
Oh.
Welcome back. The party continues as we have Boston taking on Cloud9. Rosalie, you excited for this one?
Oh, yeah, an absolute banger game 5. I mean, it's going to come down to the wire.
Why is this important? Well, you got 8 players playing for your spots at the top level in Call of Duty. You want to prove your mettle and you want to show your worth. You got an opportunity if you're Cloud9, and Levy, as just a 18-year-old, he was 18, 17 days?
Yeah, make that
in his last appearance. He's, 18 and 18 days now? Incredible experience for this young man. Talk to me, though, about the opportunity. What do you want to see from him tonight?
Yeah, I just want to see some more electric plays. You know, they won that overload in the last series. He popped off.
Got score streaks.
Exactly. And, his POV, the guy has turned. So need to see a little bit more of that. And this is a Cloud9 team that was improving, throughout the last stage, even with Okatan, the team, who wasn't playing well. So I think what got away from them was they got smoked in that S&D. He got first blooded by Skies, I think, 3 times. So I'd like to see him maybe play his life early round to give them a chance late, because we know when the adjustments come in, this team could actually be a threat in that game mode. You combo that with, that overload win, and maybe you clutch up in a game 5.
Yeah,
so,
maybe a little 2-3-5 action from the side of Cloud9. I don't hate the angle, and that's what challenger teams, especially way back in the day when we had those more open brackets, tended to do, because that's where they can catch these teams off guard. So that's a really big shout. I think my biggest focus in this one, and Courage himself has a 0.7 specifically in this matchup versus Boston Breach, so need a little bit more damage laid down from him.
And Courage was looking great.
And he was looking good. He just struggled versus Boston.
Multi-kills up. Nasty was on the former Boston squad. You now have a number of roles changing on that team. The good news for Boston, Hacienda is in the mix, and you just got to win with Purge taking over in a game 5. So let's talk about this Breach team that is looking to make it back-to-back W's. Wheeler, are you excited about Purge's crew tonight?
I'm excited about them tonight, and the reason is because last split, they had the hardest split imaginable, got cooked, right? We have 5 matches to split. They win this one, they're 2-0. All they need is one random lucky upset to beat in the winner's bracket.
Reverse sweep.
This is one of the only matches the Boston will be a favorite going in, so they have to make work of these guys. 2-0 record versus New York this season. TJ had a 1.01 in the debut yesterday, played really well for them. And even in the map 1 loss, I believe he had 40 kills. So, yeah, I think this Boston team, big opportunity today to go 2-0, and I believe they'd be at the top of our standings, which would be absurd to just look at after a weekend.
But it's almost like I feel it in my shoulders where, I'm terrified, because we have seen Cloud9 just do insane things to top teams randomly out of nowhere, just catching them off guard before.
Oh, yeah, don't get it twisted.
This is a moment for Boston where they cannot be comfortable at all. I'm on the edge of my seat in this one.
I want to kind of look at this from a GM's point of view and scouting out talent. I think you called out Spart in a great way in the 1v1 opportunities, what he was doing in Search and Destroy. You said he's got it. I can see that in the player. What do you want to see from the guys on Cloud9 in particular when we first go into this hard point? How do you tell if the new guy really has what it takes to reach the next level in Call of Duty?
Well, I mean, let's look at it, right? So you got Purge, Spart, TJ, Afro, these guys who've been in and out of the league, right? Recycled players. If you're scouting the guys on C9, this is one of the matches where you should be able to show your individual prowess, right? These are guys you have to be clearing away better than in order to earn a spot in the CDL. So, yeah, I think this is a huge match for them and how they're going to be viewed going forward.
Where are their opportunities tonight? Well, it's at least your first 3 maps. We play first to 3 wins, and we are starting things off with Den. We got a Sake for Search and Destroy, and Den again for Overload. Allie, do we get to a game 4 Scar Hardpoint?
I think maybe we do. Honestly, I haven't had too much strength in Boston's S&D, despite them able to get that game 5 win. But the thing for Boston is they're 2-11 on Den Hardpoint, so this is not a great map 1 for them. But Cloud9 doesn't even have double-digit wins in respawns yet, so they don't have a map set.
I like the Scar Hardpoint. I think Encourage is looking really good on that map. And Den Overload was where you took the map from G2. So Cloud9 today is going to be my scuff pick'em.
Oh my God.
Can we get this on camera and make it official? I bombed out with the Heretics pick. It didn't look good. We're going to bounce back
give you
today.
3 if they win this.
You'll give me 3
We'll
for a Cloud9 win. Encourage. Let's make it happen.
Yeah, I got Boston.
I got Boston. You don't even got it.
Game 7.
Top 10 player TJ Halley has a 1.3 versus C9.
Yeah, Cloud9. Let's make a story, shall we? We got Shift and Stein to break down all of the great moves and mistakes.
See, Chris knows what we're all about over here. I think the thing about this particular matchup is, we kind of have this alleviation of like putting pressure on the end of the regular season. Now it's just about extending careers and potentially extending chances going into the summer with EWC. So not to sit there and say like this match doesn't matter. It matters immensely. I think especially for both these two teams trying to build a new identity with their new squads that you would have to hope is what they're looking to find success with as they move forward towards things like Major 4, potentially being some upset potential, or I think in particular EWC.
Yeah, both teams got a lot to play for. Careers being the #1 thing. Obviously, if you are C9, such a young roster, this has sort of been like a testing season for Cloud9. And obviously, it hasn't really worked out to the level that they want to, but they do make a roster change and allow the players to be more comfortable alongside a guy like Webby, who they grew up playing with. So you can just tell, even after their loss a couple days ago, Encourage is still tweeting, I'm very confident in my lineup. We are going to be able to show it sooner rather than later. And this is one of those matches that you can show it. So Boston Breach versus C9, let's get it on now.
Let's get it on, brother. Let's do it. Let's do it. Webby, definitely one of the players that has pulled the attention his direction for a multitude of reasons, but I would say his debut definitely showed why the potential, was built up around what his individual POV has looked like, considering that his time in Challengers was about as short as anyone else's. Shorter than anyone else's, not short as anyone else's. But off the wrap, it's got, Boston looking pretty solid, looking pretty complete, already into P1, looking to finesse some more time before they move over to 2.
Yeah, they're just slaying their way through the middle of the map, dominating this P1 presence and just putting C9 in an uncomfortable position already into the game. Because now you're not really willing to give up all this time for free, but you also don't want to lose these spawns, so you need to clutch up on these fights. Nezra's going to be the aggressor, does find himself on 3 in a row before getting shut down, but just creates that space for Cloud9 to win the road up.
And you get a little bit of info there for Webby. Okay, just a little early rotation from Afro, sniffed out, shut down, and good spacing generated here by Cloud9. Okay, love the setup around P2. You're going to get a split approach for Boston. 2 through mid, 2 over to P4. Webby good for the first, great damage into a second. That will stall out the play and actually pull Encourage a little bit further forward, but careful here. Don't want to lose the side of the backside of the spawns as Boston are starting to approach from multiple angles. After able to find the opener. Now the contest trying to come in from the front, but Hyde is tucked into a nice corner. Good damage through. Webby right back into the mix, and there will be enough opportunity here to hold at least block spawns for Cloud9 looking for this scrap time.
Yeah, now C9 got to break over through rooftops, and Spartans already has the indication of where the pressure's coming in, and as TJ is able to find 3. So now with 20 seconds left, you're going to start thinking about the rotation if you are Cloud9, but with TJ all of this space to the front side, he's going to be setting up this late pinch because your teammates are already showing presence at Cobble.
Well, Afro shut down on the initial approach. You also have Nezra now free to play a little bit deeper towards pillars. Good win over the top of the hard point. Has TJ crossed up. Nice shots though from TJ. Come back to the fight on 4 in a row. Shut down from anything more. As I believe our kill feed was a little mixy for a moment. I was gonna say the names that were popping up are not the names that I'm seeing drop. I'm not sure what's happening, but regardless of it, it's Cloud9 currently still playing over through 10.
Yeah, I thought I was losing my mind. Like it was Spartan pop 3 over at P2. No, it was actually TJ. So the numbers are correct, but sometimes the kill feed isn't gonna match it. Like that kill go down and it doesn't even pop up in the kill feed. But regardless, it's still Cloud9 holding on to Dojo and still holding on to the time. 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, nice little moment here for Cloud9 New York. Shut down onto TJ, and how about it? Nezra playing the cross, perfect. And Boston just not able to get all 4 players to coerce to this hit together. Just very individualistic. Cloud9 able to punish. Hyde over the top, able to get a little bit of extra peppering damage. And meanwhile, there's the win over through mid-map from Encourage. So once more, Cloud9 doing the appropriate things of winning rotation over to New.
Yeah, and I think if you're a Boston Preach, you got to make sure we're understanding who we're going up against while also giving them their respect, because Cloud9, they've been getting whooped for the last couple of months, but in their last couple of series, they have been showing that they can somewhat compete now. Just comes down to the final moment of certain games that really come back to bite them, but it's basically a tie game. They're the team early in towards the P4 time, but the pressure, the spawn's good enough for Boston to fly right back on in.
At least for now, TJ able to win out one more over to the front side of the hard point. No one watching towards the outer rooftops, though, as TJ now having to pick up a couple, and a pistol works out TJ on 4 in a row. Cloud9 still spawning all around this hard point, but TJ's giving him a bit of a workout. Afro maybe set up for an opportunity to find the 1v2, but coming to help is Nezra. He will find the elimination, get Cloud9 established in the hard point with 20 seconds to fight. Purge, Spark, finding one more chance here for Boston to contest just before Cloud9 could reclaim the lead. 75 playing 76. Purge, couple of kills coming through, but Cloud9 will win the final moments and exit back to P1 with a small lead.
Yeah, and I don't know if you feel the same way I do, Al. It felt like Boston were in a lot of control throughout that first set, but they found themselves down by 10. So the fundamentals not really in the back of their minds right now, and that's allowed Cloud9 to still be in this game, plus a little bit extra, because now, even though the spawns are a little bit scattered, Nezra is going to be able to read the pressure in towards Broken, not able to win the gunfight, and now Boston with a clean 4-dead stabilizer around mid-back.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Boston definitely have moved around the map with a little bit more conviction. I think especially just kind of looking at the routes that TJ's been able to put together, but there have been some good individual moments from Cloud9 that continue to make the spawns messy. So when you think Boston's about to dominate a rotation, it ends up not really being that way. Like kind of going back over to that P3 where it's like, okay, we've got a couple of pitch spawn potentials, but instead we're playing 2v4s twice over. So a couple of mixy moments have allowed this to stay really, really tight. Boston going to get past the 100-point threshold first, and now as they look to rotation to 2, it's Cloud9's turn to step up to see if they can do the same.
Yeah, but they already give up that space with the back line, so the back spawns are going to be blocked. Webby going to be all the way across the map. And now to start off this time, you have to be prepared for the pressure coming from couches and through the bottom side of garage. And so far, Hyde was the only one prepared for it, the only one to find the kill. Now your teammates are going to be outnumbered, but it's the young gun, Webby, finds a double.
Yeah, 16 and 13, still soaking up more of this hard point time. Going to have the pistol off to finish off TJ. And that will lead to Cloud9 now looking to reclaim the lead here. 38 seconds to fight on P2. Boston still spawning close to get the first blood on this approach. Looking for the pinch through couches. Held off for a moment. Cloud9 backing away, trying to get the reset. Afro, team kill, but takes care of the intended target of Hyde. Last challenge coming through. Webby can only do so much, and it's Afro absolutely melting. 20 seconds of scrap, and Boston are in.
Yeah, Afro has a lot of fun on P2 dead, especially when he has those back spawners. He's able to fly on in with an NPC. Always manages to put together some multi-kills when the team needs it. So now Boston have a little bit of a cushion now to be a little bit late off this rotation over towards New. But Afro's on 4. Can he find more?
A little bit of revenge against his former organization. It's coming through nicely here to this point. 5 in a row. Give him number 6. Clean shots. One more over towards 10. Great shoulders. The assist will get him the Hellstorm. And Boston currently in a position to what you would, again, think would be a win to rotate to P3. But the last couple of members for Cloud9, again, hold their lives nicely. Nezra stays on 4 in a row, and it's Cloud9 who end up with the time here in the middle portion of the third hill.
Yeah, and Afro now is going to invest that Hellstorm, but the first kill already goes in favor of C9, making one extra. Hyde understanding where the pressure is going to be coming from, and just single-handedly secures the spawn for his team, and that Hellstorm gets nothing out of it. So C9, your win condition is right now, because if you chain this P3 to P4, you can blow the game wide open.
Looking good for it at the moment. Next hit for Boston. Desperate in effect towards the front side of P3. They get the 4v2 that they want. But Cloud9 will get, well, just one of the 2 players who fell to spawn up into position for P4. So once more, you look towards the young gun of Webby, and you get exactly what you want. A huge double from Webby, still hanging onto the patio, and now the rest of Cloud9 can just focus on the mid cross and the front doors.
And Nezra so far pushed up the rooftops that he's just giving the comment to his teammates, watch the back, watch bottom middle. There's nothing through the front. And now that they are pressuring, Nezra in the position to just slow them down. Every kill that he finds, his teammates locking down the back. That's another clean 4 dead. Enough of me. Let's go to a listening with the Young Bucks and C9.
Guys, keep holding. Good work left. You want TJ done? I'm playing close. I'm small. I'm keep looking at her. Afro, stop. Afro, 20. Down mid. Go backwards. In vines right now. Jump out. Low vines, smart. Nice. Good shit. I have the old route. I'm in right. Two there. TJ done. Nice, get your bro. On hill, half up. He's I'm cruising. Top. Yo, top blue. I'm cruising. Go be cut. Let's go be cut. Go be cut. Yeah. Go be cut. Yo, bottom vines. 200 bottom vines. Yo, 10 in couches and 200 blue. 10 dead. Okay, yo, 200 vines. 200 vines. That's on hill. He's right side. Couches first week. One shot. One shot. Low you. Live. Sit down, Ned. Nice. I have all of it. Get out, Ned. Get out. I have all of it. I'm here. I'm one shot. Top blue with me, boy. I saw one P2. One shot. He shot me. Yo, 1v2, 1v2. Left side time, left side time, one shot smart. Last get P1, last get P1. Let's get 10. Told, guys, told. He's dead. Alright, Spart ult. I'm trying to repitch the back, alright? I'm trying to repitch the back, guys. I killed one. Back set him. Yep, he's in her. Back garage, guys. Already, I'm going. Back garage. Garage now. They spawned there. They spawned front.
Tell you what, Jay, you want to talk about passion meeting perfection. So far, Cloud9 really showing up in these last couple of hard points.
Oh, yeah, these guys got me ready to run through the wall like I'm the juggernaut. C9 with the young guns, young voices, on sync in the gameplay. They breached it to an important mark. They were able to stabilize on that first push out of a great play out of Webby, just drawing the attention from Boston, even with the back spawns. But now Breach respawn on the hill that they have been doing it all of this game. Final 10 seconds is going to go their way. Cloud9 are going to be late off the rotation, but this is going to be a photo finish.
I'll tell you, Jay, it's about that time. This roster has dropped so many games at a moment that looks just like this.
Yep.
Can they find a way to get through the finish line as Boston will get a little bit of early rotation pressure onto 3? Big clear out by Purge on 4 in a row. They know they've got isolation onto Webby as well, so the trade comes through. Now it's just on Purge from the front, has a Hellstorm earned, and he's able to find the last dude through Dojo. Not again. Things starting to look a little bit dire for Cloud9 as Boston have a full setup around P3, but keep your eye on Nezra making the play around the back. If you're Cloud9, just bully out one player, wait for Nezra to get into the play, and then go all together. But Purge is still in position to save it through Dojo. 9 in a row for Purge. Back to the front looking for double digits, and Boston are going to have the lead.
Oh, the playmaker is starting to pop takeover. Purge goes on 9 in a row. Hellstorm in the back pocket. Spawns have already been flipped, and Boston are lighting up the kill feed in the right way. Only 5 seconds remaining at the P3, but Purge is already set up nice and comfy over towards rooftops. You only need 12.
Cloud9 have the numbers to bully their way through pillars. Afro trying to hold, has 2 members to deal with. Off the reload, just trying to dance, but is not going to find the win. TJ able to get the hard point neutral, though. That is big. Stuns, nades now starting to come through as Boston are trying to desperately make their way over. They do have a Hellstorm to clear out the hard point. It'll be 230 to 238. Small lead for Boston. But look at this. Cloud9 are going to jump in and try to contest this. It's Webby around the backside. Not able to find the kills, though. And all of a sudden, Cloud9 are down to individual numbers with Boston with win condition. And Courage is trying to wait for help, but there's just nobody nearby. Nezra and Courage both shut down. Not again. Not like this. We can't drop another one, and we will see an opportunity for Cloud9 to extend.
And I don't know if they get the tick. So if you are Boston, are you just going to cut your losses and set up at new? And now C9 100% don't win at that old time, so you might as well pressure with the numbers.
You got to stay alive, though, if you're Hyde, and he's not able to. Not again. Not again. It just feels like every time we get to that 210 mark within a 30-point game, Cloud9 just kind of lose themselves and get into all these multiple 1v3s and 2v4s. They can't rotate or set up together, and they drop another absolute devastating hard point.
Yeah, that's tough if you're C9, man. That's a bad sequence from that P3 to the P4. Purge earning himself that Hellstorm, but really didn't have that much of an effect. It was just what Purge was doing with his gun. The fact that he was the only one at Dojo, multiple different lives, goes on a 3 spree, goes on a 2 spree, ends up on 9 in a row and just controls the map for his team. C9 did everything that they could, man. They did everything. You won the rotation gunfights to even give yourself a chance here, but it's just not applying any pressure, playing real tight on your setup, and Boston continuously just pushing you back. Allowed them to clutch up. And for C9 to take another devastating loss on Den HP. Yesterday was 250 to 240. How about 250 to 241 today?
Jay, that's, oh man. These guys have played 14 hard points. Make it part of me, excuse that. 16 hard points. 10 of them have been within the 180 to 250 mark. Losses. Oh, it's just, they can't get one through the hoop, brother. It's as simple as that. They just cannot find the bottom of the net. That's so tough. Yeah, Afro's like, yo, no way. Oh, man.
Hopefully, you know, since it's such a young roster in Cloud9, you can shake that one off. That's 2 times now with the new lineup. You felt that you did everything that you possibly can to win a Den hard point to start off the series. Just not having the experience that it can help you in those moments. You continue to break down when you don't want to. Doesn't matter if Nez was putting up those kind of numbers. It doesn't matter if the new up-and-comer in Webby is also matching him. It's just the little things, the big plays at the end of the game. Playmaker Purge gets it done.
Yeah, man. And it's just, these are growing moments that we were to, like, you know, okay, give a little bit of forgiveness to Cloud9 early. Yeah. I mean, they come out, their first series was versus Optic as a roster, and they still played them close in both the hard points. And we're sitting here like, maybe the young guns are the truth, but it's just you get to those final moments, and maybe you can kind of pull off this a little bit for us here, Jay, because for me, it's like you hear their comms and you get to that moment of like, yeah, you want to run through a wall because it's just losing passion. But when you're getting into the tight games where you can't afford to make mistakes and everyone's just, you know, I would say like hungry for that last kill, that's where the mistakes start to come to fruition, where you just get in this moment of you're trusting your individual skill and you're overchalling and you're getting punished by Boston, who's taken that extra breath, that extra moment to set themselves up. It's just, not another one.
Yeah, I'm curious to like see who's the guy that they look at in those moments, like who's their leader in those situations, to try to calm everybody down, to put everyone on the same page. Because there were certain times even when you went into the listening and Courage would say something and then Webby would take a totally different approach on what they should do. Like when they were calling in that Hellstorm, as soon as I understands that he has it, all right, let's use it for P1. Initially, they wanted to fight for bottom U, but then Webby actually gives the comm, no, let's take it through mid-cut. So still a very early team not on the same page, and it continues to show, especially in the final moments of some of these maps. But I think the one thing you can always count on if you are Cloud9 is that they've always been decent at search and destroy. Even on maps that they have yet to play, they can come out with some new, young strategies, not really afraid to make mistakes, and can catch some teams off guard. So for both teams spawning in on Sake, be prepared for, if you are Boston, for the pressure on the opposite side from Cloud9.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, 4 and 6 since Cloud9 kind of squad wiped and spawned back in, kind of through Major 3. That's the statistical point of all of that, was through Major 3 for both the hardpoint stat and the search stat now. But at the moment, is it enough to get them through a team like Boston, who's also kind of going through the same rebuild in certain ways? See how things go. Courage watching over the middle of the map. A little push out here from Nezra, not punished. First blood tallied. Spart maybe going to get an opportunity here, but instead backs away, keeps his life, and will stay 3v4.
TJ was trying to make a play, but gets caught by High. So now in a 4v2. Purge is able to find one, but he is going to be surrounded by the rest of C9. Hopefully he's able to stall time, because Spart is making a big time flank, but when you clear out the front, someone turn around. Cloud9 take round 1.
Yeah. Okay. That'll work. Following up the first blood, I just love that little bit of aggression from Nedra. It's like very Abizi-esque of, okay, there's battles happening on one side of the map, more over towards the middle. Maybe I've got a chance to get a nice little 1v1 surprisingly through the middle of the map. And that is almost exactly how that occurs. So good awareness from Nedra to give the advantage early to Cloud9. Not allowing any sort of a rebuttal through the scope of Boston was also nicely found from Webby to push him off. And yeah, defense comes through, which has been kind of the story on Sake so far.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at Webby's player cam, like the guy is chirping, so he might be the actual leader for this team, and he just walked into the building. But into this round, the first blood goes to Spark instead of to Nezra. So now High's showing you some new tech, crawling all the way up through the bar, just hoping that his teammates can stay alive, but now it's a 4v2.
Now he's going to get a little bit of an opportunity here on Spart, and he's able to get there before Spart finds a secondary gunfight. Nice shots over to Purge, but not clean enough. Purge able to turn him away. Webby, some trouble here, backside bridge. As he finds himself trying to finesse a 1v3. The first one's clean, almost a chance to isolate a second, but too quick on the trigger are Boston, and they respond with a defense of their own.
Yeah, I feel like Sake search and destroy. Very defensive heavy for the last couple of times that we have seen it. You just take so much space initially to start the round that forces the offensive team to take the slow and steady approach if they don't have any info gained in the first 5 to 10 seconds. So that's what's allowing players like Nestor to strike for first bloods and players like Smart to be the AR locking down the middle of the map, to be the counterpart. All out defense to start this one.
It's been tough to find teams that can manifest offensive success.
Yeah, I feel like Falcons were the only team to do it yesterday.
Yeah.
But that was because it was the first time we've ever seen it.
Yep, and they found just round number 1 on offense today. Yeah. I mean, it's new map stuff. I feel like the defense often has a kind of an advantage, just generally speaking, because you can pick and choose if you want to isolate or leave a space open and then play the numbers. Offense typically has to do a lot of the legwork of finding good nade spots, things of the nature. This is going to be just a full-out rush in towards bottom barrels. Nazra able to get one that was perfectly fine for a defensive effect. Over the top, Hot gets another. Afro trying to follow, and Courage shuts that down, but the trade is in. It'll give TJ the remainder of this 1v3 for just 2 left, but shot hits. Cloud9, solid on the defense.
Yeah, that's just C9 again being the aggressors on defense, understanding where their openings are. When Nezra consistently is taking away bottom pit, you know that Boston are taking their time on their offense. So this time you have a little bit of a switch up. Instead of high playing towards that A side, he actually goes to rock side. So when the gunfight go down, thankfully your teammate gets that first blood to start off the trades, but then the pinches start to open up. Everyone's set up properly to bait and switch. And Cloud9 a step ahead, especially on the defensive round so far.
Yep. And really just Nedra getting a 1-for-1 there is brilliant.
Ideal every time. Every time.
Quick hit this round for Cloud9, but a nade will stop the play through the B bar. But this is a double hit through double stairs. I believe there were some shots there from Nedra. So yeah, Boston are very aware. This is going to play a little bit of a reclaim of the staircase, but Hyde slips away. Afro's pinch just a touch too late. We've got a 2v2.
Yeah, he gave them a chance now. And now Nezra's able to get out with his life with some info, but you see on your minimap, Afro still trying to locate where he is. Webby's in a disengage, or they're going to regroup over towards Rockside, right into where TJ at.
Well, TJ also takes some damage and will value his life, but Cloud9 going to get cold feet. Making their way back over towards B. Down low, Nezra, good damage. Can't find any kills. Webby trying to follow up. Gets one. Shots there, but not enough damage to get the full 1v2. Boston respond.
It's just a little bit more shots out of your teammate there. That's an easy 1v2 for Webby. But Afro knowing that he had the advantage, knowing that the player was going to be weak, and oh yeah, I got an NPC in my hand. Let me just send it on in. But this is one of those plays out of Boston that isn't really necessary. Hyde catches them off guard with an easy double kill. But thankfully, you still had the numbers if you are Boston to trade out in that scenario. And Afro to clutch on up on the defense again, 2-2.
Let the watch parties decide if they want to consider a VAR on that. Nezra making this play up towards window, it looks like early. So once again, Cloud9 is continuing to show different levels of aggression defensively. It was down at pit the last couple of rounds. Nezra now going to play top window. Webby's going to start the outside angle towards A. Good first connection for first blood. And Courage shuts down any peaks. And that now allows Nezra to essentially do whatever he wants. That won't even probably be needed here, as Purge is the last one left alive in 1v4 with really nowhere to go and no bomb to play with.
He's just surrounded. They've yet to locate where he is. Potentially find a breeze hit in this corner on to Hyde, but still a lot to get done if you want to walk away with this round. 45 seconds.
Nowhere to go. Okay. I mean, Jay, just to give me your early thoughts. I know it's early on, and what do you think is going to be the recipe for success here offensively? We've seen teams find maybe marginal success with like these 4-man stuff hits where you're just trying to bully something out, but it doesn't feel like you get enough layering to like hold off of those engagements. Like, where's your mind around the attack on this map right now?
I think it's either you're going to be super aggressive to not give up that pick control very early into the round and just hope to God that we win the trade fights there because they get to the space before you. But then if you decide to take the slow and steady approach, we need to be able to spread map because the information that you can gain by spotting no one over towards rock, you can start to work that late pinch, have a different angle of approach to attack through the middle of the map instead of just isolating yourself over towards A. So a little bit more spread map setup if you're going to play slow, in my opinion.
Okay, we're getting a little bit of that right here. Nezra looking over towards A. Webby with the scope down towards B. The backside of rocks, rather. Show of force over towards the bar.
This is ideal.
Honestly, yeah, I say maybe there's a chance here, but Afro Purge pushing out through rocks, able to isolate onto Webby, cannot connect onto the shot. And you may have to just pull a quick plant here if you're Cloud9, and that's exactly what they're going to attempt to do for a 3v4.
Yeah, you would love if Webby just stayed alive over towards rock, but just drawing the attention on that side of the map to open up this bomb plant still gives C9 a chance.
Well, Nedra get one before falling, and Courage can't quite lock the shots down. So Hyde will be by himself, and that's a knife. to a gunfight. You know what the old cliche of that phrase goes. Boston, keep things all defense. We're tied at 3.
Yeah, it's just tough. Like I said, when Webby's the first person to die on the guy that's gathering the information, because once Boston get that first blood, they all back up and retreat, willing to give up the mid-map, keep the numbers on their side, and then they actually retake it through A Street as a collective unit. If Webby just stays alive there, keeping at least 2 Boston players at bay on that side of the map, that can create the openings through the middle. But once he falls, it's an easy rotation for Boston to retake, and I'll take the lead again.
Yeah, I mean, it's so tough because when you try to play like a scope on the offensive side, outside towards Rock, you're hoping that you get the info on a shoulder and then you can just kind of hard scope the angle. But when you miss that cross, you all of a sudden have an SMG in your face. That doesn't feel fun. Boston looking to kind of smoke out the bar, maybe play for a quick B plant. But the problem with this is you have to worry about the considerable flanks that could come into play. And that is not even really a part of the problem here, as it's just a snipe followed up by a hit over through mid, and now a 4v2 starts to come out, and Cloud9 are just hitting the gas.
Yep, now it's a 1v3 all off up to Smart. Bomb is going to be down towards lower pit. And not a single player from C9 are going to be in a position to potentially isolate them. It's all about the timers.
Well, pistol for Spart will work out, but no, he can't quite get away and reset for the second fight. So once more, it started to become a tale as old as time. Defense, 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 defense.
And I just think right now, like, Boston don't really have anything else to do on this map but try to smoke it out through the middle of the map or try to go through Rockside, because Webby's impact at A has forced them to be very nervous of peeking any angle on that side of the map. No one's trying to pressure towards top window. No one now going over towards the street side. That's allowing Nezra to consistently just take all that space away. You're basically trapping yourself if you are the breach. Still all out defenses. Can C9 get the first O?
Put him in a position of control here. Boston showing aggression over through the A side of the map. Stun will lock, and Webby will keep his eye open, but it's TJ for first blood. And again, this is, you can see it. It's like that first third of the map. If you were to draw a vertical line, right essentially where the bomb is, it's so tough to get through. Like, do you want to fight a bar heady where the defense gets there first? Do you want to play up against rocks where a sniper could be looking at you? Or do you want to go outside and do a choke point? It's just, it's so hard to get through the halfway point of the map.
Eventually, teams will be able to figure out how they can get that done now. Still very early into the map pulled up. We've only seen it the 3rd time here in the CDL, and still the first blood going in favor of Boston. 40 seconds go by. Cloud9 finally get their response, and now they have a lot of A control as well. So Boston is not in a position to stop this.
Yeah, Webby getting this crossover towards the staircase means this post plant can be set up over towards P2 warehouse, but Hyde will drop. Webby responds after up close and personal. He finds the exit. Can he find one more? Almost, but no. Instead, Cloud9 are able to capitalize on just an insanely good piece of timing through the A side of the map, and Webby's double with the scope obviously helps a lot.
Yeah, that's the first offense secured here on Sake S&D. I think if you are Boston, we get the first blood and then we just give up the map control on the side that we don't want to. Like, we know how difficult it is to retake this A site. That might be the first bomb plant that we see on this side of the map, but just not in a position to even stop this or contest this, because Webby is hitting shots like that. You give them their first offense, and now C9 at game point.
Sounds like we're going to have a timeout for a moment. But, you know, it's just, it's one of those things that, you know, I hear you about, like, the difficulties surrounding the offensive side here and what that looks like. And that last round right there is, it really is just down to Boston give up the A side of the map, and then you have trying to play retake, but you give away too much space. Like, Webby getting into that position over towards the staircase is everything, because you can't defensively rotate back around P2 anymore because you don't know who's in warehouse. It just creates extra layers and problems. So good heads up play from Cloud9, honestly, to get 2 players to push through the A site with that much confidence.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is like, Boston started off that round with 3 players at that A site. That's what led to TJ getting that first blood. But then they all decided to retreat over through rocks, where there's not a bomb site in sight on that side of the map. So Boston just, you know, making some mistakes, potentially because it's the first time that they play Sake Search and Destroy. But that is one that could be very crucial to the deciding point of who's going to win this map. Obviously, we're in a timeout. Everyone having a little bit of a reset moment. No communication on the side of Boston to try to rally this game on back. Everyone's just calm, cool, collected, taking a sip of water, just ready to get back into it.
Yep. Okay, we know it has to happen. And we've seen Boston, just to kind of, bring the frame of mind back into play here, trying for that smoke hit. It almost feels like Plaza-esque of they're trying to get a 4v4 over the bar and see if they can win it. But it's just so tough because if the defense is playing passive and not trying to get up close and personal, then okay, we have all the information and we can just surround you on the map. So interesting stuff. But I think just kind of evaluating really the key components here. Again, new roster for Boston, just by using obviously pieces of veteran presence across the league. But on the other side for Cloud9, I mean, I would say kind of the initial roster of this rebuild, if you want to call it that, or just this chance to be taken on young players. I would say that first four-man group highlighted by Nezra. Obviously, the spotlight immediately on to Wevy. What's your take just kind of looking at the eye test, Jay, here in the CDL?
Oh, yeah, I think Wevy has the talent, no doubt in my mind. When you watch this guy, how turned he is, not only with the SMG and the AR, he also is very successful, as we've seen on this map with the sniper. Takes the aggressive angles, and when you play like that, that only tells me that your confidence is still in you. It doesn't matter who you're going up against. It doesn't matter what the tags are. Do what got you here to this point. And that's be a guy that can have pop off regardless of the situation. He also has a great mind for the game too, because when we jumped into that listen into map number 1, he was the guy vocally leading this team, and he just walked in the building 2 days ago. So Wevy, some high praise from me, and I'm excited to see his career.
And it's interesting on top of that, just because, like, let's just reflect back on other teams who have done similar things that what Cloud9 is doing, kind of like your old school LAGs, your Paris Legions. You're in a position of, like, you're not in a competitive spot. You're trying to take a chance on largely players that have not been tested. We can kind of throw that more broad umbrella over it. But this honestly feels like the first time, and maybe it's because of the dynamics surrounding the Cloud9 did this back for stage 2, and everyone's just like, what are you doing? And now I think we're all kind of at peace that, like, they're going to do whatever the heck that they want. And I feel like that actually kind of helps, like, a Nezra and a Wevy, because everyone's looking at this team as like okay, but what is this really trying to do besides just give young kids a chance to play in the CDL? And I feel like a Nezra and a Wevy, if his presence continues the way that it has, will have an opportunity to be a consideration when it comes to things like roster mania in the offseason if it goes through like it did this last year.
Oh, yeah. Webby just walks into the building, and we're already saying that about the young man because he just passes the eye test. He was able to do it a little bit versus G2, and so far he's had his moments here versus Boston. I think if you are a C9, I think they took the right approach, though, Al, because obviously they felt in the beginning of the season with their original roster like it wasn't good enough to compete at the highest level. Potentially some contracts a little bit too expensive. And now you're bringing a really young team that are just happy to play with each other, happy for the opportunity. And now with this roster change, happy more than ever because you get a guy who you've been playing alongside with for 4 to 5 years now, ever since they were like 13 to 14 years old. So the natural chemistry is going to be there. And you see what it does to the Cloud9 players. Everyone's smiling from cheek to cheek, even though they're getting their ass whooped sometimes. They still have a good time.
Well, speaking of teams getting potentially their rear ends wiped or whooped, or any of the combination of the two, we've got the minor coming up next week. And again, if you have missed the post, this is what the bracket will look like for it. Again, single elimination. So the lifeline for teams like Carolina, New York, Vancouver, and Boston, who desperately need points if they want to have any side of a chance to get in towards the playoffs, would be largely banked off of the fact that they have to win 2, I believe. So really, I'm kind of looking at that Riyadh versus Carolina matchup. That's a bubble match that could very well help Riyadh gain some more separation or allow Carolina to be a little bit more inside of the picture. But the problem is you still have to go through an Optic Texas afterwards. And I won't lie, Jay, the idea of seeing another Riyadh versus Optic kind of rematch after what they did at Major 3 is quite enticing. But to give you the full scope of the picture, here is that overall look at the season standings to this point. For Boston and New York in this particular matchup, again, they would have to pull off a miracle to get above that Carolina threshold right now. But Carolina is in the mix if they can put together a good finish to the season.
Yeah, they're the only team in the mix right now. I think it's you and Vancouver Surge sitting at 85, especially getting reverse sweep by Boston yesterday. Yeah, we're probably not thinking about champs. The only team that should realistically is going to be the Ravens, who are down by 60. A big matchup, like you said, going up against the Falcons, because even though the Falcons found themselves up by 20, they're still technically on the bubble. So just getting wins like that, potentially deep runs in towards a minor, deep runs in towards major 4 gives you your best opportunity. But I think this series is almost ready to rock and roll again now.
Yes, sir. I just want to throw up one more piece of conversation. You know, our top 4 teams are pretty much locked in their top 4 positions. There may be a chance for LA and FaZe to flip-flop, but on the other front, from 8th to 5th is only like 20 points. And I'll tell you what, I want to be that 5th seed right now with the current state of how Paris is playing.
I'm not playing Optic, bro.
I'm saying, or I don't want to play LA or, FaZe on any particular day. I would much rather have that 5v4 matchup. So there could be a big battle towards that position. But into the mix we go. Boston, quick plant, 4v4, Cloud9 forced a retake.
They're looking for their own offensive response, and they're looking like they're quickly going to get it. A 1v4, hide last man standing, and Boston just step up the aggression. Thankfully, there was no sniper from Webby over towards A Street, so they can test that side of the map. They instantly get the bomb planted, and they don't allow Nezra to be impactful on the pinch. Great round there from Boston to stop the bleeding, and now going to defense, happy as hell.
Yeah, and I wonder if that's just because they've gotten a read that Nezra has been showing aggression through pit or up top towards window, like largely speaking, just the north side of the map, that Boston's like, if he's going to keep doing that, then let's just go for the quick plant. They only have one player, maybe throwing shoulders towards top bar, so let's just keep that window open. Beautiful call by Boston. Now just down 1, back on to what has been largely the stronger side to this point. Cloud9 looking for back-to-back offensive wins. Able to find a first blood deep, but look at the quick play up top towards bar. Boston are going to get some pit control, and they still have Spark floating, looking kind of 2 things at once, but Webby, SMG in hand, able to find a kill. Up and over, and Afro cannot find anything, and it's just on to Spark for a 1v everything, and he will only find 1 of the 4.
That's going to be C9 tying up the series. Back-to-back offensive rounds get the job done for the Young Bucks wearing blue. Fantastic plays from Nezra, fantastic plays there from Webby, and I love the slow and steady approach there on offense, just baking on your frags, because Boston, everything that they have done on defense worked up until that round. Yeah, you were finding great success by being the aggressors over through A Street, shutting down the potential possibility of the play developing on that side. But when you try to send 3 people through bottom pit and Cloud9 aren't instantly there to fight you, they read you very quickly and were able to use their attacks for the openings to close out this S&D, tied the series up at 1, and now it's anyone's game.
Yep. Clean. Okay. So more sake comes through. More questions surrounding how do we win on offense, but after dropping the map number 1, it's a good response from Cloud9. Den Overload, Scar, Hardpoint get us through the rest of this Sunday. And honestly, just kind of looking at the overall in general, it's just another one of those same kind of stories for Cloud9. How many times have we seen them be in a position to close out a map and not be able to? Can they find a way to stay up and possibly take the edge of this series? We'll find out in this New York-Boston rivalry when we come back.
Dominate the competition on main stage with the CDL Major Hunter Tracer Pack. Collect your chip by scanning the QR code or heading to the in-game store now.
Start the season strong with the 2026 Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator by scanning the QR code on screen or check it out in the Call of Duty store in-game now. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
towards Toronto. Oh, Joe, I think we have a gift for you. Oh, it's early Christmas.
I missed out on the whole Christmas memo. Do you guys send that one back?
Do you need a receipt?
I got the receipt over here.
Yeah,
if
receipt.
you need it.
What's the return policy on this thing?
I think 24 hours.
Do I have to open this?
Yeah, you have to open it
I
first.
do? Okay. Hello. This is weird. You look great. It's a brand new Maven. Yeah. They really got that on tight, huh?
Welcome back to the CDL. Wow, what is going on? He's the master fight. This guy is that's unbelievable.
Okay.
I coming back to him. This is not what I was expecting.
Wait, so they were here facing, we were here in Good grenade. Oh, he just ice skated on him.
Yo, that was a skateboard move right there.
I saw him. Come on the stairs, Nice. I'm looking you. Could be outer. That's nice. 3v1. Play Joe. Oh, nice, baby. Oh my god. I mean, I'm trying to scam it. They won't even kill me.
Do you agree with Smokes not being in respawn? I do personally, yeah. You do personally?
I do too.
I think it would make the viewing experience worse. What did I just see on my screen? Who was that guy? Did you see that? No. What was that guy? I don't know. Welcome to the citizens over there on YouTube. There was some random guy, like, see how they have the quad box? Like, there was some random guy just like in the all 4 boxes, and he looked like he was going crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome back there, friends. We've got a 1-1 series tie between Cloud9 New York and the Boston Breach. Matchup that, again, we're just still trying to figure out what these two teams are trying to do on the rest of the year. And so far, it kind of starts off with Cloud9 dropping the ball. Not much is different from what we...
The battle between these two guys, the battle of the burgers, some would say. Boston obviously complete the reverse sweep yesterday versus Carolina, lose the search and destroy today to tie the series up at 1, but at least had the response they did on that opening den HP. But now it's anyone's game. Cloud9 obviously gained some momentum. Players like Webby continue to shine. Nets are getting lost. And these guys are just having fun at the right time. Now going into a den overload that they just played 2 days ago versus G2, even though it was a new lineup, they beat the hell out of G2 on that map. They outslayed them by 21 kills. Webby was the lead guy in the slaying department. And with the aggression that they had, you got to expect these young guys to consistently just be moving. So if you are Boston, players like Mr. Purge, Playmaker Purge, needs to be able to answer the call on the opposite side, because you know what Afro can give you. He's that guy that's going to be hitting those long routes, getting behind enemy lines, multi-kill after multi-kill. You're banking on the ARs to be the safety nets, but you need to be able to match the aggression here of Cloud9, because when they win maps, they always go into the next one firing on all cylinders. And with such a young team who are basically playing with nothing to lose, everything to gain, all you want to do is continue to raise your stock. So take a look at the maps and modes. Boston obviously still map number 1, even though it felt like Cloud9 were in firm control from start to finish, but then the response in search and destroy on Sake. C9 tied the series up, and I think Alan is finally back. Alan needs some water.
Yeah, I don't know what just happened. My PC just like hard froze. I thought vMix on my side was crashing, and all of a sudden I hear you start talking. I go, wait a second. But no, we're back into the mix here. Yeah, I mean, it's just when you look at how Overload has grown over the course of the year, it's always really tough to ask a new team to match what we're seeing at the top level, but that's also kind of the requirement of you are now way behind because you have to figure out how the team is going to work together, but you also need to try to figure out how to play at the level of your optics and your Riyadhs, for that matter, to just, and your LAs as of recently, man. Like, it's just, you just have a hard time like getting yourself onto that level of coordination.
Yeah, it's going to be tough though, man, because that level of coordination comes with a lot of years of experience. World champions on every single one of those lineups that you just mentioned. And they have yet to even sniff a championship Sunday if you are that young C9 roster. But on the opposite side, if you are Boston, they're so locked in now. They are so locked in. Just looking at those player cams, they know that they finally have an opportunity out this stage compared to all the rest to give themselves the best chances at making a winner's bracket for the first time this season, you just got to get through matchups like this, man. I know you don't want to be 1-1 versus Cloud9, but job not done. We can still win it in 4.
Very well could. Again, we're talking about the future implications when it comes down to these rosters, but there's also, of course, a little bit more to the future of Call of Duty in full. I'm sure at this point you've probably seen it, but let's take a look back to check out the Modern Warfare 4 trailer upcoming.
10 mics, then your asses better be in formation north of the stadium. Orders are anytime, any place. Get ready. Sergeant J, keep your scouts in line.
Can we make a pit stop at the Komate?
The new guy is low on rations.
Make it fast, guys.
Who's that, a K-pop star?
The new supreme leader of North Korea.
No shit. That dude looks younger than I am.
You guys heard that?
작전 개시 10시 종료.
You're still a wanted man.
Yeah, I know.
What did you do?
What I had to.
We make our own rules of engagement now. You are moving a weapon of war. The kind we deny exists.
You do what you need to. Because you know I will.
재반자를 찾아내라. 이 마을을 불태워서라도. 제발!
수류탄 투척!
You're not ready. We could all die tonight. We don't even get a choice.
You broke a lot of rules, Price. No more rules.
COD Champs tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams lock in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to phasevegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Brought to you by America's Navy and the special operators who work in the shadows.
Lock in! Oh my god, it's a bang out!
It's a bang out!
And that's the round.
Nice, Joe.
Cracked!
Bro, that completely whiffed in the first.
Again.
Well,
I had
he gets
to.
2.
And that's the beat.
And I had 3 people one shot, so like, nice one,
that's
Joe.
good.
Joe, yeah?
There.
Time, man. Like when you have the Slayers, when you have the talent there, it's all about putting it together.
Marnie or top guy?
Wait, I think they're probably working, eh?
Yeah, they have Deddy, by the way.
Sheesh. Sheesh, bro.
Good
Hold that.
Sheesh.
Bro, my POV that.
Dashy, oh my God, what a play. Coming in from old time, and I love this. Well, now shots
Can't read this.
Yeah, what a play.
He should let one walk past.
Right?
Yep.
Here comes the first.
Free two-piece. Great play.
That is
yep.
free.
gorgeous.
And we get
gonna flip spawns? Yo, that was beautiful by
for the Falcons. And Optic are starting to figure it out.
And you know what?
Now you
That ain't gonna show up on the scoreboard. But what a play.
You stay L triggered. Merc's there for
just
two.
broke the hill basically
there for the
by himself.
Kills.
This is perfect. Just funnel them green. We have this grandma rotation. 10 seconds left.
I think it's certainly
right now. It's
Oh my god.
GG. Nah, this is GG, bro.
It's not GG Coach GG. It's not GG Coach GG. It's not GG Coach GG, Tom.
Oh my god! Oh my
god! Caesar! Holy Caesar! Holy let's go. Holy shit.
I just jinxed the Falcons.
You just jinxed it, Tom.
I just jinxed the Falcons. I just jinxed them.
Solo Caesar, one shot. He's dead. Alright, that's it. They can go there deep. That's it.
Yo, pinch.
Nice, let's go. That's above you. He went down. Down.
Absolute, my bad. He's one shot. You guys got this. You got this. Money for you. Way better. Wait.
Nice! Let's go.
If I lose that, then just take the Porsche away.
Alright. Another car, come on.
Yeah.
They watch us play Searchlight that? Oh my god, they're shit.
I got a so bad.
Nice.
Come on! Let's go! Come on, Benjay! Come on, Benjay!
Oh, man. He just overextended kill me. There needs to be a trade there.
Won the unfold, man. Won the unfold.
That. How are you losing that? Oh my god! No fundamentals out of the full pro squad?
GG. My guy's checked.
Bro, every time I cast, they always gonna throw that damn clip up. I'm sick and tired of being world star by Benjay with former pro players on my team. I'm 100% always gonna blame Nameless, but please, production, take that out. I'm sick and tired of seeing it.
You know how you don't get featured in CDL TV, Jay?
Don't get world starred? Yeah.
Don't stream.
That too.
It's kind of like, how do you get a good bunker game in golf? Don't hit it in the bunker. That's perfect. Oh, goodness. We've got ourselves just obviously a little bit of extended tech issue right now, but for the moment, it all finds down to, again, the little things. That's just really, I think, maybe the big key when you look at kind of how this year has gone for some of the teams that are on the bottom side of the overall standings. There's been a lot of little things that just keep cropping up, and the fixes just do not come to fruition in time to put yourself in a competitive position. And instead of trying to, work out the kinks, it's, okay, now we got to change the system completely. And sometimes that works, other times it doesn't. And now we find ourselves in that position of both these two teams just kind of battling for, well, some career longevity, maybe more than anything else.
Yeah, both these teams got a lot to play for, man. For such a young team in Cloud9, just for your reputation, your chances at next season, because obviously we already sold Modern Warfare 4. Game looks fantastic, man, and I don't know if you saw a little bit of the gameplay out. There's no Omni movement. So all these young crack turn players, you're gonna have to quickly learn how to make those adjustments, and that's where the experience can potentially play a part. So for Boston, I know it hasn't been the season that you currently want, but you have a chance to still right the wrongs at the very end to give yourself a great finish going into the next game.
Truth. That is very true. They've already seen a lot of the long-standing veterans that are like, hey, no Omni movement, I'm
slowing down. Wait, they brought the Unks back, brother. It's for the Unks now.
A lot of anchor ARs are like, yeah, let me get dead. Could be the year of the AR. Right now, we find ourselves in a season of NPCs, though. I'll tell you that much. And it's, it's exciting, I think, to kind of see, players largely like what we're seeing out of Cloud9 be able to step in and kind of showcase their individual, POVs in particular, but there is something to be told, and to kind of piece both of those points together, talking about the little mistakes that we've seen from some of our bottom teams versus what you're talking about in terms of a slower game. It's, you have to be methodical and completely aware of the game-winning mechanics, to reference the old meme from last year of like, they're not playing to win. You have to still play off of the objective overall, and when the game slows down, obviously that turns into a heavier focus, generally speaking.
And I think the only thing that Cloud9 could have potentially have done with their roster this season is just to keep one player at least with some experience to teach these young guys, because you hear it all the time. Like, you can be an up-and-comer, you can have the most talent in the world, but for all the best players that have ever played Call of Duty, they were taught by some of the greatest to ever play the game. Players like Shotzi, who first walks into the league. Oh yeah, his first team alongside Crim6 and Clay. Like, can you imagine that? Like, that's what you need if you're such a young player. Just a player that can teach you what you need to do to be a longevity kind of staple in the CDL. And with such a young team, realistically, they still don't have that guy for the Cloud9 lineup. So I don't really know how their career could potentially turn out, because without that experience, I'm telling you, that plays such a big part to your career in the longevity aspect.
There's also the kind of focus that comes with like the support system as well behind that, coaching staff, all of that stuff that kind of comes into play. But we'll continue that conversation at a different point, because we're still experiencing some tech issues. So we're going to go ahead and jump off to another break. I know we want to get to the overload. We'll get there as soon as we can. You're back.
COD Champs tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams lock in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to phasevegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Brought to you by America's Navy and the special operators who work in the shadows.
But now Kiz is in a great spot to find a first blood. That was insane. Oh my God, why did he just do that?
Joe's face was comedy in here.
Here with you. Watch out. You watch out, P2 if you need. Hurt for you. Back secret, nice. All time. Balcony, nice.
Hardpoint contested.
FaZe fans, the hype squad in the front row, they make it to nearly every single event. That poor guy that hit the deck today outside the venue, is he here?
Saw that. That was tough.
Hey! That poor guy ate concrete for breakfast. Tough one.
There's the check. Oh, I like it more. Spray me in the face.
But early in our 7th circle here, there's still 30 teams left. You don't have any reason
resources. Get to the zone if you can. Win your gunfight. Maze somehow sneaks through. You see a lone newbie Spartan running around like a chicken with his head cut off. There are so many squads. This is unprecedented. Being able to see this from the Codcaster is so special. There's our first moving zone.
Really right there.
Yeah, got me. Don't even worry about it. Get these guys on.
It's all good. Go next.
Don't even worry about it.
Yeah,
Did you go next?
Just go next. Just go next. Yeah, we're good. Oh, we gotta laugh that one off, boys. Oh,
Yeah, we got that one off.
I'm bad.
We gotta laugh that one off.
Christ.
Now the Ravens soar. Now the Ravens battle. The final 5 moments for them now. What a turnaround. What a tournament. Carolina survive. Optic Texas go home.
Down to 3 for either side. This is going to be it. Last ditch attempt. Fly under the point. Joe Deceives gets his. But 3 seconds to go. You've got to get on the zone, lad. Fresh mag. Send it. Wins it. Oh my God. It's a 2v1. Diamond. Can you do it? The boys are on the capture. It's now a 1v1. What a round of control. Diamond, if you win this. God damn, what a round.
Man, Wixels is just gonna have to slide up with ARs.
Oh, nice little deep shoulder coming through. Oh! Wow! No way! He gets the one through the drop, and then all.
Been magnificent. Miami take the lead. They're trying to close it out.
Cell first kill's good though, but Miami battle back. They've got themselves the trade. Oh! It's just down to Cell with the what? He's gonna get all 4. Atlanta are gonna reinforce the hard point first. Miami, no trophy systems are locked in place by stuns. Oh, it's an absolute breakdown by the end as Cell finishes on 5 to steal away the map.
Real as well. All down to the smoke play from up high. He's going for a joke. Johnny down. 1v1. And Real singing across the stage.
Creo además que Pikul tiene unas palabras especiales que dedicar. ¿Qué les quieres decir a la audiencia en el día de hoy?
I just want to say I lived 2 great years in the league. I love all of you, even the Greenwald fans, you know, love all of you. We make COD so much special. It's so nice to have it aquí en España. Vamos a todos, hola a las familias. Vamos Heretics!
Come on, guys. Hold the line. Oh, God, they're still second. They're on the other side. There's no respawns remaining. Oh, no. It's all falling apart.
Yeah, there's still time left.
Oh, if they get the minute extension, it's done. Oh. 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 It's done.
Well, you said it was the law.
It is the law. No, this is literally, it's literally the law of control, though. It is, man. It doesn't matter how. It's wide open.
4-3.
1, 2.
No! Oh, no.
It's real.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God.
It's over.
That's a G.
Definitely no Rocket League. G2 just cooked them. Oh my God.
GG, man.
He's done.
Wow, bro. Wow.
Look at him. Look at him talking shit.
Oh,
he said, I run you motherfuckers. That's it.
Oh, God.
Oh.
That was a breakdown.
Long, that's
I'm holding back. I'm pushing now. I have the door push.
Okay,
wait. Stay left. I have the door. Use your 2 front door. Look at one.
Let's get front there. Let's get front there. Watch your front. Nice one. Let's get late.
Long. Stay left.
Sit down. Oh my God.
Let's go. Baby. We're sweeping them. I promise you.
God. Oh my God.
Holy
fuck.
Open time. Quinn is in. Real gets it. 5 for the win. Real holding it on. Lucky gets the final kill. And what a map.
Standy will get free info here onto Assault. Quickly finds the kill. No. Whoa! He's going for the assassination. Didn't hold the button down long enough. And Assault says not so fast.
Let me tell you right now, these guys play every day. You should know you cannot assassinate someone when they are a little bit taller than you on the map. And unfortunately, the 1v doesn't work, but you know them hands from Assault. They are definitely warm. 2 punches right to the chest to take down Standy.
Oh my God. Both players are at a standstill right next to each other, and they spot each other. Sketch trying to get the nose. Yes!
You're a child! You're a child! You're a child!
God. You gotta be kidding me!
Yes!
W's in a tap for Sketch. W's.
Oh my God,
Trophy
here we
down.
go. They got the stack. Second tick is done. Faye's trying to go. It's moving so quickly. Can they get into contest? They're soaring through. It's just about done. The contest is in. Shotzi kills everybody in front of him, but Faye's are able to get in. Getting a point, man. Here we go. Gotta hold with no respawns. They're holding for now. They win 1. Nobody left. Faye's hold with no respawns remaining.
I'm not gonna lie, you can see, bro. It looks like I've been playing the map for 3 years. I swear to God. Yeah. I get to the ball.
I'll show you later. There's some new plant tech.
Is there?
There's new plant tech. It's insane. It's actually.
I thought I had the flow. Bro.
Brandon, there's a way to throw all your techs while planting the bomb. No.
I'm not doing that.
Here come the Falcons. Boo! Are we booing? Yeah, we're booing. How aggressive? Let's get him. All right, yeah, boo! Is that good? Yeah. Boo! Look at AG. He's smiling, taking it all in. Yeah, he's walking on like he's a puppet. Yo, AG is so funny, bro.
Here they
Be careful here.
3, 2, 1. Go line up.
Oh, what a flick. Wait, he's going back for more? Oh.
Simple.
Oh!
That was gotta give him that! That was good!
Oh my God!
Holy sh!
That was crazy. Give that to him. Give that to him.
Right where you wanted him to.
Looks like
Last series of the day. Just, Riley, I don't even want to talk about it. Just throw up our predictions. You know who we're picking.
You know which way we're going. Go ahead and light it up purple across the board.
Yes, do that. Yo, is this rigged? They didn't even go through the picks.
They didn't even go. Wait, so nobody's picking Cloud9? That's actually biased as I'm sorry.
This is one of those series you see on the schedule and you're like,
See if they can stand it.
Get this one done. Go enjoy our day.
Yeah, let's get in there. Let's finish it up quick.
They may have booked dinner tonight or something.
Let's go. C9! The people's team!
What the? I'll admit I was wrong. That's impressive. That's
We were
great
all
work.
wrong. Yeah, we were all wrong.
That's great work from C9 right
We
there.
were all wrong. I'll give it to him.
What an awesome. We get it?
Yeah.
GG!
Boom. Let's go. I want to say that I was not trying to curse us. I did not. I thought it was 250 kills. So when we were up 70 kills, I was like, "There's no way we can lose."
Yeah.
Now it makes.
Iron Doge does it all now.
Go big. Unicorn.
Welcome back there, friends. We are finally game ready. Hope you enjoyed CDL TV. No subscriptions to any streaming services needed. You can just enjoy that on extended break or a normal 3-minute break. Let's get into the overload here, though, Jay. We've got Den. Webby, I will say again, debut-wise, you like what you see. The numbers also implicate that, yep, he's got some sauce to play with. Your player to watch, or who are you looking at?
Oh yeah, no, Webby's 100% my player to watch, man, because the guy just has takeover ability. Obviously passes the eye test, can do it with multiple weapons, and isn't afraid to make the right play for this C9 roster. So Webby, who was the leading factor to the dominant victory versus G2, can he be the same exact response here versus Boston?
Well, it might be needed. Opening break off looking really solid right now for Boston. Webby able to find one, but that's going to lead to all 4 down. Forward blocker and TJ not going to be able to do too much, so there will be an opportunity for Cloud9 to come off spawn and respond defensively. The EMP already thrown over towards B, but yeah, Hyde just slides across, finds one, and that will have Boston, well, actually looking to still force this. Bit peculiar to say it plainly, and Afro just dancing. A couple of kills come out, but Cloud9 defensively will have Hyde holding strong.
Hyde is making big time plays. Almost finds the third to single-handedly shut down this score for Boston, but at least stalls out enough time for everyone to regroup over through this B side. So the reset comes in back through the middle of the map. Kills are going in favor of C9. Afro just trying to value his life, gets caught, and all the map control you just had is now in favor of the opposite team.
Okay, can you get this forward play though from Webby? Able to find the first one nicely. You also get some success over to the Dojo side. Nice shots from Netra 4 in a row. Spart able to only find one in response. Purge holding the defensive line for now, but he's got a lot more to deal with it as Encourage finds the kill. The EMP will come through for the first score for Cloud9. And we're not done yet. That's the bigger part about this EMP spawning over towards the bottom side of the map. Look at Webby coming across the middle of the map. Encourage has done an incredible job to find a couple. Opens the door for Webby's position. Problem is there's no lead blocker in front of Dojo, and Nedge will just have to back away.
Oh yeah, and if you're C9, I already see the game plan. Everyone is rocking the MPC. They're just trying to run and gun right now versus the Breach. And that has been good enough for the first score, but now on their second attempt, they get shut down. Boston in control of the EMP, now working their way up to the middle of the map. Webby is going to be surrounded. He's hoping that his teammate can get the trade, but Afro pops a double. Now Boston going B.
Okay. Could be a chance here. Nedra in the way, but no, can't find the first kill nor the second needed. Encourage also will drop on the exit from this EMP detonation, so there will be a chance here for Boston, even though they'll be lower on numbers, to still get over to the rooftops first. Purge try to play his life, and actually no, we'll just grab the EMP and try to get out of here. Spart able to provide some out exit, and there may be a chance to actually catch C9 at mid as well. Spart looking for it, but is shut down. Cloud9 looking good with the numbers.
It's a scary situation now that you're in. If you are Boston, you're just hoping that players are able to find a couple kills to make this rotation easier, but thankfully you got a TJ Halley who locates a double. So that map control is still being fought for, with C9 backs against the wall, need to clutch up or stop.
Okay, well, Encourage will find 2 that will pretty much put the offensive play out of question. And now there's a chance to respond. TJ able to keep the play relatively alive. Purge trying to reinforce Spart over through 10. Webby trying to hold, but he gets gunned by the pistol, so hold on. Now you've got a quick flank moving over through couches. Trophy system down will keep Boston set up. Can you find the opening if you're Afro? But wait, Spart just goes too quickly. There's still a chance to follow up behind this, and that will be enough to get yourself in a position to get a second score.
And that's all shout out to Spart, man. The guy who's staying alive in towards 10, when he is surrounded by nothing other than Cloud9 players. He's able to give you the double, one with the M15, one with the pistol, and that eventually leads to the score. But now Cloud9 looking for a very quick response. You don't take care of him on the cross, and there's no one showing presence over towards Plat's side, so last guy is going to be Nezra with the EMP. Should be a cleanup.
And it is. Encourage still hanging over towards Dojo. Will pretty much entrap Boston towards the top side of the map, but Cloud9 really don't have as many defensive players back as you'd like. Holding the line for now, though, is Boston. Afro for 1. Webby able to connect onto a Semtex Plus. He's able to find Afro, and that will change the EMP's hands. TJ going to be late here, and look at the position from Encourage. He never really gave this up, and the problem is he can't get back over towards pillars, but it doesn't make a difference. The space he gained was enough. We're tied at 2. 50 seconds on the clock.
Stop the pressure at rooftop. Your lead blocker is already behind enemy lines. It's influencing them to spawn all the way across the map. A free score there to run it all in and tie the game up. But now with 40 seconds to go with, you're losing the gunfights that are very important in this position. And the EMP carrier doesn't wait for anyone. So Spark just flies on into a 1v4. And now all of Cloud9 are here to clean up house.
Yeah, that's tough. I think if you're Spart, you're thinking, wait a second, I think I've got a free route to just run this thing forward. And he nearly did. Problem was, nearly is not enough. Last 18 seconds. The Afro EMP carry is underway. He's trying to see if he can pull the defense away from this B position for the overtime that's likely to come through. Webby is still holding. Encourage looking for the pincher on the back through mid, and no one's watching for this whatsoever. Problem is Encourage completely whiffs, and Purge finds another from the front. Webby will drop. It's just down to one. It's got to be Hyde. Stuns, nades, all trying to come through. Spark not able to find the first kill, but it doesn't make a difference. Overtime will quickly expire with the score. And man, I'll tell you, it just felt like Boston maybe had a chance for more there, but still come away pretty darn good.
Yeah, that was just so locked in on Afro's player came there. He had to take a good laugh at it because no one watches the map. And Courage finds the opening, but just not the gunfight that he was looking for. Because I'm pretty sure it's Afro with that EMP in that final push. Just gets to read, okay, there's pressure here. But it was Spart who leads to the score number 2. And then it's the rest of Boston just rallying at the right time. Like, Encourage had the play right in front of him, Al. And that's just one gunfight that you desperately need to find. And now I understand why Afro's laughing a little bit, because he just destroyed Encourage for that cap.
3-2 the count. Switch the sides. Can Boston extend their lead? Can Cloud9 continue to respond? The 2 questions to ask. Opening exchange has us still looking for some forward position if you're Boston, but that's all shut down. Leaves Spark essentially by himself. He is still hanging out of the Hellstorm he was there pretty early on in the first half. Nice response there from Purge, because otherwise there would have been a score probably towards B, but Purge is going to find 2, and now he's the one creating space for Boston, or at least attempting to before being shut down from behind.
Yeah, usually on the second half, this is when playmaker Purge really starts to make big-time plays. So finds a very important kill to stop that quick score from coming in. Allows your teammates to still stabilize around this map. And now this is where playmaker Purge can make big time plays. Pushes all the way through the rooftops. Team nades going back and forth. And now, even though he's the last man standing, keep the EMP safe is your job.
Well, Nezra's trying to get forward in his own right over towards the B side of the map. Problem is Boston are finding the kills they need over through the middle. Now you got to get back to the play through Nezra. You'll find Afro, but you get the kill from Spart like you call. Plus, you've got TJ with him. And Boston will find an opening to score their 4th over towards the B point. Now it's the mad dash back over to Dojo side. And honestly, Hyde has given up a lot of space here, but still has the angle locked. Finds the first. Cloud9 find the kill from the front. And now it's just down to, can you deal with Spart over through the Dojo side? And they eventually will, but the numbers are dwindled too much to do much with this if you're Cloud9.
Yeah, it didn't matter what Nezra was able to find success on that late pinch, with Spart still showing presence over towards Dojo. Shuts down that play single-handedly. So now it's a battle for the map control. Right now, Boston have more to work with because there's presence from Purge sitting around that mid-map area. You know, all of Cloud9 are going to be fighting over towards 10, so here comes Purge on the pitch. That's already 2 dead. Yeah. This is an opportunity for Boston to get another score.
Yeah, great patience from Afro waiting for Purge to get involved. Last player left alive for Cloud9 is Nedra, but he is being held by TJ. Problem is, from the front, things will come through, and it'll be a 5-2 count here for Boston. EMP quickly back over towards the rooftops. Webby has maybe opportunistically opened something up here with that first blood. But keep your eye on number 5. Purge is just waiting for his chance to pinch from behind.
Yeah, second half player. Playmaker Purge. Waiting for his moment to strike. All right, my teammates shut down the pressure over the rooftops. You're bound to wrap it right into me. Ooh. And Encourage is ready with the Jaeger. Gets the headshot, and now Clyde I have a lot of space to work with.
Problem is, Spart will shut down the potential extension to B.
Okay.
The defense will spawn up right in the middle of the map, and they're able to at least shut down the play through couches at the same time. Cloud9 a little stuck in the mud right here. Webby gives you 1, make it a second, but crossed up as Purge finds trade over through P2. Now it's Nezra's turn, and this is where things can get a little out of hand if you're Cloud9, where we just get a little too individualistic. But so far, all the individual gunfights will turn up their way, and now it's just the decision-making time of which direction we want to go.
And I don't know if they know, but you're currently down 3 in this score. Encourage is getting destroyed by Afro in so many of these important one-on-one gunfights, and that's now going to lead to 4 dead. Boston turning defense into offense, already showing a lot of his presence over towards rooftops. They're just looking for the opening kill. At least it's not a lot of time for TJ to strike on this pitch.
Yeah, can Spart keep his life? Answer is no. Oh, man. TJ 4 in a row, though. I think Spart's still holding out of the Hellstorm. May not need it. Minute 20 on the clock. 3-score differential. Feels like we're already within the bounds to start talking about map number 4. Afro, pistol, help from Purge. Last one to find is Hyde, but he finds the kill. But Hyde actually falls off the map right there. So credit the kill to Purge. Cloud9 will retain the EMP, and they've got to go quick.
Yeah, leader's advantage is one hell of a thing in Overload because you can just tell the difference in Boston's gameplay from the first half to the second half. Timing your flanks to perfection to lead to scores, or at least leads to stops. And I don't know if this Hellstorm's gonna get here in time. You're gonna bring it all the way down. It doesn't matter. Cloud9 get the score. Now the reset back in the middle of the map with 40 seconds.
Well, can you get a couple of kills here to maybe allow the player off spawn to grab the EMP and follow up on these positions? No, Purge has the knife out towards top window. Webby will fall, hide around the back, can't find anything, and that will be enough for Boston to close this map out. The question will just be to what score tally? Cloud9 a couple of kills here, but yeah, man, it's just another one of those moments where, again, you look towards the scoreboard, not heavily outslayed was Cloud9. No. It just came down to a couple of long flanks, honestly just left you short-handed on some of the defensive moments, and of course you had a couple of great individual plays from players like Afro and Spark.
Yeah, some gunfights that don't go your way play a big part on some of these scores at the very end of the game, but Boston, when they needed to have it, they got it done. So many stops on the goal line, and I'm telling you, when you have a leader's advantage in Overload, you just play a totally different game going into that second half. Because you're up by 3, there's no need to rush anything. You know that you're not the aggressors, you don't have to be the playmakers, so you just wait for them to make mistakes time and time again. And I felt like Cloud9, even though they had a lot of possession time, they weren't really going the right ways, Al. Like, you were consistently trying to fight through the middle of the map, trying to push it through couches, trying to push it through bottom U, where a lot of those play decisions are like 50-50 chances. No, if we secure the right side, or if we secure rooftops, and we find those skills to go in sync, yeah, we make the game a whole lot easier on ourselves. But when you are consistently just making it more difficult for yourself, that's allowing Boston to just quickly come off the respawn, fill a gap, have a one-on-one clutch gunfight to be a turning difference of that play call. And even though Cloud9 get 3, Boston were in firm control.
Yeah, and I think you're absolutely right to point to the decision-making moments. I think in particular, the one that stands out is when you get essentially 3 dead and you know where the 4th player is for Boston, and Cloud9 are just kind of stuck at the middle of the map. Like, are we going A? Are we going B? It's almost like they're waiting to figure out if they can get that next wave of kills where you don't really have full awareness of where the spawns are. And that just kind of leads to moments where you're stuck. You're stalled out. Like, you don't have the ability of controlling the map and, you know, using that to especially down, you know, 4-2 at that point, I believe it was, to relay and actually create an opportunity to go from one score to another, which is what some of the best teams are able to do here at this stage of the game. So great stuff from Boston on the other front, and a lot of it, again, just off of some individual moments, especially against Encourage, which is never fun, but hey, that's what Afro brings to the table, man. He's got that dog.
I'm telling you, when Afro's playing dead, if you manage to challenge him in toward that P2 area, you're most likely gonna lose. I swear, I don't watch that guy lose any gunfights in that position. Because Afro just got that dog in him. So many clutch fights. Boston able to take the Overload with a little bit of ease. And yeah, now you got to reset. I know it was a long break. It definitely killed the momentum on the side of C9.
Hey, for real.
But now you need to respond on a map that you did play versus G2. Even though you got smoked, you could be able to learn from it to be better this time around.
Yeah, they've played this map a lot to have this new Cloud9 roster. They played it in almost every single Major 2 qualifier, and then kind of got away from it a little bit in Major 3. But you're right, that series that stands out, of course, most recently versus G2. Couldn't win gunfights on rotation, led to dominant setups for G2, largely speaking, just kind of to throw a general umbrella over how the map had gone. And even though there were opportunities, and I think a lot of, I would say, like, appropriate calls of like, okay, someone's got to try to hit a route. They were. It just, again, you're not finding the efficiency and effectiveness that you want to when you're playing either on that route, or the 3 players that have to stay alive to wait for that route aren't able to, or they don't. And that's the other thing about teams like this that, you know, we often see. I think it's to kind of paint the picture, like at this stage of the year, like in challengers, you see that a lot, where it's just like, hey, this group of 4 guys who made it through like the elite qualifiers with some excitement surrounding them, then play a veteran roster that find themselves in challengers, and they just cannot find a way to out-rotate teams that do the proper stuff, you know, that execute off of the macro game that gives you objective control. So that's, I think, the big focus for me for Cloud9 going into this second day of trying to play this map.
Yeah, and I think you hit it right on the head, Al. With a map like Scar, fundamentals need to be there, because if you're consistently playing from the back foot, that means you're spawning all the way across the map. You're giving up all the power spots to the team that's doing the little things, right? And it could just start to spiral out of control, especially if you give up early Hellstorms in the first like P1 to P2 chain, because that is a difference maker, especially when you go over towards P3. You're just always going to be in a bad position. So for players like Webio, so far in the series, sitting at a 1.1 overall KD. You did fantastic work on the opening den, and you have an opportunity here to change the outcome here on Scar Hardpoint. But the back of your mind is, how do we make the game easier just being the team early to the punch?
Yeah, and you had to hit that first layer to start things off. Knowing what side of the map you want, when to hit those timings, and to make sure that you're not getting too over-aggressive on how you're zoning out hard points. Good start here off the break off. Afro able to shut down one, but Cloud9, I like this. You're forcing the spawns up towards the top side of the map. It's creating kind of a no decision where Boston have to play around the long flank. Spark does give one, but the trade is out, and Cloud9 looked great here in the first hard point.
This is ideal. And that's so far pushed up through that motel side that, you know, Boston have to OE. They have to work through plane, or at least take time to wrap back to take care of him. Takes 2 players to take down Nezra, but all that time it took to take care of him allowed C9 to soak up a majority of this P1 time, and that player's in a position that they want to over towards News. So Cloud9 coming out swinging.
Yeah, I mean, this is more than swinging. This is haymaker after haymaker right now. It's going to be 30-6. Cloud9 in position to open up P2 to their back, but don't stay too overextended. You might give away too much of the map. No one's in the hard point here for Cloud9 for the first 10 seconds, so you're so focused on controlling the map, you lose sight of the objective, and all of a sudden, Boston's at the front door. They're able to already neutralize the time. You've got a player putting pressure on the pinch, and all things said and done, it's Boston who are going to have the better control of P2.
Yeah, that's tough. Tried a little too much there, Al. Taking too much space, not having anyone on the objective. Allowed Boston to realize, wait, no one on the hard point? Everyone flooded through motel. And they at least made it scrappy for the first 30 seconds, but now C9 are able to stabilize. They are all swinging over towards green. You know where your focus needs to be and hide his value in his life so well in towards B2.
Yeah, good correction here from Cloud9 through the halfway point of the hard point. But the kills on the exit are good. You're going to have a 50-50 foot race here to see who can get to the plane first. Afro will be the first one nearby. TJ working on the position. Afro's able to find the first blood. Spark trying to cut off the cross through mid. And this is another solid rotation here for Boston, where, again, look at Cloud9. Just like everyone's stacked on top of each other. We're not creating routes. We're not opening up space. We're just a little stuck, and Boston are feasting off that.
Yeah, playmaker Purge doing exactly what he does on 7 in a row, locking down the spawn. Once that old P2 hill ended, Nezra actually had a really good spawn over towards blue, but decided to chow the player on old instead of rotating to the backside of both. Which gave Purge 7 in a row, which potentially gives him a hellstorm going forward into this game. But Cloud9, at least for now, still no trophy systems in play. Get the break from the front side of green.
Get in the hard point. Okay, there we go. Encourage eventually able to step up 4 in a row.
Wait, we used it here?
Hellstorm called early.
Oh,
wow.
hell no.
We're talking 16 seconds of time, Jay. Afro's behind the play, so he'll have Cloud9 spawning all the way out. TJ looking for the trade at mid, and we'll be able to finally confirm the kill onto Hyde. So the Hellstorm neutralizes time from Cloud9 and guarantees you the rotation to 4. It may not necessarily play off as the most valuable Hellstorm in the world, but at least it gives you something.
Yeah, it gave you some space then. Wins the rotation over towards P4, allows you to take the lead by a slight margin, but already on the first attempt, C9 showing a lot of presence over through motel. 2 players already across the map, and they'll make it 3, and Spark is easily sniffed out. So C9 take the lead, take the spawns, and now Boston have to break in.
Yeah, that was effectively a Hellstorm for about 15 seconds of hard point
That's
time. I'll let you at home decide that that was worth it. Never mind. No, we won't. Jay's going to just tell you it was not worth it. Here we go. Boston with the counter break, though. Keeping it mixy around the 4th hard point. Afro shut down, trying to create space from the front. TJ, though, able to follow up nicely. And that will keep Cloud9 more than arm's reach away from this back 15 seconds or so. Kind of forces the decision to scrap and rotate here. And honestly, for Cloud9, you may actually appreciate that, saying, okay, we don't have to get lost in this moment of gray matter. We can just kind of set ourselves up. And so far, the setup is working out nice.
Yep, they already find 2 kills off the rotation. They already have space being laid through the middle of the map. as Hyde finds a kill, but now you know exactly where all the pressure's going to come in if you are C9. Just now we need to clutch up on these fights in the middle of the map. Thankfully, Webby quickly filling the gap. Also reading the pressure that the guy's also going to be on you at green. You set up your teammate and C9 shut down the first push.
Okay. Webby on 5, getting close to a potential hellstorm, but the battles he has in front of him are not easy ones. Instead, Webby will try to help out over the middle map. Nice shots, able to shut down Purge, but traded quickly by TJ. Hyde looking for the trade in his own right, able to find one. Afro from the front though gets an entry kill, and there's no follow-up there. Afro finds Ekin. So even though Hyde's got mid-map, he needs a teammate to clear out the hard point, and they will do exactly that. And Focus now with 15 seconds remaining will move back over towards 1. That double from TJ will allow Boston to essentially control Cloud9 spawns, playing all the way back behind P5.
Dude, this guy's got a beamer, bro. He's not missing with this M15. All right, if you're in front of me, you're probably going to get terminated. TJ, you're the next one up for the Chow. 2 in a row for the young buck and Webby. But it's a bad situation to be in if you are C9. You have to work out. Someone has to hit a long route, find an opening kill because Boston have everything on lock.
Well, we can see with Cloud9, they're stuck, man. It's another one of those moments where no one's able to help create a route. Everyone's stuck over in one particular spot on the map. And Spart's got that locked. Sees another crosser over towards mid-market. Purge trying to step up for it, but it's TJ who gets the double. And again, it's just, we're not creating, this feels very G2, like the series versus G2. We're just not creating the space to get anything going. We're just kind of forcing these fights from the front. Fortunately, the trophy system expires. And that allows Nezra to open up the hard point.
And now I'm making to take this final 15 seconds, but Purge continues to freaking shine. 18 and 12, 6 bullets is all it took to get the better of that player on the side of C9, but Boston with a fantastic hold, take the lead by a slight margin. It's a tie game going over towards P2, and Purge is still showing presence at blue, exactly what he needs to do for his team.
Yep, Purge is hanging on over in the shack. Teammate will spawn with him, that's Afro. From the front, TJ is doing it all over towards red steps, and this is staggering Cloud9 on their respawns in a very punishing way. All 4 will jump up. About a lead of 20 points for Boston, but Afro through mid continually puts pressure onto the pinch, able to find the one onto Encourage. Now he's behind the play. No one's able to turn because you're so focused on the front, and Afro gets to 4, keeps his life, and has helped to try to keep him covered. But Nedra in a position to at least contest, Encourage to follow, and Cloud9, they were able to keep this pretty mixy. But Boston, likely off of this last 15 seconds, are going to start turning their heads over towards P3 as we jump into a Boston breach. Listen in.
Top man away.
That all week.
Encourage one new.
There you go. Come right then.
I'm sitting top. I'm sitting mid.
Have a trophy on plane.
Not the mid. Yo, on the trench, Webby. Watch out that.
That's it. We got the trophy on plane.
I'm watch out. Have a cross me, guys.
On top of the plane.
I'm taking Encourage. Watch out. Really weak.
Yeah, back left too. Fuck.
He's on the plane, bro.
Y'all
Regain.
I'm going.
What are you doing here? I'm going mid with you. You guys wrap our side. Throw nades. Start your attacks.
Nade plan. Be shot again.
Shot backed up. T1. Watch out T1. Absolutely, bro. Watch out T1, bro. T1 so done. I'm watching. I'm on HP.
I'm telling Bo.
Stay alive.
Low time.
Come back to our side.
Top of the plane. Top of the plane. I am.
Okay.
That's the time.
P5 got me. P5 in time.
Other rest of push through. Okay.
You have encouraged. Take your time.
Top green.
Both there. I'm blocking. You guys can take space. You guys can take Charles. I'm blocking.
Yeah. He did be P5. I'll send P5 yet. We got mid.
I'm picking up left. I have left. Chris.
One enemy on one shot. Don't.
I don't see any mid. All good.
He's top green. You're 130 right.
Yo, he could be P1.
I'll spawn up, bro.
I hear you, bro. Trying to play my time. P1. Watch out, P1 Nedra.
In the back on me
on the fence. One's on me, front shot.
You guys back by wall fence. Give me 7, bro. I'm
watch out. In the back on me. 2 in the back, guys. 2 in the back. Hides one shot in the back. 2 in the back.
Blue still. How many? The back of me.
Top. Try to go mid. Nice, good shit, too. One time, miss one.
Yeah, right. Top blue weak. Dead.
I'm selling it.
I done it.
Stun him.
Front door.
One shot. Top front door. I'm one shot, bro.
Shut up front door. Front door. There's a guy front door on you.
Back door, Nedra. One shot.
Keeping it mixy here, Jay. And we got break after break, moving over from 3 to 4, and Cloud9 in the lead. Once again, we find ourselves at that point of the map. to be about 200 to 170. Boston looking to put pressure on towards the old time and simultaneously get TJ to challenge new, but Nezra shuts it down. Spawns are all over the place as we move over to P5.
Yeah, and if you're C9 with 3 players spawning on the backside of hold, you might as well contest that final player and just hope to God that if you are Nezra, you can buy your life long enough to allow us back into the play. It's still going to be C9 contesting for the spawn. C9 lining up the kill feed. There's also pressure through the front, so Spart needs to stay alive and towards the top green, and he wins one massive one-on-one gunfight to keep this presence.
A little help from the shadows there over towards the top side at green. Nice nade from Afro. Keeps his gun up. Lots of damage followed up by Purge. TJ right there with him. They combine for an opportunity to keep Boston in the hard point. Next challenge coming through for Cloud9. They're trying to think that the trophy system will keep them safe, but Purge just jumps out and says, nah, I got this. I don't care about your trophies. That leads to a 200 to 190 game. 20 seconds to fight for, and Cloud9 are getting stifled, still spawning behind the hill.
And it's every time Cloud9 reaches that 200-point mark, some players on the opposite side start to get activated. Purge on 4 in a row just consistently pushes C9 back. It's less than a 10-point difference. You're still going to try to create that extra space if you are the Breach, because you know the spawns for C9 are going to be over toward the backside of green. But TJ, you don't have the weapon for this engagement, so you might as well make it up close and personal. You have them locked. You have them trapped over towards green, and Boston is soaking up all this P1.
This is so nice, though, from TJ, just creating problems for Cloud9. They do not, again, simultaneously get the player on the back while also hitting from the front. Afro, 3 in a row, able to keep his life. Good help from Spart through the middle of the map. Now off the regen. Afro, yeah, able to find one and make that 2. 5 in a row for Afro. Lead swap late into the game. I've said it once, may as well say it again. Not again if you're Cloud9. It just can't happen again.
I feel like if you're C9, someone has to work on this round. Thankfully, Nezra is going to find the opening. Pushes through Motel, looking for a multi-kill to alleviate the pressure, potentially trying to stay alive, but he quickly gets traded. So Boston are still able to manage to lock down this mid-map. They take the lead right on back, and with only 10 seconds left, it's all about this rotation, and Hyde finds himself in a very good position.
Oh, but Afro sniffs it out. Good damage coming through. Spart able to find Nezra on the long pinch. Now off the time, TJ can make a play, but Hyde still holds the line. Huge double from Hyde. 229 for Boston. About to be the same, if not more, for Cloud9, with Boston spawning over towards the blue side of the map, being held likely by Nezra for now, but encouraging him to the first one forward. He's watching for the jump up. No one here yet. Cloud9 in the lead. Here comes the break attempt for Boston. First shots, good for Afro. Maybe more to come, though. Hardpoint goes open, and it's up to who can actually step forward and get the time now.
30 seconds remaining. Both teams have the win condition right here, right now. You're just looking for the wave of kills to go your way. It's a split kill feed. It's pinstripe. Back and forth we go, but Nezra with the AR is trying to lock it down, and it's Sparty Supreme with the break.
Oh, here we go. 235, 235. Encourage over the top, only able to find one. We continue to go back and forth on this hard point. Neither team can win. Big win from Webby. Looking for more, but is that overchalled? Could be. A couple of seconds will go to Boston. They'll also have the numbers. Moving over to P3, but Encourage cuts it off through mid-map. 244 to 236. Cloud9 in control. Boston have to break.
They got to go through green. If you are TJ, you're going to get blessed with an opportunity for a quick position to find an opening kill, but it's Spark through mid-cut.
I crossed up to a fall. Cloud9, no, not again. No. 245, 245. Webby will have to go. Purge shutting it down. Pistol out will win the game again. How many times is this going to happen to Cloud9?
That's so defeating, Al. I'm telling you, man, that's got to be so tough. Because the last time we saw C9 at the P3, they found the first wave of kills and just simply backed up to that green position to guarantee that those spawns were blocked. This time, in the final moments of the game, you get 2 gunfights to go your way off the rotation. Just no one in a position to block the green spawn. Gives TJ the opportunity to at least cause a distraction, which opens up the lane for Spark through mid-cut to strike for that first kill. Every time you think Cloud9 gives themselves the best chance to close out the game, to try to force the game number 5, they choke in these final moments, man. What a clutch up from Boston. But what a breakdown from C9.
That is now, and I know I gave you the stat earlier about since Major 3, but since Cloud9 has made the roster change, Here's the full number. Since stage 2 qualifiers, that is 17 out of 35 hard points that have been lost at 175 to 250 or more. Just cannot close out maps, bro. It's unbelievable. Like it truly is unfathomable that half of the hard points you've played as a team have either been chokes or been so close to being wins and you just can't finish. Unbelievable.
Man, it's so depressing though if you're C9, man, because you had it, bro. All it comes down to realistically is their P1 presence. The fact that no one is working on long routes during the P1 process, when you were getting consistently trapped over towards green, we're just more focused on fighting through mid trains, fighting through deli. Like, no, someone either work through plane, take your time on that approach to isolate that gunfight to at least draw the attention on that side, or when you have so much presence over towards deli, someone work the motel, because the one opportunity they got to break at P1 is when Nezra actually hits that route through motel and finds a double. Other than that, it's like you're consistently trying to flood through deli, flood through mid-cut. And that's not working out because Boston have the crossfires, they have ARs, and they're not going to miss many bullets when you just run it right into them. Cloud9 still need to put in some work, but they're getting close, Al. They're getting close.
They're getting close. It's one of those things that as we start to get close to the finish line, the blinders just get put on.
Yeah.
And it's just everyone's so focused on what's in front of them, we lose track of what needs to happen. Oh, it's so frustrating. But we've had enough time talking through tech delays and things of the nature, so we'll head back to the desk, close out our weekend. Friends, what do you think?
Was the break worth it, Cloud9? Rough way to go out here as you see Purge jump up, pop a 3-piece. That was the start of the return of the breach. Allie, you saw it coming. Let's take a look at the highlights. Walk me through it.
I mean, you just hope that Boston Breach closes this out, right? I mean, I think Ant set it up really perfectly. This is kind of a situation where Cloud9 is trying to prove themselves in a sense of like we can be better than some of the players on some of these teams. And I think in some aspects, I mean, we got a lot out of Nezra and Webby, I think, in this series. Both of them positive overall, despite the loss in these 4 maps. The S&D, of course, able to steal away with that. But at the end of the day, like, there's just a foundation in all these players on Boston Breach. And when they need to close out and when a game gets tight, you saw it at the very end of this map number 4, they're going to close it out.
A couple takeaways C9 should have here are, one, there is so much white time when they have control of the map that they're not getting. Like,
so you need to play the objective?
Yes, get in the hill. Even in the mixy situations, like I get they're trying to do the right thing. Like there was a couple P3s where they had like map control and they're trying to push through to get to grandma's, but like also maybe let's secure the time as well while this is going down, or we get a nade kill on P2, like jump through. Maybe you will get across and get to the AC and get the time. But yeah, in the end, I think all the white time I just talked about cost him, and then Webby, the newcomer, he's 18 years and 18 days. He didn't realize he needed to block back green. He tried to fight mid, and when he ended up going back to back green, the guy just got through a little bit too early and they blundered the very end. So yeah, winnable for them, just choking in the end of these maps.
Yeah, it's a couple
Heartbreaking losses, Allie.
A little heartbreaking.
I feel like that has been the story for the Cloud9 fans this year, and unfortunately this roster unable to walk away with it 10 points, but we do see that for Boston. That's back-to-back wins.
Let's go.
With the lineup, feeling pretty good, yeah?
Yeah.
One more and you're in winners.
There we go.
They did play the bottom 2 teams.
I wasn't going to say it. Why are you saying it?
They deserved it. They had a hard split last time around. Now it's a bit easier. Now you just got to get one upset.
We already did the scuff play of the game, so I think we're just waiting on an interview with Boston. We're close to it. We're going to try and get Spart on the line. And I want to kind of revisit this for Webby. Was it really just one spawn situation towards the end there? Is it a team comms issue for Cloud9? How do you fix this moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a couple things. I think the main one from that, though, is, like I said, the white time. They had a lot of map control. I mean, even the P2, they could have got a huge chunk early on, and then it ended up being a back-and-forth fight. But, yeah, when they have map control, got to try to get more time. And then at the very end, not recognizing the back green that he had to block, that's a newcomer, right? It's going to happen to the young rookies.
We welcome Spart onto the show. It is your Monster Winner Spotlight. Boston back-to-back days in a Winner Spotlight. Spart, how does it feel to win?
Feels good. I mean, getting back-to-back wins is huge. We need to win one more match to basically guarantee winners, I feel like, for the major. That's how it usually goes. That's what we're planning on doing.
Yeah, Spart, it feels like you guys are turning this around a little bit since bringing in TJ. What does he bring to the team? Obviously, you're familiar with him, playing with him before. Talk to me about that.
He's just a pioneer, bro. He's ready.
What's the pioneer mean? Maybe people who don't know.
It's trail, baby.
He's been around since, before I was born, I feel like. I don't know.
Oh, so he's old.
Yep, he has.
Calling him out.
Yeah, he's old.
valid.
Oh, he's unlocked you, man. Congrats.
I'm just giving him a hard time. What is your favorite thing about your team right now? Like with the way that things have been going, you know, now we're nearing the end of this split. Well, not split, but end of the season. What is your favorite thing about your current roster?
I mean, we're just vibey. Like everything's been good. Like we come in every day, practice hard. It's fun. Like, it's been fun. That's basically like, I feel like if you have fun with it, then yeah, results will come.
Smart, final question I have for you is, we saw a big tech delay in this. How do you guys stay locked?
That was crazy. I don't know what happened, but supposedly like TeamSpeak issues on their side. I don't know. We were just messing around and leaving the setups. I don't know.
You needed to get loose. You got loose to go into that map number 3.
Well, you guys were able to bounce back and seal the deal. Thanks for getting us out of here early.
Yeah.
That is Spart. That is Boston. That is 2 wins in the same weekend. Now it's ridiculous stuff.
That's also 2 series. We got Purge Takeover. I mean, come on, taking our wins where we can get them.
Purge A getting it done. Let's take a look at all of the matches on the day, though, Wheeler, as we rewind time and revisit everything that we have witnessed on a Sunday, because it opened up with some spice. Gentlemen's Falcons, would it go to a game 5? No, Falcons do what they did on land.
Yep, that's 6-0 map count. Last times they played online or land, these guys just have the Gentlemates number. And you know, when you talk about this Falcons team, I do think that they're a top 4 team at this point. They have a lot of momentum. They've been playing so well, and I mean, it's hard to argue against Falcons just because their search, if it's going to be like this, I don't know if this is a flash in the pan or if this is going to be consistent. If they play like this in search, they are a threat to win a tournament.
Gentlemates are not top 4, and Koi looking like they were on the ropes in the last meeting, so I think Amp might have a point there alongside Study Alley.
Yeah, I was shocked in the interview where Mace, I think, said that Koi was still like in that conversation, where I look at this Riyadh Falcons team and what they've been doing. I completely agree with Ant that they might be joining that top 4 conversation. With a win like this and the way that they've been playing, they might definitely be a favorite heading into that major, depending how the minor goes next week.
And everybody individually is playing so well. Pred's
everybody's playing
stride. Like the worst player's been Cell.
Crazy stuff. Cell doesn't have to put up the numbers when the rest of the squad is snatching bodies like Shotzi did here for Optic Texas. The Heretics, terrible matchup for them on paper. If you're looking at the stats, they're now 0-4, Allie. And today, well, they didn't even take a hard point. That's the only game mode they've won this whole season in Black Ops 7 against Optic.
Yeah, that's just a tough matchup diff for Miami Heretics, and we've seen this kind of across the board. But what's weird is usually in this matchup, Miami puts up kind of a better fight historically over the past couple of years versus Optic Texas, even back when they were still the Florida Mutineers. So it's sad to kind of see this story might die a little bit, but I think it's more of a testament to just how good Optic Texas kind of looks right now. I was honestly really shocked when he talked about like the pacing thing. It's like, I know Optic Texas is a fast team, but if you considered Miami slow after what we've seen from the past couple of weeks from them, that's crazy to me. Optic Texas have to be playing on another plane.
You just said a little methodical, maybe.
Yeah. He's being nice.
Traditional.
Yeah, I mean, I think for Miami, this is trouble. Back-to-back losses. If they end up in losers with how they've looked on land, yeah, goodbye.
Top performers on the day all use the MPC. 73 kills, 74 kills, and 91 kills from Burge as he beats up on Cloud9. Shotzi's 1-2-8, looking pretty darn good on the day.
Diet Shotzi.
All the green teams won today in different variations of green.
Green teams are good.
Yeah.
Go home and join us for the minor.
Woo!
Allie, you'll be back in the studio. I'm taking the week off in Florida, but walk me through the matches you're excited about in this opening round, Wheeler.
I think.
I mean,
yeah,
1
in the opening round, probably Falcons, Ravens, just because Ravens have shown us a little bit. And then I'm gonna throw a curveball here. I mean, Koi C9.
No,
that's crazy. I mean, honestly, Koi did not look good, and just the storylines. Like if they come out and that match is even remotely close, yeah, problems.
Gentlemates are on Fraud Watch. We'll see what's going on with FaZe and G2 also under the microscope. Allie, was Fraud Watch too aggressive? We're about to go into their major in just 3 weeks.
You're right, and I just refuse to believe Fraud Watch going into the major in 3 weeks.
Boston G2, that's the matchup.
Right, I was thinking that, because I was like, Boston G2 is a pretty good one.
The tech breaks got me. I'm a dad now.
He's gonna body his whole team. I love you for that. Best of luck to everyone in the minor. We're gonna be kicking that one off on Friday, normal time, 2:45 Eastern. We'll see you then.
And the beat goes on and on and on and on and on. don't need you. We the greatest of all the time, you'll believe it. Greatest don't need ball. Happens in the fetus. See my gritted jaws, wonder who gon' feed us.
The run starts now.
Hard pressed to beat us. Hundreds and tens, hard fresh to beat us. Thought I knew men, most of them was divas. I'm more than man, I'm a natural born genius. Where my medals at? I don't pedal back, I'm too smart to meddle where the fellows keep the metal at. They pedal for the stacks. I'm making benefactors, landlords without the pot to call the kettles black. Hello, I know you feeling mellow. You thinking life is gonna be cinematic as these cellos, but that's just the rumble for the builder like a bellow.
You know what I mean?
More time to let go. G-O-A keeper. Time I don't need you. Lifespan forever, Jesus said we never, ever beat us. Death will never, ever see us. Backflip out caskets and pieces. Black suits with creases. With no committee, they give us pennies to tease us. They cause vibrations, give us sedatives, diseases. Render the season what it seasons. This ain't my kingdom, this my teaser. They say I'm cocky, pointing fingers, cause I say my life is mine to live at my leisure. Everything I dream up is something I achieve. You are underachieved. You make a ride, I surpass you, Vegeta. Standing by God, pull your seat up.
Good, bro.
God damn, like you guys.
What's that bid? It's big. Nice. I thought you guys worked this game. Open your eyes.
Oh my God! Holy shit.
I'm not even playing the game. Oh, my controller. They're coming from blue. 3 from blue. Oh! What are you shooting at?
Lights on, we on, we shine, we gone. Show up, show out, show up, show out. Lights on, we on, we shine, we gone. Who gon' light it up? We gon' light it up, so show out. Who gon' light it up? We gon' light it up, so show out. Show up, show out, show up, show out. Lights on, we on, we shine.
My price went up, you can't afford me. I love you